Um, Good morning. That's funny. Good morning. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026, 9 a.m. And this is a special meeting of the Sandpoint City Council. It is now called to order in council chambers at City Hall, 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Council President Rule presiding. Also present are Councilors Joel Spiro, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, Joe Tate, Joshua Flores. Mayor Grimm is absent. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility as presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel serving as sergeant at arms for the meeting. And we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn with us this morning. We'll rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now proceed with our strategic planning workshop. And here we go. There wasn't much to that.
Good morning. So all of you know me as your city attorney, Vonda Jovic. Today I am not that. You need to know. I'm going to help you facilitate your strategic planning session. I want to go over a little bit of what the day is going to look like for you and some rules and some logistics as far as it can get to be a long day, but it is your day. So even though the schedule says that we're going to take breaks at certain times, if you need a break, just say, hey, I need a break. My brain needs to settle down, because sometimes that happens. This can be overwhelming with all the information. So you may wonder why I'm facilitating strategic planning. So that you are aware, in my other life outside of practicing law, I also have a master's degree in forensic psychology. And that is, if you don't know, the intersection between human behavior and the legal system. So how do we as humans behave when we intersect with the legal system? So that master's degree that I obtained from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in 2011 has probably been as or more useful in this line of work than my law degree, to believe it or not. But I have a passion for helping people be the best version of themselves. And in my legal space, that's allowed me to represent governmental entities like yours, where I get to work with electeds like you and directors like you have here, to kind of help bridge the gap between what is the elected's role and what is the role of the directors and or the people who are in charge of running the city, and how can we help all of those individuals mesh together to perform at the highest level possible for the best interest of the city. So my passion in strategic planning and helping governmental entities with strategic planning is to spend some time with you in a process driven by you together in this space, where you have a product at the end of the day that is your guiding principles, that is you all have, you're invested in because you've all helped create it, that you understand it, and kind of to force you to do a little bit of homework. It's interesting as I practice law and watch electeds come and go. They come in on a platform, and this isn't meant to be personal against anyone, but kind of with an ignorance to the fact that they're not the experts. The experts are the people who are running the city. The experts are the people who have been hired to do the job that they're doing. They're in the room with you here today. And so a lot of bridging that gap and helping electeds understand how they can be most useful for the best interest of the city is educating them on what their directors are doing, what their department heads are doing, what the people who are in these four walls really running the city on a day-to-day basis, year in and year out, as electeds come and go, helping electeds understand what those roles are, what previous councils have already adopted that these directors are responsible for moving forward, and then having a day like today, and we have the benefit of really 4 new council members. So 4 of you are going to sit for a full lengthy strategic planning that you haven't done before. And so it's helping you gain an understanding of what's already in place and giving you permission to change it. Until today, you haven't done the work to give your staff the direction on what in strategic planning that they're responsible for do you have a different vision for? So that's the goal for today, is to open lines of communication. This is a safe space. You get to say and suggest and talk about anything that you want. We're within the parameters of the structure we have here today. We're going to, as a group, rank some of those ideas and priorities and initiatives. And you may have something that doesn't end up on the top 3. And you have to be okay with that, because this is group decision making. This isn't I got elected, therefore I get to push my agenda. This is I got elected, I have an agenda. I want to share it with the group, and I want to see how the group feels about it. And if the group adopts your agenda item or your ideas or your visions as a priority into the strategic plan, then your directors will have what they need to know how to move those things forward. It's hard to run on an elected platform and then come in and have to operate as a group. But that's what today is for, is to help gel this new strategic plan. We have the one that's 22 to 27. It's not 27 yet, but that's okay. We can run from 26 through whatever we want. You're going to go 5 years on something. So it's going to be, believe it or not, 2031. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put a 3 in there. That sounds unbelievable. So any questions about the sort of the process that we're going to engage in here today, or what the structure of the day is going to be? You've had the agenda for some time. You've had some time to look at the agenda compared to the previous strategic plan that we went through at our pre-work meeting. Your directors have done a fantastic job preparing for today. They put in a lot of work. Just so you all know, we all met last Wednesday so that I could go through with them again, sort of where they are on the existing strategic plan and to help them prepare for educating you. So each of these sessions we're going to do today is going to start with some director input and education piece, and then we'll move into the strategic planning portion to get some direction from all of you on each of those different topics. We're not married to the timeframes outlined in the schedule. If a certain category needs more time, it needs more time. We'll use the schedule just to move through the day in an orderly fashion, but something might require more discussion. If we don't finish it all today, oh well, we schedule another day. It's not a big deal. And it may not be a whole day, maybe it would be a couple hours. I want you to feel like you've had enough time to really digest what we're talking about and put some meaningful input into the next strategic plan. Zach's going to start with a legal overview to kind of get our minds right and set as we start into today. I put these these are my giant sticky notes. It's my favorite tool on the planet for strategic planning. As we move through today, this is sort of the framework, and I shared this with you at our pre-work meeting, and I'll say it again. But don't forget, you have the Local Land Use Planning Act, which is in state code. We're required to follow all of the requirements that are set out in the Local Land Use Planning Act. That's what requires us as a city to have a comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan then drives what do our master plans look like. The master plans dictate what our capital improvement projects and plan is going to be, and our capital improvement plan is required in order to assess impact fees. These all flow out of each other. But one thing that's real important, I want you to notice, LUPA's the only part of this that is state code. The rest is adopted by council, adopted by council, adopted by council, adopted by council. And this is what I mean when I say you come into an elected seat with a series. You had a comprehensive plan. Now you have a new one that's been adopted by all of you. Part of you. 2 of you inherited. You have master plans that most were adopted by previous councils. So you're going to talk about that today. In front of you are 2 sets in binders of all of your master plans, minus the appendices. But the plans, there's a set here and there's a set here of all the master plans. If you, on breaks or while we're talking, need to look through that. Those master plans, like I said, drive your capital improvement plan. You adopted that. And then your impact fees, which you've all had a part in adopting. These are the current pillars that are established in the strategic plan. We're not married to this terminology. I put these here like this because you're gonna have an opportunity to say, I don't think that. I don't know what you wanna put. I don't think that a vibrant culture is really should be one of our pillars. Maybe we wanna change the language of that. Maybe we wanna change what its definition is. This is your day. This is your opportunity to make adjustments. The strategic plan we currently have is just a framework. That's all they are. And you can make adjustments to that as we go today. I'm gonna respectfully request that everybody leave their cell phones off unless we're at a break or at lunch. It's distracting and I don't want anybody to miss anything. So if you can just, I have mine out to keep track of time because I can't see the clock behind the pillar. So that should be it. That should be all we have. So with that, I think we are on schedule and I'm gonna turn the first portion of this educational piece over to Jack. And as you all know me very well, I probably won't be able to help myself and might say something there also, but I'll try.
All right, well, good morning. So this is going to be a city government 101. I'm going to focus mainly on ethics and open meeting laws. This will be old hat to many of you and it'll be brand new to some. This can be a 5-minute presentation or a 30-minute presentation, depending on, the interaction. I don't intend to just regurgitate the law to you other than just kind of tell you what it is. And then if you want to have examples and discussion and everything, I just encourage conversation. So another thing I want to point out real quick is the AIC provides all these various manuals. And I have copies of all these. I can provide you guys manuals. There's one on transparent ethical government, roles and responsibilities, natures and powers of city government, a newly elected manual, and they're really pretty handy. They just provide the law and the process, and they really outline it in a coherent way that a 5th grader can understand, which is kind of my goal for everything that I do when we write code, when I write briefs, everything you want it just to make sense. And so the AIC manuals do a really good job of that. So just let me know if you want them and I can send them to you. So the first thing I want to discuss is just this powers of city government. So what are city governments and how do they get their power? There's city governments, back in the 19th century or maybe the early 20th century, every city, every group of densely populated area, the population got together and petitioned the state to have a city government, to have a city. There's now around 200 cities in the state. I doubt people are forming new cities very often anymore, but upwards of 70% of the population of the state lives in cities. So even though we're a rural state relative to the rest of the country, we still primarily reside in cities. So cities have constitutional power, and then they also have power granted by statute. The two primary forms of power for cities or authority for cities is governmental powers and proprietary powers. And governmental powers are up here. They're provided by the Constitution. It's generally what's called the police power. And the Article 12, Section 2 of the Constitution, it's really simple. Cities have the power to make and enforce within their limits all such local police, sanitary, and other regulations that are not in conflict with the charter or general laws. So cities have essentially the power to govern the public health, safety, and welfare of the city limits. And so as long as it doesn't conflict with the state or federal law, the city has the authority to police it. So a good example is open containers. So an open container law, for driving in a car, the state has already made a law on open containers. So it's a misdemeanor for the driver of a car to have an open container of alcohol in the car, and it's an infraction for the passengers of the car to have an open container. So the city would be overreaching if the city had made it a misdemeanor for passengers of cars to have open containers, because that's already governed by state law. That's preempted. Now, there's no law at all on open containers in public spaces or parks. There's no state law on that. So the city, because there's no state law on that, the city has the authority to govern that. And so it's very common. I would say almost every city in the state has some version of open container laws within having open containers of alcohol in public spaces. And as you're all aware, we do too. So that's the general powers of governmental powers. Some of them come from statute. Eminent domain comes from statute. The power to annex comes from statute. There's a really big one that Fonda just mentioned that also comes from statute. Can anybody name it?
Land use.
Land use, LUPA, yes, local land use. So the city to govern subdivisions, land use, everything that all comes from statute. And that's one of the most significant city powers. And then the city also has proprietary powers. So I guess one other thing I want to point out is cities are unique in that counties really only kind of, with some exceptions, more or less have the governmental powers. And then special taxing districts more or less have the proprietary powers. That's where you're providing a service. So water and sewer districts, ambulance districts, those are the fire districts. Those are special taxing districts that just have proprietary powers. Counties don't typically have those powers. Cities have both. So cities have the ability to have water, provide water, sewer, even power and other services. And those all come from statute. And the key to the proprietary powers is that it can't be a business. They can't be charging these things to raise revenue. So the fees that are charged for the services provided need to be reasonably related to the costs that are incurred. And so that's the gist on city powers. It's really basic, but I think it's worth going over because it's just kind of worth keeping in mind. Are there any questions on the powers of city government?
Follow up, it's why you hear us use terms like the sewer is an enterprise fund and water is an enterprise fund, because we have ratepayers that pay into those services, and we have to do rate studies. Experts do rate studies for us to make sure that we're not charging more than it costs to reasonably run that enterprise fund. As Zach just said, we can't make a profit on it, unfortunately, because it would be a nice place to make a little extra money, but we can't. So that's why you'll hear us sometimes in meetings reference those different areas of the budget separate from the general fund. And Sarah will go into a little more detail about this, because they're each run as their own separate business that can't generate profit.
And to piggyback on that, you can't spend money that's raised in the water fund on, for example, fire. I mean, everything needs to be in its own group, in its own pocket.
Right.
Okay, moving on, open meeting laws. This is a one that we go into all the time. The agenda needs to be posted. It needs to be at a place. There's kind of rules on how, if you have a regularly set meeting as opposed to special meetings. I think everybody's fairly familiar with this, but the nuts and bolts of it is that the agenda needs to be posted 48 hours prior to the meeting. And that's why, to give us a little bit of time, typically the agenda is posted on a Thursday or a Friday, and then the meeting's on the Wednesday. That's the council time additionally to go over the meeting packet. Monday is the latest that the agenda can be amended or posted, and still have the meeting on Wednesday and take action. You can amend an agenda after that 48-hour time frame. You just can't take action on it unless an emergency exists and in certain exceptions, but those are rare. So typically you need to have the agenda posted 48 hours prior to the meeting. And then of course there's special meetings, which you can post the agenda 24 hours prior to the meeting. And are there any questions on this? It's all pretty straightforward and it's outlined in the statute.
And just for clarification, the city of Sandpoint posts regularly way more than is required by code. You only have to have really a generic agenda and an identification of what you're taking action on and what you're not. This city does a tremendously good job of posting very thorough packets, staff reports, financials. Everything's very public facing, but your public gets confused because that's not required. None of that is required to be posted for the public by Idaho code. You guys your staff goes above and beyond providing to the public more than is what is required by Idaho code.
So when we do post, you have the agenda, which is usually one page, even on the long, brutal nights. Maybe it's two. That's all that needs to be posted. That the several hundred pages of staff report, that doesn't need to be posted. It's great that it is because it provides transparency. But it does, I mean, by statute, it doesn't need to be posted. So common violations for agendas, I think this for open meeting laws, I think this is worth just kind of going over. Late postings, action on unmarked items. So, it really isn't uncommon for the city council to sort of move into dialogue on something that's not on the agenda, and even sort of have the individual counselors say, I want to see this, But unless it's formally posted on the agenda and formally posted as an action item, that's the only way it has any ability to be enforceable. If there's any action that's taken in violation of any open meeting law, it's a void action. And so it's not enforceable. And so
Zach, I have a quick
Yes.
question. Back up one on the posting the packet that's transparent for the public. Can they request, if they look at the agenda and see an item they want more information on, can they request of the city to get that? Is that like public records?
So the short answer is yes, and that's done through the public records, which is something we'll get to in just a second.
Okay,
So-
so that's a lengthy process usually to get something public.
It's usually
records.
not. So typically when you make a public records request, the city has 3 days to respond.
Okay,
And I would say 99% of public records go through the clerks and they respond promptly. And when they have legal questions, they kick them over to me and Fonda and we review them. Under certain circumstances, the city can extend it to 10 days. And I think those timeframes have changed a little bit on whether or not it's an out-of-state requester or an in-state requester.
Okay.
But they really do need to respond very quickly. So,
throwing a kink out there.
sure.
Fridays were closed. Packet.
They get posted on Thursdays and.
Okay, so they can't request on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they can't request. Monday, they would not get the information. They need to be informed. And this is just, I'm just trying to figure out how somebody who really cares about an agenda item gets informed.
So what I would suggest actually is if they're concerned about that, they're bringing that concern to you. What they need to do is they need to be present at the meeting or watch online and make sure that all their questions aren't answered in the dialogue between council and or the presentation by staff. Wait till after the meeting. And if they still are seeking more information, then they should do their public records request.
And this is just in case.
Just in
A
case.
city decided, since we don't have to post all that, we won't. Not that you guys would do that. But I'm just saying, how would somebody,
And I was about to say, from a practical standpoint, we do provide the staff
Right.
reports with the agenda,
Yeah,
so
which is
the
awesome.
public has all that information heading into.
but if you're at a city, it's just a generic question, I guess. If I'm,
It's a great question. Public records request is the answer. And when you give a public records request, the city has 3 days to respond.
If it's a legislative action, if it's not, doesn't have a quasi judicial hearing attached to it, so it's not land use, you guys can have conversations with the public ahead of time as well. So they could contact you and you can have a dialogue because you may have more information than the packet's revealing also. So legislative, you can have all the conversations with the public that you want ahead of time, even if there's a public hearing.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
When does discussion and direction to staff cross the line into action?
Into like direction.
Yeah, so for example, we had that agenda item, and I think it was just agendized as a discussion about phase 3, and the consultant came and said, hey, these are the things that we're thinking about doing. Is everybody okay with this? When does giving that kind of direction to staff or consultants in this case cross the line into taking an action?
That's a good question. And I don't think that, so in that dialogue, what the individual counselors are doing is just saying their 2 cents. Like, you know, to get me to vote for this later on down the road, here's what I would like to see in it. And that's not an action. There's no direction in the sense that the consultants or staff isn't required then to go and include that. That would take council vote and that would take an agendized item, you know, as an action item to do that. So that's just information for the staff to have, and that's totally fair game. So when does it cross the line? I think it's when, I mean, if a council member was saying, you must do this now, that's crossing the line. But even then, if it's just an individual council member saying it, not only is the director not obligated to do it, they probably shouldn't do it, right? And
Because
so.
no single council member can give direction.
What
Exactly.
if every counselor said, oh yeah, that's a good idea, I agree with that too, and there was a consensus forming among bias?
So I think,
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So I think we need to be clear about when we're all sitting on the dais together and when you're going into somebody's office and getting information or having a separate conversation that's not on the dais. So,
I think he's talking about on the diet.
I mean, I agree, but I just want it to be clear. We do have a public meeting and it's a little fuzzy. So I want it to be clear that Jack's comments are relative to when we're sitting on the dais as opposed to.
That's absolutely correct. I would say that in the example that you're giving, what's going to happen is even if all the counselors nod their head and say, I'd like to see this in there, the staff is going to go take that, change it, and then bring it back to council to have formal action on it. And at that time, there's going to be an agendized action that's enforceable that council is going to have a vote on. And so I think that if it never came back and it started to be enforced as if that were the only action that it would have, then it would cross the line. Does that make sense? But there's nothing wrong with everybody on council nodding their head saying, yeah, that looks good. I'd like to see that. Because that just informs staff. But then staff brings it back to council for action. And that's where the line is drawn. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
And most
Little fuzzy.
discussion items are designed for staff to be getting direction, some kind of direction from council. So looking for a consensus, looking for, no, that's terrible. Yes, we love it. That's what the discussion item is for. And that's generally how it's agendized. So it's okay.
To take the discussion on the rezone last week, Bill and Jason are working on the rezone, but they want to have council's buy-in before they put all this work in,
Right.
So that's not, there was no action taken. There's no, I mean, if that were the lot, if that's all that was done with the rezone and then all of a sudden the laws were changed, that would be unenforceable. But there's certainly nothing wrong with them coming in, and I think everybody on council did nod at that,
Mhm. Yeah, that's great.
so, yeah. And that didn't cross the line into action because there's no action taken from it.
Okay.
That will come back to you.
Gotcha.
So just to clarify, if department heads, directors go back and do work based on guidance received from the dais during the council meeting, I think what Councilman Schreiber is asking is like, is that an action item if action takes place as a result? But the action would then be when the results of our work comes back for a vote.
Right.
Yeah.
To adopt or make a formal change to
Correct.
policy or code.
Correct. And I would go as far as to say that staff was not directed to do anything in that meeting last week. There's a certain common sense to this too, where if everybody on council's nodding their heads, staff has a pretty good idea of where they're taking it, but they're still not being directed to do it. So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Can we move this chair? I'm short, so I can't see you.
I was going to move that also.
Zach, can I ask you a question about,
Move them both, actually.
I'm
gonna keep it, I didn't know that would go.
so what would you say the reasoning is behind not having to legally give that information to the public, but only to the council?
Well, you just have to legally give that information to the public.
Well, I guess,
It's done through-
But,
it's just done through the Public Records
correct,
Act.
so why do you think that, and maybe you don't, I don't know, have an answer, but why do you think that it's not required to at least post the agenda to everybody?
I would say that, so when you say post the agenda, you mean post the staff report?
Correct, sorry, Steph.
I would say that most cities aren't as high functioning as the city of Sandpoint, especially the smaller cities. And that would be an onerous burden on city staff when oftentimes they only have one employee who's the clerk and the treasurer at the same time, and they're just running the whole city. Or maybe they have, a public works director who helps a little bit when you have like 3 people running the city, publishing all of that information prior, when they don't even have a website. It's just,
Okay. And would you say larger cities do this as well, like Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls?
okay.
It's just they have high functioning.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, it's good to
In
know.
addition to that, though, remember, the public's right at a public meeting is to observe the business of the city. So posting the agenda is designed by state code just to notify the public of what business you, who have been elected by those people, are intended to vote on. It is not the public's right to come into a public meeting and run the city.
That's
your
kind
job.
of the
That's
where I
what
was
you were
getting at.
elected to do. So the sort of reason behind the state code is you put the public on notice of the business you intend to conduct. Not giving them a window of opportunity to come in and conduct the business themselves.
right, because sometimes it feels like it's more of a mob rule type government where
Right.
like, oh,
Be-
20 people come into a meeting,
Right.
they demand X, Y, and Z. So elected officials are now required to
Right,
follow the mob where we're a representative government, not
exactly.
a mob. Okay.
Yeah, your job is literally to vote.
Correct.
And so a lot of these rules Zach is going through is to make sure that you still keep your right to vote, And that you don't end up violating an open meeting law, and then you have to recuse yourself. You don't have a conflict of interest. You don't have a conversation you're not supposed to have, because the people elected you to vote and to conduct the business of the city on policy and budget.
Well, so it looks like I omitted this slide for public records, which is a big oops on my part, but we can definitely talk about public records. It's something that we do day in and day out. And it's kind of the one thing where I work with the clerk's office really closely. So the Public Records Act provides, in a nutshell, that all records that the city owns are public records, and they're available to the public. The statute, there's a whole code section on it. There are exceptions that sometimes feel like the tail is wagging the dog. There are a lot of exceptions on what stuff isn't disclosable. But for the most part, and the general rule is that all public records are public. And then the courts have sort of opined that if there's any doubt at all, they're public. So the courts are going to be very deferential to the idea that all the records should be public. And as I just explained, if someone comes in, they make a request, the city has 3 days to respond to that request. Now, it's very important that the request is done the right way. So if someone emails you and says, hey, I want these records, you don't have an obligation to respond to that. You certainly can respond and say, hey, look, it's not my duty to provide public records. The way you do it is to contact the clerk or the records custodian. You can find that on the website, but you don't have an obligation to do that. And that goes for everybody in the city except the clerk. So, and there's a process now outlined on the website on how to do that. But the records custodian, Idaho law provides that the city designates a records custodian, and that person is responsible for responding to public records requests. And that saves everybody else on staff a massive headache, because imagine if anybody could come in and say, Sarah, I want to see the budget. You've got 3 days to respond. That would be an onerous burden on staff. So again, you guys don't have an obligation to respond to public records, but on the same token, and as I'm sure you're aware, everything that you do and say is a public record. Even if an exception applies, it's still technically a public record. So keep that in mind.
And everything means everything.
You're talking during meetings though, not.
No, any communication you have.
Oh, so I'm thinking like just going on a walk with my wife.
Every communication you have regarding city business. So if you text Josh on your cell phone number and you guys respond, and it's as simple as, what time is the meeting today? That's a public record. And it can be a lot more complicated than that as well. So everybody, all the council members are provided emails, and we suggest that you do all your city business over those emails. So you're not doing it on your cell phone, and you're not doing it over your personal email. So that two things: one, if a public records request comes in for information, the city's not having to ask you to dive into your emails to send us or text to see which ones are public record and which ones aren't, and to protect you from potential subpoenas and obligations where you're having to show your private conversations to determine whether or not they're public records. And there is case law on this, and it's not favorable to the city staff and city officials who are corresponding privately. So I would just recommend really using your city email for your correspondences.
In addition to that, I've had public records requests, not in this city, but we've had council members on the dais on their cell phones during meetings, and the public can see it, or they can see it on Zoom. And the next thing it is a public records request for all communications that council member was engaged in during the council meeting. So I put your cell phones away. Your cell phones are the most distracting and problematic area in the public records law. And your poor clerk, how is your clerk going to be able to affirm and swear under oath that you've actually given her all of the communications that have been asked for? Now, if you get asked for communications on your private cell phone, you have a duty to provide them all, because as Zach said, if a subpoena comes down the road later and you didn't provide them, then you're really in trouble. So just don't conduct business on your private cell phone, and don't have your cell phones out during meetings.
Is Teams basically the best way, like text message, I
Do
guess?
you guys have Teams access within the city's standpoint of Sandpoint structure?
I mean, I can Teams the staff.
Yes, everybody that has 365 account has a Teams, so that is telling me that IT needs to provide some
Yeah.
training.
Still public record, but yes.
I will
it's
discuss that with.
Better than a text message.
And you could text, hey, are you available for a call? I mean,
Right.
you can still have conversations about stuff. They're just not, you know.
And we have had public records requests in this city for communications between particular public officials that occurred on the cell phone, on their cell phones. So.
And just to clarify, getting the information in the packet to the public is not to allow mob control to come in. However, if somebody in the public knows something or can call a council member and say, this, just, I don't know, and somebody who's educated in a certain thing or a professional or just a constituent wanting to say, could you question about this? That to me is why it's important that, and I'm glad the city does that, to let people see what it actually is about.
And
Is all.
remember though, those comments, and you can express those comments then in your deliberations of
Right,
that
right.
action item. Okay, I heard from the community and these are the questions, blah, blah, blah. Only on legislative, nothing land use
Right,
related. We
gotcha.
have to be really
I got you.
clear. And I think all of you, except for the two new council members, at one point or another has had to have the unfortunate conversation with Zach or I where we had to say, I'm really sorry, but you have to recuse yourself. It's just not fun. You want to be, you want to.
That's
do
not
what
how
you've
you
been
said
elected
it
to do.
either. Just saying.
What'd you say?
I said, that isn't exactly how I was told.
Yeah, you don't get to vote today, is usually what we say.
Pretty much.
Go sit in the
Right.
Right to jail, right away.
To give us some examples of how some of our council had screwed up to prevent the new people from. following the
So-
success.
Can you use a different word?
And I want to remind
Fail.
everybody that
Fail.
we are being recorded and being put out.
It
so-
can be 30,000 foot examples.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be.
I'm
I mean-
not going to change the way I.
No, that's not
Okay.
that I just, sometimes in this atmosphere, people get really relaxed and they forget that people may be watching us.
Yeah.
Not that we would do anything wrong to begin with, because we're all professionals.
So a classic, and we'll get into this in a minute, but I guess I'll just explain that the difference between a quasi judicial hearing and a legislative hearing is, in a nutshell, when someone's due process rights are involved, and what their due process rights are: life, liberty, and property. And when what we're really talking about is property, and property includes money, it includes real property, it includes basically their job. Yeah. And so the most common example of the due process rights that you're going to be seeing in a quasi judicial proceeding is LUPA for land use, because anything that LUPA touches their property rights. And so when someone makes an application to the city to really do anything that's governed by LUPA, it becomes a quasi judicial proceeding, and they have due process rights. And what quasi judicial is you're wearing a judge hat and not a legislative hat, because you're making a decision based on someone's rights. Does everybody understand that distinction? Yes. And when we do have a quasi judicial hearing, you'll hear from me and or Fonda about the fact this is a due process hearing. Don't have any ex parte communication. Don't express bias. Make your decision based on the information that's provided in the record. So, going back to you, an example, or Joe, a common example of mistakes that are made are a conversation with the applicant. The applicant calls the counselor and they say, here's my side of the story. That doesn't always prevent the counselor from voting, but it almost always prevents the counselors from voting. And it's because what you don't want to have is ex parte communication, which is you don't want to gather information from outside the record that you're making your decision on. You can only make your decision on information that's presented at the council meeting. So another example of that is a counselor going out to the property and walking around the property and measuring and gathering information on their own that they then go and use that information to determine to impact their decision.
That's outside of what you learned at the meeting where the public hearing occurs.
Got it. So one of the reasons for that is that you want to have it has to be fair. So you don't want to have anyone have any information that everyone else doesn't have. And that goes to the applicant and that goes to the affected persons, which are usually, well, it can be anything, but generally in LUPA, it's people within 300 feet of the property, but there are other ways to be affected too. I mean, imagine you're dumping water, like sewage into a water stream or something like that. It can affect people downstream that are more than 300 feet away. So there are ways to be an affected person. And then they have due process rights as well, because it affects their property rights. So you can't just talk to them either, right? And another reason why you want to have a really clear record is these things get appealed. And they get appealed. I mean, it's just a kind of a common situation. And you want to have a clear record for the courts, because if the courts don't have a clear record, they're sending it back. And so they want to make sure that everything was done fairly and squarely. And the best way to determine that is to have a clear and concise record. So.
The other dangerous part of those due process hearings is some of you come to these elected positions with professional backgrounds that give you an area of expertise, I'll say. And if you have questions about a particular project that is actually in your area of expertise, you have to vet that with staff and get it into the record during that public hearing. You cannot bring it up in deliberations for the first time. So that's also been a really hard one to kind of get across to people who have these areas of, like, engineers are famous for this. They want to interject their expertise, which might be very valuable, but they don't get it into the record before deliberations. And you can't bring it in deliberations because it's not information that was presented to the entire council during the hearing. So that's another dangerous area.
Well, you can't be biased either.
Right.
So you can't, I mean, and again, kind of piggybacking on that, you might come in with the platform of no new development at all. You know, in which case you're absolutely against any development.
You're anti-growth and you've made it very public.
And so you're expressing bias, which inhibits your ability to be impartial on a particular applicant's application for that.
And I want to piggyback, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I need to piggyback on that because I was going to say it earlier and I forgot. When we talk about public records, you also don't want to be quoted in the newspaper or on social media or the radio station or any public forum outside of here in an actual deliberation, expressing your opinions about anything that can affect people's due process rights on their land use applications. Because what happens, especially developers are very savvy and they have to be, they will come in here with a whole record of all of your anti-growth sentiment and they will say, I don't want Counselor X to participate in this public hearing because he or she has a very lengthy public record expressing anti-growth and I can't get a fair hearing. And I have no choice but to ask you to sit in the back of the room. You will not get to vote. So your public commentary in any public space, even outside of the dais, is very important that you hold your cards close to the vest, irrespective of what your opinions are in land use related matters, or you will get a developer who will display your bias and ask you not to be able to vote. And if we have an entire council who does that, guess what? Idaho code allows them, the developer then, to ask an independent hearing examiner, and now you've lost your ability to vote and or deliberate. These are very critical. And we're not just saying this just to say it to check the box. We're trying to help you maintain your ability to vote and be the best council member that you could be, but there are pitfalls.
The other side of the coin is legislative decisions. You can be as biased as you want.
That's right.
So open container laws. I mean, if you abstain from drinking and you think drinking is evil, you can sing that across the city and you can vote after the meeting against any sort of alcohol in the city at all. You know, so legislative decision. You can be as biased as you want. That's kind of the role of being a legislature. It can be a little bit fuzzy. So if you're unsure, ask us.
And it can be fuzzy when you're making a decision on a legislative matter. You want to be careful how you're deliberating and what opinions you're expressing, and realize you are also creating a record there that could be perceived as bias. So you speak with your vote. You don't always speak with a whole bunch of words, right? You express where you're coming from and you want to deliberate on whatever elements have been put in front of you, but you want to keep it to the facts and hold your personal opinions close to the vest to protect your ability to continue to vote in the future. It's a balancing act.
Are you through that, or do you have more to do?
Well, I mean, we can just move through this. Executive sessions, that's an exception to the open meeting laws. There's a statutory reasons for why you can go into executive session. No action can be taken in an executive session. We've gone over roles and responsibilities ad nauseum, so I'll just invite anyone to that has any questions to just ask me, and I can forward the roles and responsibilities manual to you. Boards, commissions, and committees. I do want to go over this briefly. So the Idaho Code provides the ability to have citizen commissions and committees. It's important to remember that the commissions and committees are there to help staff and help the city, help council apply the goals and the strategic plan. I think we'll talk about this a little bit more. But what the commissions and committees can't do is direct staff and take action on their own. It needs to be council driven, and it needs to be council driven through formal action. And our ordinances provide that there's a council liaison on every committee and commission, and I think there is one on every committee and commission, except the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is its own thing. But it's important to keep in mind that that counselor can't direct the committee or speak on behalf of council. And I think it's easy to lose track of that. So if there's any council action coming, I mean, really the council liaison's role is to report to council and just be the kind of the eyes and ears for council, but not to be actually actively directing the committees and the commissions on how to go. That comes from council action, and that comes from staff and mayor. And so I just wanted to kind of go over that. If there's any questions on that, we can talk about that later.
Well, yes, we're gonna have an entire session on committees and commissions at the end of the day, but it was important for Zach to kind of plant the seed right here for you to be thinking about.
Ethics and conflicts of interest. So you have a conflict of interest and you can't vote on certainly any quasi judicial matter, but also any legislative matter if there's money on the table. So if money affects you or a family member or a business that you're affiliated with, you really shouldn't be voting on it. And under certain circumstances, it actually can be criminal. It can be a misdemeanor to knowingly violate these. Also, don't accept gifts. If someone offers you a trip, don't accept it. You can accept gifts from family member and friends for personal reasons, and you can accept gifts for trivial amount of value less than $50. But don't, and this actually goes for city staff as well. Don't accept gifts from the public. It's a bad look under the best of circumstances, and it's unlawful and even criminal under the worst of circumstances. Any questions?
Yeah, just wanted to go back to executive session really quickly.
Yeah.
I went to a good government training, and they indicated, and I just wanted to verify and also make it known to everybody here that you can add an executive session during a meeting if there's something comes up that you don't want to discuss in public. You can say, hey, we want to amend the agenda to add an executive session, and you could even go immediately into executive session. At least that's how I understood that training. Is that accurate?
It would have to be an emergency because executive session has to be posted within 12 hours at the latest of the meeting, so.
Okay, I was under the impression that because you can't take action in executive session anyway.
There's still requirements on that, so I'm not sure.
So my knee-jerk reaction, and I can look into that because that's a good question, is that you can amend the agenda less than 48 hours prior to a meeting, but you can't take action on it. So if you were going to amend the agenda to include an executive session, that would be an action. Now, if it's an emergency, you can.
Okay.
And so, but that's just I mean, I'll look into that because that's a fair question. I've never actually seen that happen where there's like, we need to have a confidential conversation about this immediately.
Right.
I think if that did happen, you probably would have a good argument. So
What constitutes an emergency?
that's a pretty broad
Okay.
question.
We got all
There's a definition for it. It's usually like substantial and immediate risk to life, liberty, or property. I mean, and I'm not trying to quote the due process clause, damages to property. But it can be broader than that. It's a pretty broad definition.
Okay, everybody, oh, got another?
No.
No, okay.
All right, thanks, everyone.
You're good, thanks. We're gonna move on to Sarah. I'm not trying to be rude, but I know it's gonna be a long day, so I'm gonna try and
Be
keep us
rude as you
on
want.
track, 'cause
Be rude, girl.
I'm gonna go get the hammer then.
Thanks,
If
Prince.
somebody
Yeah.
bring me the gavel.
All right, we're going to move on to a strategic plan and how it drives budgeting. Strategic planning is very crucial for the budgeting process to be effective and for us to plan for the city. I wanted to throw out a few key words out there that I just want to get in your mind for the day. And then after that, kind of go through the what it is like without strategic planning and how the budgeting process was before, and then now how it's changed and the importance of it. So the first one I want to throw out there is transparency. That's, I wouldn't say a new buzzword, but it's been around for a good 20 years now. So, but transparency from a financial standpoint and from a citizen standpoint and from your guys' standpoint is super critical and super important. So one thing when I first got here, that was my main thing, is to get everything transparent from a budgeting standpoint. So we do have a ClearGov that's out there that we put all of our information out there, our budget and everything like that. So that's one key word that, as you're thinking about this, that to me is a very big thing for the transparency of the strategic planning that goes right into budgeting, that goes right into the reporting of everything. It all ties together. And then the next one I want to mention is adaptability. The budgets that we do at the city have to be adaptable. And to the changes of economic changes, the unforeseen expenses that come up year to year. And a good one I want to give an example is we just got done with the legislative at the state, and House Bill 967 was passed. And what that did is it changes $2 million of liquor funds that used to go to cities is now directed to the Idaho State Patrol. We lose that money now, not all of it, but we don't know how that's going to affect our budget this year. That just closed last week, and this goes into our budgeting process. That we get 330,000 of liquor funds. Is that going to be 100,000? Is that going to be 5,000? We don't know yet how it's going to affect us. So that's one thing that as a city, we have to always be, even though we're doing strategic planning, we also have adaptability within this as it goes through the year. The next one is risk mitigation. Is the being able to prepare and for emergencies and whatnot for in the budgeting process. We as a city back in 2018 adopted our financial policies that have our reserve and fund balances. So I feel that as a city, we've done a really good job when we adopted all those. So from a strategic planning standpoint, we are in a good place from our reserves and our funds. The next one I wanted to mention is, of course, this is always in all of our minds, is citizen engagement with the budgeting process. A lot of this is done in our master planning. We have a great citizen engagement in that, but that also then goes into our budgeting and is always getting that citizen feedback. The last one I wanted to mention and to do is strategic alignment. So we really try to align our budgets with strategic goals. And that is the whole goal of doing today, is that strategic planning to then go right into our budgeting process. So before we had strategic plans, our first one was adopted back in 2018, coincidentally, right when I was getting here. So when I first came here, we already had one. So it made my process that I've done always with strategic planning. Before that, the way it works is that we didn't have a 5-year plan. We just did a year to year. So during our budgeting process, we all got together before I even started my process, before we all started our process. And we sat down as a council and did a half-day workshop, maybe a day workshop, and went through that current snip of what was important at that snip in time. The problem with that is, with a budgeting process, is that you guys change. So every 2 years, we might as staff go here. 2 years later, now we're going here. 2 years later, we're going back over here. So from a staff standpoint, that makes it almost impossible. If you ask any of the staff, they go from here to here, all of a sudden we need more police, but oh, nope, now we need more of this. So it's always changing like this. So strategic planning allows you guys, us, and the city as a whole to really drive our consistency, our budgeting process. So one thing that did change once we went to the once we adopted strategic planning is that upfront, we didn't do a whole lot of engagement from the budgeting process in the very, very front, like right now. Because we already had a plan. We already knew we're going to do this master plan, this master plan, this master plan that gets put into the budget. And then we bring that budget to you, that everything that's in there should be aligned back to the strategic plan. So your guys' questions are, where is this in the strategic plan? That to me should be your Bible. That is what you guys are going off of. Anyways, that's just the budgeting process, how it is, to me, super important for this today, is thinking about how this is going to impact our budget this year, next year, the next, till 31 or many, many years down the road. And as we start checking those things off as we do them, then it shifts. And one thing also, we all know, we only have a certain amount of money. So yes, all those things on the strategic plan, they might all be there. It doesn't mean we're going to fully fund every single one of them every single year. So we know that too, is like that we only still have a pot of money as we're getting to it. We've only funded 1, 2, and 3, this year. And then next year we're going to, move on to the next one. So that was my main, I guess, trying to stress how important this process is in with the budgeting process. And then your guys' role too, is that always hold us accountable. If you see something in the budget that comes up, where is this in the strategic plan? I don't see it in there. Now minor, minute things might not be in the strategic plan, but let's say a drone from police, that's not going to be in the strategic plan, but it should lead back to something that's in the strategic plan. So other than that, I do want to also go over, and the budget calendar for next year is going to be on your agenda for next week. And I want to go through that, and it's going to be posted, and I want to look at that because I do have some changes that we're going to have that I'm going to propose. And then I want you guys to give feedback at the next meeting. I'm going to hand it out now so that we can go. You guys all have my phone. Thank you.
So it will be on the agenda next week.
Yes, yep.
Pretty colors.
Is that, today's the 8th, that the 15th?
Yes, it is. Yep. So the main thing that I really want to talk about at the next meeting, and this isn't strategic planning, so I don't want to get the weeds today, is really the structure of the budget. In the past, we've held them all at actual council meetings. And many places that I see, and I've been, that we actually have special meetings that are held with budget meetings. We don't have them at the actual council meetings themselves. That's just the structure that was when I got here, and it's just been held that way. So just thinking about that, is that maybe doing a half-day budget workshop versus, then the reason why is because this, when we start trying to do it at different council meetings, it really backs up. And it goes really back into June even to be able to cover all the different areas that we really want to cover for you guys. So, and like an example of like this legislature that just went through, that we still don't even know how it's going to affect us. So how can we even prepare a budget or even give it to you guys yet without even knowing how it's going to affect us? So we need the time internally to be able to get all the stuff in place, and we don't, before we give you guys a full balanced budget. Other than that, I don't have anything else. I don't think getting into the weeds today of all the different things, unless there's anything else that you think of that we want to cover.
No, I hope they heard the one thing you said about don't let a restricted budget negatively impact your strategic planning or your visioning. Put your ideas out there, build your priorities, just recognize that there might not be as much money as you had hoped to go towards it, because your next decision then is, well, these are our initiatives. Here's the amount of money we have. How do we want to divide that up to put some money towards each of these initiatives? So, I mean, we all know we can't do $70 million worth of road improvements, right? But you can identify in your strategic planning some of your priority goals and initiatives, and then budget's gonna help you understand, well, maybe you can only do this small section in this year and you do a bigger section next year, but don't let the restriction of the budget, negatively affect your vision work. we'll figure out how, it's just, the budget's gonna restrict what it restricts.
Yep.
Anything else that any of the other directors can think of in relationship with budget? We just, some of this high level stuff, we just wanted to set the stage for you before we like dive into all the details.
So I just do have a comment. So you said that it's hard to do the budget when we have a lot of house bills changing and we don't know what the income is gonna be, so to speak. I think from a counselor perspective, at least my personal is, I'd still like to see a framework, I guess, even if, you know, there's a caveat that with a big stamp that says, okay, this is what we think is gonna happen, but we may have some drastic changes in different areas. Because then at least we can start to digest a lot of the stuff that probably won't change. There are certain things that year after year have to stay relatively steady. But I think that might help the council come more prepared to at least give us the things that don't shift that much. And then, you know, just star a lot of the ones that, you know, we're hoping to follow through on the last initiative from whenever. Does that make sense?
So you're wanting like a pre-budget.
I guess in some ways it helps us prepare to see a best guess, so then we can have more questions. So then when your actual budget comes out, we have better questions for you. Does that make sense?
So just going through the budgeting process, how it works is that we launch it in basically in February, the end of February, beginning of April, or sorry, March. And then every one of the directors is working with their supervisors and managers to get their budgets in. Once that's all done, then I have to accumulate all of it. That has to be done before I can even get anything that even gets to a bottom number, and that takes months to do. So,
Okay.
so as the legislature is going through it, we're doing all this right now. They are all due on Friday to me. So I don't even start accumulating that. I do behind the scenes because I'm pushing them all, so I can get in there and I'm grabbing what I can. But that does take time. I mean, I can't just do it overnight. I've been have to. So it does take time, and we do.
So I guess maybe what I'm asking for something that's more informal, in the sense of, maybe we're just given, you know, more information. Okay, you know, all the budgets from the different departments are due. So we.
Okay, and that's what we're doing next week. This is gonna be in your
Okay,
packet.
so
and that's
that'll
what
all
we're-
come to us next.
we're-
Okay.
Well, the budget
ahead of myself.
calendar. Yeah, the budget calendar will be in there next week, and we
Mm-hmm.
can discuss this, and we can go through kind of the process. And then if you guys have changes, you want, let's say, workshops, I can adjust
Okay,
that in that, and we'll go through all that detail. And then, yes, I think this is an evolving thing with you guys, because this is just from what happened last year. We want to make this as best as it is for you and for us, and just so you guys know our time constraints too, because it's a big budget. We're talking $50 million. It doesn't happen overnight, you know, and so.
Sarah, I think one thing that might be helpful is, first of all, they can always look, they should be looking at, studying and knowing this year's budget.
Yep.
And maybe what I'm hearing then is if there's gonna be a significant move around of money that you see coming, tip them off to that.
Okay.
If next year's budget in some area is gonna look drastically different from this year's, just tell them where that might look different.
That would be perfect at next meeting.
Excellent.
Because I do got some of those. I got 20 million that we're doing
Excellent,
for
because
this.
they have a framework to look at,
Yeah.
that's this year's
Right, I
budget.
guess
Yep.
that's kind of what I'm looking
Okay.
for, is to know how we're gonna have to do that. And then I think what it is for me is, I was here when we did year to year. So the presentation was much different because there wasn't a 5-year plan of stuff going on. So there was a lot more time spent in the weeds of almost working with the department heads on some level of getting that all together before it rose to your level. And I think, I don't know, does that make sense? Because it was that year to year thing.
That was like 8-10 years ago. Yeah, I can imagine that would be, but the problem though that you
I'm
guys
not
get-
saying I want to do that.
Yeah, no, the problem with you guys then is you guys get everybody as their own advocate for themselves. And all you're then doing is you're hearing that me and my, which, cause that's nature. I'm here to go, nope,
Yep.
strategic plan, you guys. We're
Sure.
we're doing this and then here you go, you guys, so that's it. And so we can incorporate more of that, I guess. We can figure out how that works and maybe think of that for next week of ideas like that.
I think that if they have individual agenda discussion points, maybe that are going to make a big change or move money around significantly from what this year's budget looks like to next year's, those need to be discussed as a whole from the dais. And we can identify when we're gonna have an agenda item for that discussion, so that you're aware of it early. And you have an understanding from the rest of the council, whether this is a singular council member's desire or the rest of council has some consensus to look at this. You need it early,
Yep.
they need it early. So
Yep.
what I put here is give council early notice of big changes in the budget.
Yep.
And then we'll add council to discuss. With the last 5 minutes, can you do one thing on adaptability? Can you just in a nutshell explain the difference between moving money around from line items in the existing budget versus the threshold of when we need to reopen a budget?
Okay. So moving money around within the budget, let's say Jason, they decide that they are going to do, and this is, let's say rec fund. We are going to be doing X program versus this program. That might move needing to rent something somewhere versus actually using our own fields. That would be just money movement within the budget. We don't need to open budget up for that. That's within the control because you guys have already given him authorization or us authorization to spend that money. Now, let's say that he decides that, or it would be actually coming to you probably beginning of before this, but let's say that he wants to expand and do 20 new things and we need $200,000 more of budget. We have revenue coming in, and of course, it's all driven off of revenue. For that, we would need to open up that budget if the if it's going to be a significant amount over the entire amount of budget. So let's just,
Since James E. Russell makes twice as much money as anybody thought it was going to, and there's revenue there that wasn't projected.
Yes.
That he wants to spend on whatever.
yes, then we would need to open, if he's gonna spend it this year, a lot of times what happens when we have revenue that's over like that is that we're not immediately going to spend it. We actually will spend it in the next year. So we'll just budget it into the next year. So a lot, that very rarely happens where it's like, oh, we gotta go spend it right now. Very rarely does that happen, but it could. Another good one is, a good example is a lot tax. Let's say that, personally, I'm a conservative budgeter, because that's healthy for a finance person to be conservative. I will not put that into a budget unless it's actually passed. Or if it's something that needs to be passed by you guys, that will not go into the budget until it's passed. Once it's passed, let's say in November it passes, we would open up the budget to now incorporate all that revenue and all those expenses. So that would be to me a perfect example of opening a budget for something.
So even if the money's within the Parks and Rec department, it has over a certain threshold, it has to be opened back up.
Yes.
Even if it's within the.
So,
If you have more revenue than you anticipate,
Yes.
that you want to spend in the same budget. year.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that is really from Idaho State Code, that is 100% general fund. So if, let's say we have $20 million budgeted for general fund, and within the general fund, we have some budget savings over here that we're gonna now move over here and spend over here, we wouldn't open it for that. But if we were gonna go to 21 million, then yes, we would need to.
Okay.
Now, a perfect example when we didn't have to was when we were doing the JER facility. One year we didn't, we had budgeted, and I'll just throw out numbers, $4 million to do that, to build that. And we only spent 3 in 1 year. And then the next year we actually went over our budget because it was a timing difference. We did not open that budget that year. The reason why is because it was a one, beginning cash. We already had that cash on hand. And two, I work with the auditor saying, do we really need to for this? Because it truly isn't like we're getting more revenue.
Right.
We're not, it's so we didn't open it for that.
Okay.
That was one time, but it is in our financials. There's a note in our financials saying that we were over budget in that area.
Okay, perfect.
So.
Well, in that case, though, it was over budget for year 2, but
But
the
not-
overall
yes.
budget did not
Correct.
exceed budget because we just didn't
Yep.
do as much in year 1 as we did in year 2. as we
Correct.
thought we would.
Yep. And it just became a note in the financials for financial readers. If they saw that and they'd be, why are we over budget? Well, there's a note and saying why we were.
Okay.
And I'd like to add the comment that revenue was a donation, a private
yes.
donation to the city, so it was not taxpayer dollar.
All right, I think that is perfect time to take until 10:30. Okay.
Man,
Okay.
a couple. So this day is fluid, right? We have an agenda, but a couple things came up at the break I want to follow up on. And Joel knows this, or I think he does.
He's right there.
Oh, good. We talked about your ability to have conversations when you're not on the dais about legislative actions. But what I want to make clear is you should not have conversations with each other. So that purpose of that discussion was you can have conversations with the public. The reason is you're required by Idaho code to conduct all of your deliberations regarding an action item at the dais. The definition of deliberation is any discussion that you have with each other that helps you come to your ultimate conclusion or vote. So you can't have those conversations with each other when you're not on the dais and risk the fact that that gets considered a deliberation because it meets the definition of a deliberation. So I wanted to kind of parse those conversations out from your ability to have conversations with public. Any questions on that? Okay. Second, and kind of setting the stage for moving into your actual strategic planning. Your current strategic plan is set up a little bit weird to me. And we can either stick with it or we can do something different. You have your 5 pillars and we've organized the day by the 5 pillars. But then when you go into the initiatives, the priority initiatives, they're not really clear which pillar they apply to. And some of them overlap and some of them are duplicative. So as I get information from you today and we're putting it on the papers and Zach's taking good notes for me and all the things that we're doing, I may restructure this a little bit when you get your final product, if that's okay with you, to really have the initiatives under the pillar that they're referencing. And if they're duplicative, I'll identify that in the strategic plan. Are you guys okay with that?
Alma, thank you. And I hate these little boxes. I'd rather see a check mark or an X and not just this weird.
Oh, yeah, I
box
can't
thing.
even use that, yeah.
Okay.
You said initiative or priorities, the same thing?
So initiatives.
I'm not
which
seeing the
start
initiative.
in your strategic plan with housing diversity.
Oh, those things. Okay, sorry.
If you notice, they don't clearly tell you which of these pillars they fall under.
Okay, gotcha.
So I think we want to work today towards really our pillars and then what do we want to see happen under each of those pillars. So for instance, your responsive government pillar in the definition, what it looks like on this page says what was important was citizen engagement, reliable infrastructure, efficient services, resource stewardship, and high citizen satisfaction. So first and foremost from council, do these 5 goals, if you will, are they so valuable to you? Do you have any ideas on making changes to this? Do you want to just have open dialogue as your staff comes forward and I can tweak this based on your input that you give at a later date, or do you have any strong feelings about these? Yes, Joel.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the high citizen satisfaction and being on council for 8 years. How do you benchmark that, right? I mean, it seems so subjective and it seems, especially where you live, whether it's North Idaho, seems a little bit more special in that area, where it just seems no matter what the city does, no matter which government's in place, everything the city does, they just read a headline and nobody's happy. So how do we know when we have a high citizen satisfaction?
That's a great question. Any other council have comments or?
Like, is that necessary? Like, we want that, and I understand that. I'm not saying we should take it out, but I don't feel like we have a good way to gauge that. Because in my personal experience, it seems like everybody's just grumpy all the time.
Do you?
That's okay for the public record. It's just like.
Do you feel like maybe if you have high quality citizen engagement and you focus on making sure you have reliable infrastructure and efficient services and resource stewardship, that should result in high.
Right,
citizen
so almost
satisfaction.
like that should be gone and be like, if the city is focusing on those things, then you could trust that whether people's feelings are one way or another, that the citizens themselves, whether they know it or not, are getting a good product.
I love you bringing this up also because one of the things you want to be mindful of today is your goals should be measurable, achievable, attainable, and specific. And I said those out of order. They're
That's,
smart
and
goals.
that's
goals.
an outcome, it's not
Yeah.
a goal.
Right.
So
So-
it doesn't make sense.
Do I hear a general
Yeah.
consensus that maybe we could cross this off? But really maintain our focus on these four above?
Because it's the result of the four above.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. So with this framework, with the start of responsive government, Cheryl has a presentation and she's going to start the discussion about, really it's around efficient services, but it goes beyond that. And then I'll let her give her presentation and then we'll dialogue.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yes.
If we're talking about this page right here, I was reading this particular one. And this is kind of nitpicky, but there is one thing that struck me. It said, we're forward thinking and known for effective citizen engagement, et cetera, et cetera. That kind of makes it sound like we think the job is complete and we don't need to do anything. So I would like to, if we're going to keep that the way that's phrased, I'd like to change that and known and change it to and strive for these things.
Or would like to be
We
known.
strive for effective citizen
Yeah.
engagement, reliable. Okay.
Rather
Yeah, very
than,
significant.
oh, we're known for it. It's
Yeah.
like, no,
Very-
this is the things we want to accomplish.
Right, that's good.
Or
Or
what
we
does
would
that
like
feel?
to be known for that.
We strive
Yeah,
for.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Good comment. And I would say, if I hear you correctly, it's we strive for effective citizen engagement. We eliminate the forward.
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah.
Okay.
Basically just remove the word known and replace it with strive.
But you're saying keep we're forward thinking.
Oh, keep.
Yeah,
we're-
keep
oh,
all of that except for the
okay.
word known.
We
Sorry,
want to be forward thinking.
some of these notes will just remind me later. And if I get to a point where I can't spell a word entirely, just know I'm gonna do what my old law school professor did, which was when he got there, he would write the word on the whiteboard and we got to the next point, he didn't know the letter, he just put a period. So nobody gets to make.
I could
fun of
add
me.
it for you.
That's what I was trying to tell my teachers throughout high school.
That they made it look like something.
Yes.
Eventually, if we have like priorities or ideas to under responsive government, we're gonna come back to that later
Yeah.
today.
Well, we're gonna come back, we're gonna do all of responsive government right now. So when Cheryl finishes her presentation and we kind of unpack some of the information she has, then if there's anything else that you want to talk about in relationship to responsive government and where it fits, we'll talk about it then. Got it?
If I have a really good idea, that's when we talk about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or if you're just eager to say it, just blurt it out, whatever. This is your.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
Just remember, I got this.
Right.
All right, Cheryl, the show is yours.
Okay, so we're gonna start just doing a quick overview of our organizational structure as it sits right now. And this is going to then tie into the efficient optimizing operations presentation that I'll be giving as well within the strategic plan. So of course, we have mayor, we have council, we have the contract city attorney. Then you have under city council, you have the citizen advisory boards. And then you have urban renewal that connects off of the council as well. You go down to all of the city departments and you have your central services, which is city clerk. The city clerk division includes risk management, records management, mayor support, communications, business alcohol, catering, permit licensing, event permitting. Risk management is also handled in a couple other areas as well. But it is, the home base is with city clerk. Then you have the contracts, grants, procurement division. Obviously contracts, procurement and grant compliance. You have the HR division and you have the IT division. Then you go over to finance and you have the finance operations, you have accounting, budgeting, you have investments, payroll, utility billing. Police department, you have police department, that speaks for itself, same with fire department. You have a public works department with an engineering division that has engineering and capital projects. Our engineer is a contract city engineer at the moment. Then you have your streets division that has street maintenance. And you have your utilities division that has your water treatment, your water distribution, your wastewater treatment, your wastewater collection. You have your stormwater, fiber infrastructure, and solid waste is all part of public works as well. You go over to community planning and development, and that department has the building division, which includes your building official. It includes your building inspection and your permitting. You go down, you have Parks and Rec division, that's your parks planning and development, your parks and city facility maintenance. You have your recreation programming and your recreation and facility management. You then have your planning division. That's your short-term and long-term planning, your development impact fee management, and your art, culture, and historic preservation resides in that division as well. So that is a quick overview. I did not print a copy of this for each one of you. I could send it electronically. It's also on our website, but it might be easier if I just sent it electronically.
Yeah, if you go to the maps page, it's right
If
there.
you Go to the mass page, it's there. It's also on our intranet as well.
We're trying to fix.
So,
Cheryl, was this org chart adopted by council?
yes, yes. It was, last revised in August, 2024.
Thank you.
August 27, 2024. Okay, so I'm gonna just continue on with the presentation. So for central services, we're gonna touch on a couple areas of the current strategic plan. I'm just gonna start with the mission of central services. Here at the city, central services is trying to provide efficient, innovative, and responsive services to support the operations of the city and our diverse community. Through our divisions of information technology, human resources, grants, contract procurement, and city clerk risk management, we're committed to fostering a seamless, transparent, and effective local government. We strive to leverage technology, optimize resources, ensure compliance, and minimize our risks. Our work is dedicated to enhancing public service, supporting city departments, and contributing to the vibrant, thriving community for all of Sandpoint stakeholders to enjoy. I then go through goals of the department and the divisions. In the sake of time, I've printed this out, this presentation out for each of you. So I'm not going to go through all of those goals. You can review them at your leisure. I'm going to go right into the strategic plan pillar of responsive government and optimizing city operations. So part of optimizing city operations is understanding our operations and how our city is functioning, how our city is operating. And so I am recommending adding a goal within responsive government because it is measurable, it's attainable. It's a conducting and completing an efficiency study. That was part of the budget. It got approved in budget this year. I have drafted an RFP for that already, but I'm going to go through some education and the scope of study that is included in the RFP that's been drafted. And then I just ask that there's consideration to including this in the strategic plan because there is a great value in understanding our organization as it fits today. And Sarah, finance director, will be going over when she speaks what the organization has grown to. So what is an efficiency study? It evaluates your resources, your structure, your organization structure, I'll say, your staffing, your equipment, your facilities, and your budgets. It evaluates processes and operations, including seasonal needs. We have, park maintenance has a higher seasonal need, in the summer. And in the winter, it's in our streets. So, it is also, and that's same with police, might be, heavier in the summer, because of all the tourism. So it's gonna incorporate that evaluation as well. What is the value of an efficiency study? It's for budgeting and decision-making. It justifies funding needs or changes, whether that be hiring staff, investing in equipment, investing in our facilities. For instance, the shop. Should the shop be evaluated for our fleet maintenance? Does it make sense to have police use outside facilities for their fleet maintenance? Would it make more sense to bring in another fleet mechanic and creating an area at the shop that can accommodate that? So that is evaluating the efficiency of our operations as we run today. There could be hybrid models between contracts, which we currently do, contracts and staff, but it's going to evaluate staffing levels at all in every division, in every department. It is going to the value also better use of tax and ratepayer funds, not just taxpayer funds, but ratepayers as well, and provides transparency and accountability to the public. Process improvements is a value. It's a greater resource efficiency. It's going to help us identify where we can be more efficient. It evaluates over and understaffing and inefficient workflows. It's going to evaluate the workflows and provide recommendations where we might have too many staff in some areas and not enough in other areas, and make recommendations. And that doesn't mean if it comes back that we're short 20 employees in street maintenance. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that that is the case. But if that were to be part of the report, well, then we use that for budgeting decision-making. Doesn't mean we're going to hire 20 people next budget year. That's not realistic. But then we know where we need to be moving towards. So that's a value for budgeting. Also, it uses clear comparables and measurable performance data. It supports long-term planning. Population growth is considered. Infrastructure needs are considered. Budget constraints are considered. This is all valuable and all considered. So the scope of the study that's within the RFP that I had developed, it would complete review of current operations and service levels, and including collecting of data through interviews and surveys of staff, department heads, potentially council as well, and visiting the facilities to get an understanding of what we have to work with. It incorporates internal stakeholder engagement process that provides input from all the departments. It performs an organizational assessment, including service levels, equipment, staffing, facilities citywide. It's gonna, it may also include a public safety operational plan for police and fire. The last fire operations plan that was done was while we had the JPA. We don't have the JPA anymore. So that plan should be updated. Police hasn't had a master or operations plan.
Don't steal their thunder.
I don't know when. Sure it will.
I can go home early now.
We go into that. But part of the efficiency study might include that as well, the public safety. Benchmarking the city's approach compared to similar municipalities and industry standards. So how many police officers per 1,000, or how many parks maintenance staff per acre of parklands. It's going to develop recommendations for what could be contracted what could be in-house, what could be a hybrid approach, and identifying technology opportunity to improve service delivery and efficiencies. So that is the scope of the efficiency study and the recommendation to include this in the strategic plan for optimizing operations, which then ties into, again, evaluating our structure. So are there any questions for that part? Yes.
Yeah, how much does something like this cost, right? And what did we budget that for?
So, the cost.
40, right? Yeah.
It's
So-
not gonna be enough.
The
so-
scope she just described is probably closer to 100.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I guess for
How much?
the public, so one of the pushbacks is like people that aren't involved in the day-to-day city government, like they see that number and their minds are blown. And you always hear like, oh, governments are wasting money. Here's another study, here's another thing. Could you confidently say that these studies, what we get out of it exceeds far more than the 100,000?
I do. I'll just say.
Does that make sense?
It
Okay.
completely makes sense. I did an efficiency asset management study in a previous organization that I was with. It helped drive decision-making for budgeting. It helped identify where we could be more efficient in contracting or the hybrid model. The hybrid model is a great model. And it essentially provided better service, but it also helps staff. I do believe that there is great value, especially where we're at right now in Sandpoint and the growth and in order to know where we need to be, we need to know where we are and where we should be and going that direction. It's not going to happen overnight because it might come back that we need, to improve facilities. We need to increase staffing levels. We don't know what it's going to say. We need to replace equipment. So it's not something that can happen overnight or even next budget year, but it gives council and the department heads direction and where we should be going. And
You might want to also consider whether or not you think there's value in that evaluation being completed by an objective, neutral, independent. One, you don't have a city administrator, you don't have that person that's bridging the gap right now across all departments anyways. And you have, we're all human, every department's gonna come in with their own agenda and kind of human analysis and want to try to protect their people and protect their budgets. That objective neutral person has no stake in any of that.
So you would say comfortably that the 100, like what we save in the long run exceeds the 100,000 or so that we would spend on this study.
yes, and we would do an RFP
Yeah.
so that we would know what the cost is. We're estimating the cost right now, and that includes the public safety operations plans, it could be less. It is an unknown, the number, but it is definitely going to be greater than
But
40,000.
my point is that what we get out of it, you're comfortable that it exceeds what we pay into.
I believe it does.
Not just financially, but.
Yes,
One potential example that might help, our shop, it's over, kind of by the airport, and we have our utilities, our water distribution, sewer collection, and our streets operating out of that facility. We are growing, not just our population's growing, but we're having conversations, and we'll talk about it later, about growing a stormwater utility. So we're potentially talking about adding staff to that area. If we physically outgrow that shop, we'll have to think about where we are putting those folks as an additional shop. Is it in addition to that shop? Are we totally going to relocate? And the cost of construction and real estate is only going to go up. So if you can identify that early, you can plan for it. So a lot of this is helping us plan for our future too and look ahead, and that's where you'll see efficiency.
Okay, awesome.
And that's a significant goal, is being able to use this for future planning. It is not a short-term fix. It's not short-term, you know, this like, you know, money just falling out of the air, being able to fund what the study brings back. But it is definitely going to be valuable in, going forward in the future and the decision-making.
Great, thank you.
How many years? How many years do we think? Is it like 10 years or you would do it again? Or is it kind of?
You know,
At least 5 minimum,
5
if not
to
10.
So every
Yeah.
5 years, we're kind of looking at spending money to do
No,
this.
once the
No.
initial, we've never done one. So once the initial's complete, then it's just a review and update.
It's just an
Okay.
update. Yeah, so exactly, this has not been done here. So I think this would be extremely beneficial.
So my comment would be, objective third-party outsider, get that piece. When they do these types of studies, is it very specific to Sandpoint as Sandpoint? Because a lot of times there's broad comparisons made to another small town of the same size. But we're very unique in how we operate, and so, you know, sometimes my feeling is, well, that's great, but you benchmarked us against somebody who has the same population,
Yeah.
but not really the same kind of needs. And so that would be probably my greatest concern, is that it really looks at what Sandpoint
Sandpoint.
has to deal with, because a town of the same size might not have a doubling population for the summer months that police has to deal with, and fire has to deal with, and even streets for that matter has to deal with, and sewer. So that's, yeah.
Yes, and that is completely valid. So when they do these comparables, it's comparing similar municipalities. And I can even, and it talks about in the RFP that I drafted, talking about seasonal needs and making sure that that gets evaluated. But I can even add some language into the RFP that further defines comparable cities, not just by population, but including the Sandpoint culture, the Sandpoint, you know, stakeholders, which includes the visitors, the businesses, you know, what Sandpoint is. So I can expand that a little bit more to make sure that that's clear, that we are not just looking at population size.
I think an important point on that is that, you know, when you compare cities of comparable population, they're not comparing to cities that are suburbs of a bigger city, right? We're kind of a service center for a county of what, 50,000, whereas if you were to compare us to a 10,000 person suburb of Boise, they don't have the same obligations to a bigger population, because the people in the surrounding areas would go to Boise for their services.
Yes,
I think that's a real important point. You are,
that's great.
you are an isolated full service city.
Yeah.
You don't have structure around you supporting you. You're not even, I mean, Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene can even rely on each other, but I think that's a
Yeah.
valid point to make real
That
clear
is-
to any.
Yes,
So what was the 40,000 I heard 40,000
That was-
so the
that-
budget is.
that's what the budget was, for an efficiency study that, previous counselor Howard
That's great.
had brought
Yeah, Rick brought that up.
up, and as we thought about this further and thought it through,
And define what an efficiency study could do.
yes. And the benefit of doing a true efficiency study rather than just focusing on utilities, streets and IT. We should be looking at our entire organization. What is the structure? You know, evaluate that, evaluate the staffing levels, evaluate our equipment. You know, and it'll come up with like replacement programs, and you know, how often should we be replacing equipment, not just the fleet equipment, but your facility equipment as well.
So Cheryl, do you think that the efficiency study could start, I mean, it's a measurable, actionable
Yes.
next step that could speak towards our stewardship of resources
Yes,
as well as the, providing our services and probably even a little bit into infrastructure, really
Correct.
more into public works and planning that will touch that, but do you believe the efficiency study could speak into both of these goals?
correct. Absolutely. And into other pillars,
Yes.
not even just
Great.
responsive government. I
Yeah.
mean, it's gonna bleed into your other pillars as well. So,
A comment along Joel's line is another study. What if everything it shows is nothing we can do anything about or change or don't have the money to? Then again, it's another survey, another, whatever it's called.
this one is a little bit different because it is how we operate. It is no, like I said, if they come back and say we need 20 street maintenance, we're not gonna be able to hire 20
Right,
people.
but we've already
here.
paid.
But we know which direction we need to be moving in for
Priorities.
budgeting.
Priorities.
Establishing priorities.
I think step one, though, it can help you reorganize within your existing budget and your existing resources.
Yes.
So it can give you real clear direction on maybe which departments are heavy and which departments are light, that don't add any dollars to your budget, but help you most efficiently use what you already
Yes.
have.
And so that is in the RFP that
Yes.
is the focus.
That's step one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do that. They evaluate all the departments and how the resources are being utilized today.
And I think that's a really good question for the public and for you as the electeds to be able to answer back to your
Right,
constituents.
because it sounds like just another one of those studies.
It does.
It
It
doesn't
does.
go anywhere.
Yeah.
The point of utilizing the independent consultant is, again, it's that objective evaluation, because humans inside the four walls, including all of you, just come with all of your biases and agendas.
Yeah.
And I also want, go ahead. I also want to point out that in 2029, SURA is going away. That's going to be a huge influx of money coming into the city that if we don't have something like this, everybody is going to be asking and wanting, and that's just, again, going back to, that's just because that's the way it goes. This is gonna help you guys make a decision on where we're going to put that, and not necessarily this year, but again, in the future, because that's gonna come in a couple of years.
And a timeline on that being finished, is that? part of
Okay,
it?
so,
I can maybe help with that. You're budgeted in this budget year for 40,000. So your discussion point moving forward will be whether or not you want to bridge the project across 2 budget years so that you can use budget this year and then allocate budget from next year. So really you'd only have to find 20,000 then, because if you leave it the same, 40,000 for this year, 40,000 for next year, you'd find another 20. So if you as a council decide this is like within 1 year, we want to see this completed, I think you could, if Sarah's giving me the nod, so you could cross over 2 budget years in order to find.
Yeah. 'cause
and
that's
I actually,
time on it.
and I have the RFP
Okay.
pretty much ready. So, if it gets approved in budget, if this becomes a priority and it's approved in budget for the balance of what we're estimating it to be, and maybe it'll be less. I don't know at this point, then I can release that RFP immediately. And these type of studies typically take about 3 months.
So I had a comment here. So my comment would also be is that we do no longer have a city administrator and we have a part-time mayor. So a lot of these things that may have been looked at and observed by someone who was here 40+ hours a week are now falling through the cracks. And again, we have, not that the department heads are me, but they are going to do their best to support their independent departments. And I know that things like, policy and other things are, and not fault by yours, but just there's so many things that kind of fall through the cracks right now because we don't have someone here as much as we used to drive some of these decisions and look at the bigger, broader picture. So as we are functioning without that position, I think that I don't know if staff agrees or not, but this could be something that would be very helpful for them. So.
Another question I would have before we move on to what Sarah and Cheryl are going to talk about jointly, what we'll do is adjust the schedule a little to take this to 11:15 and then give Jason and Holly their next conversation 45 minutes. So just be mindful of time, but is whether or not it's a priority for you to revisit the org chart, or whether or not this exercise could be sort of information to you to help guide the conversation regarding the org chart. So
Do you mean by that, do we X this, go to city administrator?
no,
Okay.
I mean, do any of you have a desire to revisit the org chart since it was presented to you today? Or would you like to revisit looking at the org chart after you get information from a study like this?
So I think that I would like to revisit the org chart from the standpoint of it doesn't really reflect the new policy that we adopted. So I think that if we were going to stick with that org chart, there needs to be another line of color that actually is like an informational line where the council's directly connected to the directors for that exchange of information, where so it's a top down, bottom up exchanging of communication. Because I'm a very visual person, and in that chart it reflects how we used to be previous to that policy. So does that make sense to everybody? What I'm talking about, how it doesn't have to be on the same line, but we might have our own color that is then in the key that says, you know, informational, legislative only. And, you know, the mayor's color line says administrative, so that it's very clear how that reflects our policy and it's very visual.
The other thing that's been brought to my attention that you may want to talk about is your city clerk is an appointed position.
So
yet
my
shows-
next point.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, it wasn't you that brought it to my attention, but go ahead.
Okay. So, and then, in a lot of other the city clerk is really independent of,
Well, they're appointed, yes.
they're appointed, and so we have appointees in other departments, and their function is really kind of outside of departments. And so this structure changed when I first came on to council. The city clerk was always independent of another department. And so, you know, they work very closely with legal because they're doing public records requests and different things like that. They also work, you know, with council, we're taking agenda stuff in there on some levels. And so it just feels like kind of clunky to me. And so I don't know if that is something that needs to happen immediately, or if that will become more apparent if we were to move forward with these types of studies. But I was looking at some org charts in a lot of different cities, and the clerk just kind of sits out there independently. They're not pushed into another because their position is very legally tied to state code and different things like that. They can actually have, I don't know, Fonda might be able, or Zach, he's their lawyer today, might be able to explain how there's actual legal repercussions for them not following through on the stated duties of their job as a city clerk. Does that make sense? They have to do it all legally, or there can be
Well, they do.
repercussions
We even have
for
to,
a city clerk.
we bond for them.
Right,
bond for
exactly. I
them.
guess that's what I'm trying to get at, but I don't know all the legalese. So their job is a little bit.
So what are you asking exactly for the city clerk? Making them their own?
Moving them out from under central service.
Gotcha, okay.
Right.
And I think if we did something like that, we would need to remove risk manager from that role, because I do most of the risk manager stuff already, as well as it's within HR. So risk manager kind of crosses over. So
And I think right now the conversation really is just based on what you've heard. Does council want to at some point take a look at the org chart and have a discussion about it?
Yeah, I'm fine with doing that.
Yeah.
Cheryl. You and Sarah together.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off, this the workforce productivity.
Oh, here's.
So we're gonna. The priority initiative is continue building a performance-oriented integrated culture with the support of employees who are trained and resilient. So within that, I would recommend that we continue the goal of assessing staffing levels and incorporate efficiency study results for decision-making. I would recommend that we maintain the employee survey goal in order to establish a correct pulse of our culture by conducting a scientific survey that would provide us measurable data. And I recommend that we add a goal in the strategic plan of developing a personnel policy and employee handbook to accomplish the following: providing clear expectations that defines employee roles, responsibilities, and behavior standards, and removes ambiguity about workplace rules and regulations. Ensures legal compliance and aligns policies with current labor laws and regulations, and addresses areas like harassment, discrimination, leave, and safety. Standardizing decision-making by providing consistent procedures for hiring, discipline, promotions, merit increases, reclassifications, and terminations. And I skipped a slide, sorry. Recommend creating another thing that I recommend in workforce productivity is that I recommend creating a city mission statement. We currently don't have a city mission statement. And that we update the core values that are currently listed in the strategic plan. And we post it on the website. That will provide an identity and direction and answers the question why we exist and how we operate. The mission statement explains our purpose as an organization and what we want to achieve. Core values defines our principles and behaviors that will guide how services are delivered and work is completed. The benefits of this is clear direction and focus, assist leaders and staff understanding priorities, and guide strategic planning and daily decision-making.
2 minutes.
Benefit decision-making by providing framework for evaluating options and helps answer the question, does this align with who we are? It improves organizational culture as staff are more motivated when they understand the purpose behind their work, and the employees feel connected to something bigger, especially because when you create core values and a mission statement, you're including staff in that process. And consistency across the organization by aligning departments under shared values, which can strengthen public trust by clearly communicating what we stand for, improves attraction and retention by attracting candidates who align with our organizational values, and helps filter out the candidates that don't align with our culture that we've created. The foundation for policies and performance as it supports development of personnel policies, performance evaluations, and leadership expectations. And as an example, these are just examples. I'm not by any way saying that these are what our core values should be. But if you look at our current strategic plan, what it says core values are, that's not what core values look like. This is more what it looks like, and then it's put into a pretty picture, and it's there's more to it. And so I recommend that we include it in a strategic plan because it is attainable, that we come up with and create a mission statement and core values for our organization.
The core values in your current strategic plan say count on city council, mayor, and staff for high integrity, collaboration, and effective stewardship. That's what it says.
There's a book called Good to Great, where basically it talks specifically about developing core values, mission statement, really getting that cult-like culture within the organization, and those are the ones that are extremely successful.
Yep.
The ones that are all on the same page. So I like that.
I have seen other cities that I looked
It's
at.
very, it is
Mission
industry
statement.
standard. It's very popular. You know, surprised we don't have it, but just because we don't have it, well, why don't we work towards it?
Did I miss, this is what you're actually aiming for, or this is just an example?
Just an example.
Perfect. And who would
You
decide?
actually
Yeah.
put together staff. You start with a committee of all the departments and start with a process of creating a mission statement and core values, and then it gets bigger and employees are part of that whole process.
And who's the final decision maker on accepting? the
It all
program?
comes to council.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, perfect.
It all gets presented to council.
And that's not a cost.
These are the core
Yeah.
values of it.
Very pleasure. So I have just a quick. It would be my impression that we do have personnel policy is our,
We do.
I mean, is our personnel policy just on the weak side right now? Or it's just,
It needs.
it's kind of sloppy
It
and
needs love.
old, 20 years
So,
old?
We are, you know, the goal is to reintroduce,
overhaul.
it needs a major overhaul.
Okay, so my other piece, because I'm thinking of it right now, would be when we're up at the dais and department heads are coming to give us updates and stuff like that, I would love to see updates reflecting our strategic plan sometimes. Hey, you know, I'm a month in, it's going well, not gonna see it for another 6 months. That I think a lot more reflecting back on our strategic plan at the council meetings on a regular basis. How's that connected to the comp plan? How's it connected to the CIPs? I would love to see that in the presentation materials, or even more casually when you guys are coming up to talk about something, if it's appropriate to relate it to this, because then I think instead of this going on a shelf, we're using it, like Sarah says, you are making your budget decisions off this strategic plan. So we are only here one day every other week at a minimum. And so we're not integrated into it. So I think if you guys keep bringing it in front of us, keep reminding us where this is, you guys told us to do this. I think it's going to be very helpful for council efficiency meetings, everything else going forward. So.
Any other
Any questions on that before Sarah takes it over?
I'm not letting you over.
I just wanted, so this is a look back of the staffing. And there was a few caveats of things that were removed out of here for consistency purposes. So JPA, we had a JPA for about 3 years with all their employees as well in fire. So those have been removed out of here because it skews the fire numbers. Also, these are also aligned with our current structure. So in other words, back in the day, building division was actually under public works. It was not under, actually our community planning and development department wasn't even existing 3 years ago. So these have all been aligned to what is currently. So just keep that in mind as well. And also we had, from what I found, I guess I knew this, but I didn't know it, but dispatch and the BBC, they actually were employees that we had here too. So those have been removed out of here as well, because those really aren't part of the structure anymore. And what was the other? Oh, there was a few times that we did some higher heads. For example, my position, I was overlap of about 7 months with the prior finance director. That has been removed because truly that wasn't a new position. That was just and there also was a few in public works that were like that. So those have been removed out of here for consistency purposes to look at what it is. Last but not least, the GIS position initially was underneath, I believe, the planning division, but at the very end, the last several years was actually underneath the clerk's office. So that has been up there underneath central services. So those are just some caveats of different areas. But really, this is put together for you so you can see that the change of our employees, and you can see that where things have increased, nothing is technically decreased besides a few contracts. So legal, for example, used to be on there, and that then went to contract. But a good example of that is that our contracts used to go through legal. So legal used to do all of our contracts. We actually created a position in-house to do that when we went out to do that. So if you have any questions on this at all, there's a lot of behind the scenes that is in here. But this is going to be a good win efficiency study to me. If we end up doing that and go forward with that, this ties directly into that. And it was actually eye-opening for me to actually go back and do this. It was, yes.
That they will use.
So
Yep.
it's possible that the efficiency study might say, wow, since 2004, you've had the same amount of police and fire
Yep.
employees
Yep.
and the population has grown,
Yep, exactly.
maybe almost double and
Your chiefs are hoping. So.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's probably one of the first things that stood out to me. We're just looking at this.
So if you look at the police one, you're gonna see like earlier on, we lose 4 employees.
I saw, yeah. Yeah, I just thought that was, okay,
Yep.
no, that's helpful.
So that's exactly what it is. Yeah, so basically the employee count has increased by about 19% since and count alone has increased by that. So
Are all your notes going to be compiled somehow?
Yeah, I will take.
Biggest notebook ever.
Put it into a document,
Make a move.
similar to what you see. Then you guys will review it. I have no pride of authorship. I want it to say what you want it to say, and we'll go through it, make adjustments.
And Joel's gonna make an AI video.
I am gonna make it. It is
Yeah.
gonna happen.
I love it.
You guys are also free to take pictures of these. That's what we're gonna do at the end of the day for the public record is take pictures of this.
Good, and then, so. Karen, do your part?
yep. Yep.
Hey,
Okay, so we're moving on to
Jason.
Jason and Holly.
Holly, are up.
Hi,
If we
Holly.
go a little bit into lunch, you guys, if we go a little bit into the lunchtime, what we're gonna do is we'll do a working lunch. So you'll grab your food, sit down, and we'll go.
Grab
Sorry,
your food,
you
from-
need,
grab your food,
15 minutes.
grab your food from where?
I
It's not here yet.
Oh, you're bringing,
Here.
oh, you're catering.
Yeah.
They got donuts.
So I'll have her bring in the sandwich.
Oh, you don't go in. We'll go.
Families meeting you. Better now.
Okay.
Those donuts are going next door.
Yeah.
Doing
it, I would sit there.
Hey.
Like you're not.
That's funny. At first, I was skeptic of the.
Yeah. I'll make myself sick. It's like, don't have anything you gotta have where.
I took me to start with.
Help you.
I've been to that.
Or side
donut.
Well,
You'll talk about this.
Thank you.
Just. Here.
The butter.
And so that-
Always on to the
It's kind of like that sour.
That's how it goes.
That's nice.
Yeah. I think.
That's what you really want.
So are we in the same pillar, Phil?
no, we are moving on.
Yeah, you.
If you look at your agenda, we're moving on to resilient economy.
Okay, where's the economic cluster? Are you gonna change that plan too?
I am going to do that right here.
Are we skipping around or is that the last? Are we skipping around or is that the last bite of that one?
Pardon me,
Are we skipping around or is that the last bite of that one?
not the last bite.
Okay, good.
What we will do is at the end of the day, do a wrap up and come back to this particular page of each of these.
Okay, yeah. I think there's
That work?
discussion about that.
Yes, and so that seems
I
like,
have saved us an hour to talk about commissions and committees. If we don't get to commissions and committees, we'll use that hour for wrap up.
What, yeah, I
They
think
come back
not
around.
just commissions and committees, but.
this, and will this
Yeah, pass it around.
continue another day?
Yes, we can absolutely continue another day. So if we just, yeah, if we just get through the high level
Okay.
overview and get good
Okay.
notes, then you guys have to digest and we can come back for another day.
Then we can come back.
Yep, yep.
And now.
Joel, make a video.
Start
Only the-
the framework of the.
Got it, got it.
actual
Okay.
document would be more-
I don't know when last, it's a lot.
Yes.
Got it. You're-
And this is Pam, it's also recorded, so we can, I'm gonna go back and listen to this meeting again. Put in an AI video.
This is watermelon, berry,
A lot.
the green.
Spaces.
And say this morning also, just for the purposes of anybody listening to this later, it will be really important. Only one person speak at a time. So, and try not to have any side discussions. If you've ever tried to listen to an audio of these meetings where anybody's having a side discussion, it's distracting and it interrupts being able to hear what's happening.
Okay, are we ready?
Go.
Okay, so the topic being resilient economy. If you look at the strategic priorities that relate to a resilient economy, Joey just asked, why are Holly and Jason assigned to this topic? Well, you've got housing diversity and growth, you've got reliable community infrastructure, reliable community services, and economic prosperity, strengthen intergovernmental operations, optimize the operations. Some of these are very much in the community planning and development and the public works realm. So I think that's why we were assigned to this. Secondarily, for your information, late last year, Mayor Grimm tasked me with one primary objective of 2026, and that was the development of an economic development strategic plan for the city. So while we're focusing on an overarching strategic plan across all city departments and divisions, the mayor has asked me, and this is my first opportunity to introduce that plan to you, what work I've done on it. With the creation of an economic development strategic plan. So I'm going to go through a few slides, just 6 or 7 slides here that relate to the handout that I just had passed around for you, which is a draft outline for our economic development strategic plan. Get some of your initial insights and input into the direction I'm going on that effort and the next steps, as that is one of the long-range planning efforts that we're doing in the CPD department. You'll recall from the org chart that 2 of the things that the planning division undertakes are short-term planning and long-term planning, or short-range and long-range planning. Short-term planning is that day-to-day processing of development applications, subdivisions, conditional use permits, short plats, et cetera. Long-range planning is of course the code work that Bill's doing, but also the long-range strategic planning that this effort relates to. So background context, the mayor has directed me as my direct boss to develop a economic development strategic plan. This is a draft outline of that plan after about 3 months of work on it that I've been doing kind of behind the scenes in between the cracks of all the other work that I do. So where do I see us going with an economic development strategic plan here? What is the reason for an economic development strategic plan? I will tell you that we have so many plans and studies at the city. One thing the previous administration did very well was commission and adopt many plans and studies. As you know, as we just heard, there's some skepticism about undertaking new plans and studies. However, what I've observed is that many of those plans and studies that we've adopted, everything from specific plans like the arts and culture plan to the parks and rec plan to a multimodal plan, to studies like the housing and economic analysis study, to the parking study, for example, many other studies that we've done, is that there's not a single plan that synthesizes them all into some kind of actions and strategic priorities towards an end, towards an objective around economic development. So I want to go through that here. And also something, as I've been doing this job for 2 years now, I hear, I go to conferences in Boise, we go to these economic development summits, community development summits and meetings. And a lot of times people think of economic development as job creation and business attraction. Okay. That's not my definition of economic development. We'll look at what I view economic development as on the next slide. But I want council here to understand that economic development is multidimensional. It's not just about creating jobs and attracting businesses and retaining employers. Okay, so where are we going here? What's the background that I've put into this draft outline? Sandpoint has many strong plans. What we do not yet have, this is what I just said, is a single economic development framework that ties those plans together around these sort of pillars: jobs and employer attraction, housing and infrastructure readiness, downtown vitality, and long-term quality of life. Those are some of the pillars that we're going to be considering putting in this plan. So why now? We've got some major infrastructure needs. Obviously, the wastewater plant is huge. What is the purpose of upgrading our 80-year-old wastewater plant, besides the fact that we have to treat our sewage according to DEQ standards? Okay, how does that historic investment in infrastructure for the city relate to overarching community objectives around quality of life, about jobs, about employment, about making this place a place where our kids can come back to in 20 years and find a house and find a good paying job? Housing affordability, industrial land use. We've got urban renewal. This is going to tie into Holly's presentation, I'm sure. We've got several $1 million that we need to allocate over the next 3 years around the airport, urban renewal of the North District. And how does downtown revitalization relate to economic development as well? What is the role of tourism in our seasonal economy versus the year-round economic vitality of Sandpoint? So here's a definition that I really love for economic development. It means the community's health and wealth are enriched over time. Just these two terms, health and wealth. A lot of people think of it as wealth. Economic development is about how much output your economy can create, your local GDP. It's not. It's about more than that. It's about the health and the well-being, the sustainable environment that makes up your community, the open spaces, the quality of life, the arts and culture, the downtown vitality. These are all parts of economic development. Opportunities for good paying jobs are fostered while preserving the quality of life and welfare of people who live here today. What's the goal of economic development if all it means is more jobs, more traffic, more employers, but also reduced quality of life, more congestion, more air pollution, degraded environments? We have to have this multifaceted approach to development. Yes.
Is this somewhere
This
beside
PowerPoint?
up here? Yeah,
I can share it with you all.
okay.
I literally
Because I
finished
don't
it.
want to
Sure.
take notes if
Yep.
this is all someplace I can.
It's also kind of in that
I
document.
don't
in front of
see
you,
it like
this
that.
7-page outline.
We're gonna take all the PowerPoints and attach them to the video as
Okay.
part of the public record of this meeting.
Because I don't want to take notes on all this if it's, because I can't get it in 1 minute.
The framework, yeah.
I need time.
So it's not just jobs. It relates to infrastructure, relates to housing, transportation, education, and workforce training, efficient government, downtown, and quality of life.
Okay, thanks.
The typical definition of economic development is what you see on the right there, jobs. How do we attract employers and create high-paying jobs? Private capital investment, okay? That's not the approach I propose taking in this planning effort. So what are the challenges that we face? What are the constraints that we face? This is important in any planning effort, is identifying the constraints, the challenges that we face. So clearly we have fiscal constraints. Sarah just talked about our budget. There's trade-offs. We've got our org chart. We've got our FTE spreadsheet here. How do we allocate resources within the fiscal constraints that we faced? We face fiscal constraints from the state as well, right? We know that the state imposes very strict rules on our budget increase, how much taxes we can increase each year. Whether the thresholds required to achieve local option tax funding, there's that 60% supermajority. As we consider a local option tax, which I think Holly will explore a little bit more, how do we frame that ballot initiative to voters in a way that there's a benefit, not just for, one or two categories of our local economy, but the larger economic development vision as well. We have aging infrastructure. We have housing affordability challenges. None of this is new. We have an aging population where many of our young people never move back to Sandpoint for multiple reasons. Lack of jobs, lack of housing are probably the two big ones. But the median age in Bonner County has gone from 45 to 55 in the last 20 years. So that shows that we are being replaced by retirees. Our community is being replaced by retirees who come with disposable income and afford to live here where the young people cannot. Okay, that's an obstacle to economic development. And then the seasonality. I know this is a big one for the mayor. The mayor is constantly pushing back on the idea that we are a tourist town, right? We are a thriving mountain town with a strong local economy, a diverse economy that provides jobs across multiple sectors. So what are our competitive advantages? This is where the quality of life comes in. We have that amenity lifestyle and access to the outdoors. I've had conversations with large employers in town. I've gone and visited Daher. I've gone and visited many of the big employers around the airport, and many of them are here despite all the challenges that we have in our community, despite the obstacles. They are here because literally the owner of the company has a condo at Schweitzer. That's not a sustainable model for economic development.
Yeah.
You cannot have your economic destiny tied to one person's love of skiing. Okay, you have to have many other reasons to be here. I want to hear employers say that we're here because of the great labor force that comes out of your local schools, because of the great workforce that come out of your local community college and University of Idaho, which has a large presence in Sandpoint, just north of town, for example. We currently don't have a lot of reasons to be here besides a lot of companies here despite all of the challenges they face. Okay, so we need to harness these competitive advantages and have a plan for really developing these as a reason for companies to come here, not just because of the ski resort of the lake. So priority sectors, I have not even shown this to the mayor yet. He's been out of town for a couple of weeks. I was out of town right before him. So, but these are what I've identified. We've got aerospace, obviously the airport. We've seen our study from 2015 showed that 850 jobs are tied to the airport in Sandpoint. It's the largest reason for jobs being in Sandpoint is our airport. All of our industrial land is located immediately around the airport. And half of that industrial land sits vacant. It's undeveloped. It's along Great Northern. Okay. That's our greatest potential. Not every job around the airport will be tied to aerospace. We just saw 40 jobs created at the Amazon site. The Flex Industrial subdivision around Amazon is not necessarily going to be aerospace related, but it could be. Biomedical and health, we've got large employers, some of which rent space from the city here. We've got packaging companies that package medical equipment just around the airport. It's a potential sector. We've got mobile technology. Coachella is probably our third or fourth largest employer in Sandpoint. Good paying jobs in the tech sector. Food production. Lighthouse is our second largest employer in town after Tehair, Kodiak. The recreation industry. We do have the lake. We do have the mountain. There's going to be jobs there. So they don't all have to be seasonal jobs either. There can be good year-round jobs around industries that support recreation. Small scale manufacturing. Every time these little flex industrial spaces open up, we're along division right now, they get filled immediately. You see some really cool businesses show up in there that are creating sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6 jobs. It's not all about 300 jobs. It could just be dozens of little employers that provide 5 to 6 jobs each. And then you've got, some warehousing. That's what Amazon represents. That did create 40 jobs. They're not all good paying full-time jobs, but they are jobs for the local economy. That industrial flex space, which we're going to see more of along Great Northern. So important here is that and I think most of you would probably agree, our economic future cannot be tied to a single industry, right? Diversification of our economy is essential for quality of life for the future of our children who want to be able to live here. I've heard from everybody, be cautious of data centers, right? We hear about that all the time. We do have land that are zoned to allow for data centers right now, specifically the big red areas on our zoning map south of the airport. That's kind of what that was envisioned for. Currently being used to store gravel and fill and things like that on those interstate and wood sites. So we're going to be looking at how our zoning either attracts or deters certain industries as well. I'm almost done. Okay. So pillars of course, we've been talking about pillars. Our strategic plan has pillars. Any economic development strategic plan has that pillars as well. And then the existing planning framework, what are we going to draw from to build a new strategic plan around economic development in particular? We've got our comp plan, we've got our housing economic analysis, we've got transportation plan, we've got a parking management plan, downtown and waterfront, parks, trails, open spaces, arts, culture, historic preservation, capital improvement plans. These are all part of it. We've got our SURA plans, north and downtown. So I've identified some strategic pillars, and we'll just go into some kind of guiding, clarifying statements of what each of these are. And then I want to hear some feedback in just a moment on what you guys think of these pillars, whether we're going in the right direction here. So 1, grow the industries that sustain Sandpoint. That's the traditional economic development objective, is to create jobs, grow industries, expand, retain, and attract basic sector employers. Basic sector means jobs where income is created from goods and services provided outside of Sandpoint. You've got your local sector, which is the service sector. You've got restaurants, you've got retail. And then you've got the basic sector, which is the Coachavas, the Lighthouses, the Tehairs. Okay, these are the companies that it's income flowing into Sandpoint. That's how you grow the wealth in your economy. Modernize the foundations of growth. This is where Holly's public works and infrastructure comes in. You've got to invest in the infrastructure. This is where tough decisions around SURA. What do we do with our remaining SURA North dollars, for example? How do we invest that in infrastructure that will multiply in the form of attracting new private sector investment? Every dollar we spend of SURA that we have left, we got to think about how is that going to create private investment that will create jobs, create wealth for the economy. That's literally the reason that SURA was formed, so that public infrastructure can support private investment. Housing. There's a chicken and egg problem here. This is a debate the mayor and I always have. We don't need a lot of housing because there's no jobs available. Well, there's no jobs available because we don't have enough affordable housing. If you want jobs to come to your town, you got to have a place for those workers to live. You got to have a housing strategy that assures that there's a continued increase in supply of housing that local workers can afford. Otherwise, our large employers won't continue to exist here. We'll see them leave town. We saw it with Thorne Medical or Thorne Research a couple years ago, when literally their stated reason for moving to South Carolina was the lack of housing for their workers. They employed over 100 people just west of town, over in Dover. They left town because they couldn't continue to attract workers due to the lack of available housing. Keep downtown. I really want to put downtown at the core of any strategy we pursue for economic development. It's the reason for a lot of us being here. It's the reason why a lot of us choose to live in Sandpoint, not Hayden or Ponderay, right? Or Kootenai. They don't have those places don't have a downtown. No offense, Fonda. I guess you don't live.
None
in
taken.
You don't live in Hayden. But anyway, so keep downtown strong, local, and year round. Year round is really important. That's a lot of the zoning work that we're doing right now, which we're going to be talking about this afternoon, is around creating a healthy, strong downtown that's not seasonal in nature, so that there's a year round consumer base. And if you have good paying local jobs, your downtown businesses can survive year round, not just based on the lake levels. Okay, workforce and local enterprise. I discussed this one with Bill quite a bit. This is the one we're probably going to have the least control over. Being good partners with our local school district, with North Idaho College, which has a campus here, with University of Idaho, which owns 64 acres just north of town and has an extension at the fairgrounds. Being good local partners and supporting their efforts. But as far as the city, we don't, some states, the cities control the schools. New York City runs its own school district. We don't have much say over how the schools teach, how the students learn, what skills they graduate with. But we need to recognize that a pillar of economic development is a talented workforce. So just being a partner in that effort. And then the quality of life. This is where our parks, our open spaces, the recreation opportunities we provide, the environmental, the sustainability of our environment, right? The clean air, the clean water. These are things that are going to be pillars or are going to be attractors of industry and reasons that businesses want to stay here. So these are the proposed pillars. Some questions for council, and I'll probably just stop here. What do you guys think about this? It's first I've told you that the mayor's had me working on this. This is this is something I'm passionate about. I taught economic development for 13 years. I think it's an important thing that we could do. In my research, I actually found an economic development policy that was adopted by council in 2016. It was about a 7-page document, and it basically was a list of bullet points of incentives that the city could offer to developers, to investors, to open businesses in Sandpoint. It did not have pillars. It did not have a vision. It did not have a clear definition of economic development. It said, oh, you've got tax increment financing. You've got tax reimbursement program through the Department of Commerce. We can waive building permit fees or cut them in half if 5 jobs are going to be created or if 10 jobs are going to be created. It wasn't comprehensive at all. It really wasn't a strategy. It was more just a list of incentives and subsidies we could offer. This is more comprehensive in terms of how do we create a foundation for economic development that in the long run will improve the health and the wealth of the people who live here. So,
and this is one of those this is some of the pieces of information you're going to get today that feels like a lot and it's real overwhelming that you may want to take and think about. I think what the only thing he's looking for or kind of needs today is, how did this framework settle with you? Like you can feel it in your gut, not necessarily going into all the details of it. We can come back to talk about the details.
Yeah, I personally think you hit. Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say what he was gonna say, I think. I really appreciate putting the word health in there because, making a distinction that it's just not about growing jobs. It's also about maintaining the integrity of long-term survival here for everyone, because I think that's what it's almost anti-gentrification in a way, the way you wrote that, trying to make it balanced, not that people can't retire here, but trying to remember balance. And so I would say that you really hit that by adding the word health for me.
Yeah.
Health on so many levels for every individual of every age.
Yeah.
Mental.
Initially, you hit, I think, all the main points that I think we can get into the details later, but I think you did a good job capturing like the framework of what we can work with. Personally, that's all I'll say about that.
I do agree, year-round economy is an important, it's especially the way the weather's happening. And education, I didn't see that in there. I'd love to see.
that was pillar 5.
But having education centers, not just the NIC, which sounds like a pretty good deal what they have there. I've not been there, but I was looking it up. Like the U of I used to have a satellite campus. I don't know if that still happens. That, so that we don't have to go to Coeur d'Alene, people don't have to do online classes if they don't want. I think that's an important thing.
So
And
Pam, does the. so
mental
I
health.
wrote it here, I just want to confirm that I'm hearing you correctly. So Jason said to be good local partners with education providers. Speaks to what you're saying is important, even if an opportunity isn't here now, but to continue to be a.
As a goal,
Yes,
yeah.
okay, got it.
because we used to have that.
On that note too, within the health thing, I know this is kind of a bigger statewide issue, but women's healthcare is a really big thing that, and I've talked a little bit with like the hospital people and some people in that world, and I know the city can't create a women's healthcare facility, but is there ways to, you know, if we're gonna encourage people to live here with housing, people are not having babies here, and that's kind of a big part of living here as well. So how can, I know that's a big,
Political though.
it is, but we can definitely encourage something, I feel.
What about, just be good local partners with healthcare providers?
In that direction, yeah.
It's not letting us do what we want.
As a part of just some economic groups in town, I think it looks good. I like the additions that you put, because it's adding things that people don't really think about, so.
One concept is avoid, again, going back to that, we don't want to be labeled as a tourist town.
Right.
Right? We now keep in mind, we do want to maintain a resort city status at the state, because that allows us to do a lot of things we can't do. So acknowledge our resort city status, acknowledge that we do have an economy that is influenced by the ebbs and flows of tourism, but aspire to be something more than that. A thriving, diverse.
We don't just rely on.
Exactly. We don't want to be reliant on the resort city industries.
And snow.
Yeah.
We can't.
Well, all the headlines, right? Prem 2 News did a story about downtown Sandpoint businesses struggling this year due to low snow year. Do we want to see that headline in 5 years, or do we want to see, downtown businesses thriving despite low snow year? That's the headline we want to see.
So to go on to the educational and the women's health piece of that, some weaving in there some way of saying that Sandpoint supports local control, because we've lost that local control. So I don't know how we can weave that into our economic development, but I think that's really affecting our economic development because we have lost local control. And I know that's very political, but as a city, we could say, we want to be able to control what we're doing so we can thrive.
Especially in an isolated full service.
But how?
I have a lot to say about that. Is this the time to debate stuff, or is this
We're just tossing out ideas that we can refine later, put out.
We're just looking to kind of confirm the framework.
yeah, because if the hospital wants to deliver babies, then I'm sure they could do that
Yes.
without the city council.
Yeah, city council, the only thing I said for you, and if this is wrong, if we don't have consensus on this, is just be good partners with health.
That's what I was like, why go further than we need to? When it's
How about
not,
get support?
whether the city council had local control over medical, we can't make them deliver babies.
Correct.
And we can't control what the legislature does to us. The Airbnb,
Right.
the biggest deficit.
Oh,
right
not
there.
just-
How is
gotcha.
that?
Said right at the beginning.
So we can move on to Holly.
Yeah.
Are there any pillars here that stand out as maybe being extra important or not as important?
I haven't had an opportunity to speak yet. Yes,
Please.
yes, I absolutely, that's a great prompt, because I feel looking at these, the biggest, definitely by far, gains to be made here are workforce housing opportunities. And it even is a goal within our comp plan, whereas this economic development plan is not in our comp plan, but we do have a goal in our comp plan to coordinate regionally on a housing action plan focused on strategies for low and moderate income populations. So that is the piece that I would like to see focused on before anything else. Because like you said, there's very little of these other things that we can actually make gains on, and the ones that we can are the ones that I don't agree with, the ones that you just mentioned about giving tax incentives to large corporations to relocate here. I would much rather see that preference given to small local businesses, which I think we've done a good job of in the past.
No, I don't want to interrupt you, but just be mindful, the 3 to 3:20 session is just for workforce housing.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll be.
We're gonna take a deeper dive into that.
Today.
okay.
Just as a single pillar, relative to all the pillars is, yeah.
If we're putting effort into economic development, I think the absolute biggest bang for our buck is workforce housing.
I added extra.
Holly next.
All right.
Just one final slide, just to give you an idea of like what this planning effort might look like. We're at, step one right now, which is confirm the framework. Sounds like there's general support for the framework here. Step two is going to be launch a collaborative planning process. So this isn't going to be just a plan I write in isolation. We're going to form an advisory committee of some sort, hopefully with representatives from various sectors, right? We need those representatives from the local housing agencies. We need representatives from local employers. We need a downtown business representative on here. We need someone from the outdoor recreation world. What are the different pillars and how do we find, how do we find representatives from our community who can help advise this plan, give input into how we flesh this outline out?
But Jason,
So-
I put create finalized action plan. Does that fairly capture kind of what?
Yep, that's kind of what this shows is kind of the action plan for the next year of plan development. All right, and just to make it clear, this is not the strategic plan that you have in front of you. That's a draft outline.
It's like the draft.
That will be informed by steering committee.
And I think I hear from all of you support for Jason to proceed with the format and sort of the 30,000 foot structure of it.
Again,
With it coming back to you for action plan.
my
priorities.
position is that this does not need to be in the strategic plan and that we should focus on housing instead. That's my position.
So narrow it to like a workforce housing strategic plan, basically, or.
Yes.
Okay. You can reemphasize that.
Go ahead, Holly.
All right, pivoting. So really picking up off of Jason's two pillars of growth, pillar 1 and 2, primarily growth for industries. And we had pillar 2 as modernize foundations for growth. 2 handouts for you. The first one, which has the yellow, is there a north projections? And then the second one with no yellow is, sorry, I had the classics. Downtown Sura. Downtown Sura has the yellow. Sura North is the one without the yellow.
Holly, which 2 pillars did you say?
1 and 2 of Jason's. So I'll go over, this is really your meeting. I'll kind of share what we're doing and starting with the funding that we do have. And at the end, we can talk about potential funding sources. The graph in front of you is pulled from our multimodal transportation plan. I highlighted this or brought this forward to show a lot of our projects that are general fund focused. So forget about, for this portion, really be focused about general funds. So be thinking about streets, our trees, our sidewalk, our trees. Utilities are separate. Water and wastewater are separate. So you can see from this graph, primarily in that multimodal transportation plan, we're looking at grant funding to fund those projects. We do have other resources for funding, but the point is we need to go after money. So again, I'll go after, here are some funding that we do have, our resort city tax, our SURA, and then our local option tax. So starting with what we do have, resort city tax. Very recently, gosh, I think it was in 2022, we passed our resort city tax, which increased lodging from 7% to 14%. And that additional funding was allocated partially for street projects and sidewalk projects. This resort city tax lodging funding is expiring in 2035. So currently, we typically fund about $500,000 of our street projects from this resort city tax. We also fund typically about $250,000 per year on sidewalks. When we did campaign for this was voted on and approved by the residents within city limits. We did make a couple commitments to projects, and those are in front of you for sidewalks. So there are about 7 different sidewalk projects, and we've completed a few of these. The plan is to continue to use this resort city funding to finish out these projects. So we have Church Street is a sidewalk project between Boyer and Division. We have Ella, which is a large north-south arterial that would connect north and south between Spruce and Pine Street. We have Main Street, that's item number 20, which is right by our senior center. Number 6 is completed, number 1 is completed, and then that number 17, which is 4th Avenue, is engineered, and we're bid ready for that project. Any questions on this existing funding that we do have and how we're using it, or any of these projects?
Is this budget now or next?
We have, this is a funding source that we have, and here's how to use it. And just be aware that this is going to expire in 2034.
So my thoughts on this is that I really think that we should be focusing on areas that don't currently have any sidewalks rather than repairing existing sidewalks or building sidewalks on the other side of the street when there's already a sidewalk on one side of the street. So like number 17 is a great example. There's already a continuous sidewalk down one side of 4th, and sure, you have to cross the street to use it. But considering that most of our town doesn't have any sidewalks at all, that seems like, you know, you're not getting as much benefit from that funding as we possibly could. Whereas item number 20 on there, on Main Street, there's no sidewalks at all. And, you know, it's actually kind of a pretty dangerous place to walk. You know, Church, I think, so I guess I asked this question before, and I don't know if I ever got a clear answer on it. How committed are we to these exact projects?
When we campaigned for this tax, we shared that this is how we would spend the money. And we have a website that's still live today that explains the purpose for each project, why we're completing the project, the benefit. These are also scoped to meet the funding that we're forecasting through 2035. So the goal is that with this funding, we've already kind of allocated each of these budgets. So they're not all a $250,000 project, for example. Ella is gonna exceed that. But
I guess the question I have is, yeah, because Ella is a good example that it's already a popular route for cars. It's already a popular route for bicycles. And so adding pedestrians into that corridor puts more strain on the available right of way. Whereas if you were to move that project over one block, you could allocate more right of way to pedestrians without affecting the traffic flow because it's already not a very popular street for cars. And so if we have that ability to rethink where we're putting these, for example, Church isn't really in our multimodal plan as a priority route, but Oak is. So if we just moved one block north, it would fit our existing plans more. But if we're completely locked into these exact projects, then.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It is Oak, it's not Church.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. This is, staff is operating off of the commitment made to the public when we went out for the tax, but I don't know that that's legally binding, and that would be for council to decide if they wanted to redirect these, but we
Just
may.
to just piggyback on that, my knee-jerk reaction is to say that we are locked into what we campaign the tax for. Obviously, I haven't looked at the statute anytime recently, but I want to say that we can't just change course. But I can look into that.
Well, then that is enough for me to just say, you know, I think a lot of these are worthwhile projects, and I think that we should pursue them. But I guess as an overarching policy, I think we need to focus on one continuous sidewalk down one side of the street before we have a block that has really great sidewalks on both sides of the street that don't connect to anything on either side. So that would be my preference as kind of a policy as we decide how to spend this money and all other infrastructure spending. Just like when you build a highway, you don't build one little section of great highway that goes to dirt roads on both sides. We should be looking at pedestrian infrastructure in the same way, that have a route that goes all the way through on one side of the street before we start building on the other side of the street of any of the streets in town, really.
I agree.
Are any of these decision points for council being driven also by master plans and existing capital improvement plan?
Yeah, great question, Fonda. So we, this resort city tax was in 2022. We adopted our multimodal transportation plan in 2021, so just prior. And these projects were pulled off of our pedestrian network. Again, pedestrian priority network, which is one of the appendices. And again, it was just, so working off of that plan, number one, but also finding projects that fell within that anticipated budget allocation.
And I do want to add that this was projected back in 22 and we had very high revenues. So it actually, we're seeing about 600,000 is all we're seeing between the two. And if without that hotel, it's actually going to be about 500 between the two, just as an FYI.
So how does that look with the split? Because wasn't the ballot language?
Nope, the split was just between the two. We could do a full, at the time, 750 for one or the other. So there isn't it's just a half of the total resort city tax goes to sidewalks and streets.
Okay. I mean, I do like keeping the rough percentages because I think that is what the public agreed upon when they
they agreed upon the half going to sidewalks and that. They did not agree to this.
Oh, it was half and half in the ballot
So
language?
it was, so half of our resort city tax goes to this and the other half goes to other stuff. So there was no split between it at all in the ballot.
So
It was
of the
just-
one half that goes to streets and sidewalks, there's no, it doesn't dictate how much of that one half
Correct.
has to go to streets and or sidewalks.
Yes, so we could do 100% of this half to sidewalks or 100% of this half to streets.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but just as more of an overarching policy, let's focus on, you know, actual corridors rather than piecemeal. This block looks great and no other blocks in town have anything at all.
Do you think this would necessitate a revisit of the pedestrian priority network in the multimodal plan?
Yes.
Yes.
If I
And the
could,
bike network and some of the concepts.
I was just say, as you have that conversation about sidewalks, I would throw out the safe routes to schools
Yeah,
in that aspect, because we have an enforcement issue on which sidewalks are a priority to keep clean for kids getting to and from school. So as you talked about building out sidewalks, changing, or just keep that thought in the back of your head about.
Does it require both sides? Like down in the school districts, does that require both sides with sidewalks? Or does it just have to have one good sidewalk?
So our complete streets policy
Yeah.
that we have, which dates back to, I think, 2008, requires pedestrian connectivity on both sides of your road. It's also supported by ProWag, which is the ADA considerations in the public right of way. Each road has accessibility, each crosswalk or intersection has accessibility requirements at each corner and each leg. So there's almost an assumption that both sides of the road would have pedestrian.
Is that in the safe schools?
They would love sidewalks on both sides, so the kids don't have to cross multiple times.
Right.
So if the kid's on the one side of the street and they can walk to that school instead of having to force multiple crossings, so I'm speaking for them, but I would assume they would prefer.
They have to cross.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's important to hear that they have safe schools, you have ProAg, you have city code, you have ADA compliance, all speaking into, and not to mention your multimodal transportation plan, all speaking into what even can happen in relationship to sidewalks. So I think the message from staff is you want to be real careful trying to just identifying specific locations without a clear understanding of how all of these other guiding policies speak into that.
I do want to just point out that I have our complete streets policy pulled up right now. It says, City of Sandpoint recognizes that all streets are different and not all streets will necessarily incorporate all elements as described above. So it's not that we're required to put sidewalks on both sides of every street. It's even says in our policy that we recognize that that's not appropriate in all places.
But other policies might. I think that's if we might.
Nice to put all those
Get us, smash
policies
them all together.
together. Yeah, somehow.
Our urban area transportation plan is another one. And that's where we look to for our street sections and that, you go through the road classification and identify the classification of the road. So to, Kyle's point of the type of road matters, then you go to our UATP based on the type of road and it has a section for each road that we do have. And that would tell you where sidewalk goes, where a multi-use path goes, where we put parking, where we don't put parking.
And that's another thing that I would like in the strategic plan to revisit, or at least make a decision as to whether we want to continue using those standards in the urban area transportation plan, because those are developed for the entire area, which includes Dover, it includes Ponderay, it includes rural Bonner County. So we have to decide as a council, is that appropriate that we're relying on that plan, that what might be appropriate in Ponderay, is that also appropriate in Sandpoint? Because I think we have some pretty unique situations in Sandpoint that don't exist anywhere else in that urban area. So that is something I would absolutely like to be in the strategic plan, is to revisit those cross sections and decide whether we want to develop our own or whether we want to continue using the ones that were developed for that entire urban area.
So it looks like we're gonna talk about that after lunch a bunch more, so let's,
During lunch.
can we? I'm just trying to make
We can
sure
move
we
on.
get
Yeah,
it all
we can move on.
in. No,
I have a lot to say about all of this.
no, and I agree, I think that I would like to see, Holly knows those because she works with all those things every day, but I think sometimes as a council, we don't realize how many different spots you're pulling from. So maybe if we did have some sort of cheat sheet document, almost like we have the Robert's rules up there, that we have to remember, this is what this says, or this is how it all fits together. So we don't go rogue.
I can tell you, these guys put it in every staff report. So they tell you where they're pulling from in every staff report.
I guess I have seen that, but I think we need the details of what's being pulled from that, if that makes sense. And I think sometimes you know, we have the cross sections and the different things, but there's so much information we get that I think sometimes we get lost in the jumble.
So I have a question for you guys. It's 12:08. Holly has one more piece of this. We could take a break so everybody could get lunch. What?
Sorry, I'm
What is-
Jason's having.
Whatever supports a half-hour lunch where I can go outside is what I support. So whatever that.
Yeah, let's power through.
Well, then let her finish.
Yeah.
Let's power through.
Okay, so the other funding that we do have is our SURA. Here's the map of the downtown area in orange. So this is where we can allocate that funding. So if you pull up the handout that has the yellow highlighter on it, this is expiring in 2029. And the projections are showing 4.3. I have 4.3 million, but yeah, 4.3 million, bottom right corner.
To repay city.
We have allocated this funding for downtown phase 3 project. I have that in green. In red, there are just some projects that I've heard discussed. Gunnings Alley or Farman Park, the bridge, City Beach, providing this money for half a roundabout. The project in green there is downtown phase 3, which I'll talk about on the next slide, which is the staff directive that we're working on. So downtown phase 3, you've heard a lot about it. This is our First Avenue improvement from Bridge Street south to Lake Street. This is full rotary reconstruction. In blue, you will also see that there's a water main. That's also part of this project. And that's that yellow dashed box area. There are some projects just for you to be aware of directly to the south. So the dark green line is a sewer main that needs to be replaced. The light green line is a stormwater main that needs to be replaced. We see a lot of flooding at First and Superior, and that's due to lack of stormwater infrastructure. And then there's this red circle there that's signifying a roundabout or an intersection improvement at First and Superior. Also on that south, we did get a $500,000 TAP grant to provide for either a sidewalk or pedestrian pathway on the south side of Superior from the First to the byway. The takeaway here is we do have $4 million budgeted from SURA. We budgeted pretty high. We did not know if we would need a signal at Pine and First, for example, and we found that we do not need a signal at Pine and First yet. So we're going to accommodate for one in the future, but today's funding by SURA is not going to a signal. We also were successful in getting $650,000 from a CBDG grant. That's for all of our streetscape, our lighting, our benches. We also it looks very positive. We ranked number 2 for our small urban grant, which is 1.8 million. That's for the Bridge and First intersection. We ranked number 2. Historically, they fund the first 2 high scoring projects, but we haven't received that funding notification yet. So our fingers are still crossed. So the purpose in me kind of sharing this is our orange box, we've budgeted $4 million. We might be able to open up 2 million or just for rough numbers, 1.8 million. If we get that fund. So we have $2 million. So the question that we're going to be asked pretty soon is, if we get the small urban grant, how are we going to spend that 1.8 million? Do we continue further south from Lake to the roundabout to provide for those stormwater and sewer improvements that we need to do with the road reconstruction? Or would we focus that funding, I'm going to go back a slide, to these other efforts, Farm and Park, supporting a bridge project in the future, City Beach, or do we build half a roundabout at Superior and First?
You're not suggesting we build half a roundabout, it's just half of it would be paid for with SURA funding, right?
That's right.
We're not really excited.
I was really excited to see what that looks like.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's cool.
Montana rounds.
Yeah.
Tough one. It's fun to me.
That'd be wild, even more wild ones than our views.
And so for clarity, in all seriousness, that purple dashed line is our SURA boundary. So anything south of that purple line would come from our general fund. So when I said half a roundabout, half of it would be eligible for SURA funding and the other half would be provided for by general fund or other grant opportunities. Any questions about our plans for our SURA downtown? The purpose of me printing out this is there's always numbers. I hear so many different numbers all the time. Our mayor will say different numbers, but this is what we're working off of. And this was SURA's budget, which was adopted in September. So are there forecasted projections? So this is what we're operating off of.
Do you want to just speak briefly about the sense of urgency, giving the time frame for the expiration of SURA?
Yeah. So with these funds expiring in 2029, if you think about projects, particularly those who have been in council for a while, we need to engineer them and then we need to construct them. I believe that the funds, you can be in construction by 2029. Sarah, is that the goal? We don't have to have the construction finished, but in construction.
September 30th of 29 is when we have to have our last, that's when the cutoff is. So it needs to be done. Yes, we probably bill it out for that to collect it, but it needs to be done by that time. Whatever we're gonna do, we can bill up to that time.
The plan needs to be done or the construction? Didn't you just ask?
The construction, whatever we're billing to SURA has to be done. It expires on 9/30 of 29.
Does construction have to be complete?
That's what I'm
can it
asking.
be
I
in
honestly don't know that
construction?
answer. I'm assuming that when it's done, that whatever it is up to that time, it is, but we
I
need to
think
probably
we
look
have
at
to
that.
operate under, it has to be completed
Yes.
by.
I think there's an answer in code for that, but I think it's probably dollars need to be spent by that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I would assume.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so not in construction,
So-
finished construction.
We need to get
We
this
just gotta
in.
pay for it. Sure.
Operating conservatively, done by September 30th, 2029. Whatever project we do, we'll plan at least a year for construction. We have really short construction windows, so we really like to hit 2 construction season and then a year for design. I just said 3 years and we're already in 2026. So,
So you probably need to have final decisions as to how this money is gonna be spent by the end of this year, if not before.
And then can I go back to those circles you made or those other, were there plans approved for any of that, or is that open like at Gunnings Alley, City Beach?
We have adopted master plans with concepts there, but nothing beyond that.
Concepts.
Is that right? As far as the Parks Master Plan is a concept for Jennings Alley, the Park Master Plan is a concept for City Beach.
we have a concept for our bridge
And so is-
reconstruction and under downtown phase 3, we are developing preliminary design for a roundabout at First and Superior.
So concept meaning hasn't been approved.
No, they're adopted master plans. Question is, how do you prioritize those against, you can't do them all,
They're not shovel ready.
right? Right, they're not, like, the
Right.
planning process is complete for the Farmers Landing concept and the City Beach concept. And we're doing planning for the roundabout at First and Superior right now.
I've seen several renditions of City Beach concept. I
We only
don't,
have one adopted master plan for City Beach. But Sarah funding won't even come close to paying for it. Keep that in mind.
okay, I guess I need to.
I have a
Okay, that
quick
was-
question about funding. So a couple of things that you just showed on that other slide were water and sewer. And as we talked earlier, those are enterprise funds. So how does that work with spending sewer money into an enterprise fund project?
So typically, we would be using the water fund or the sewer fund for those parts of the project. So our bill comes in, we split it between everything. Now, stormwater, we do not have a specific funding.
Right. we
So
don't have
that one, to me, would be eligible.
So I guess the reason you're bringing them up is not because of Sura, it's because if we're gonna tear up the street, let's only tear up the street once.
There's two reasons. That's spot on the first. Anytime that you're going to go into an area, particularly road reconstruction, best practice is always to get your utilities and infrastructure underneath the street up to date. Number two is the water and sewer fund do pay their proportionate share, meaning so the water main, when we're updating a water main, it's not just the water fund replacing that line, it's also rebuilding the trench above it. So there's an economic benefit to doing these at the same time too.
It's more efficient. Yeah, that makes sense to me. This TAP grant for the sidewalk, is that going to be in the right of way that would make any sort of efficiency other than just mobilization with the water and sewer lines that you have there in dashes?
It's potentially, so we need stormwater connectivity from Superior to, I'm just gonna call it the byway, north side, south side, probably the south side. If we did build that sidewalk, we would take that opportunity to put storm infrastructure under there.
You said the south side. We're not putting the sidewalk on the south side, are we?
So it's just.
Yeah.
That's our plan right now, and that's very conceptual, so that could change to the north side, but today's plan is to put it on the south side, the sidewalk. on the south.
That's very surprising.
Holly, do you think it would be beneficial to maybe workshop some final decisions regarding spending of these sewer dollars in priority projects?
I think so.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, specifically just workshop that sooner rather than later and focus just that workshop with some time on some final decisions. Well,
I think
you
it-
can't make final decisions in a workshop, but you could get everything organized and then bring it to council for an action item without having to try to utilize council meeting time for this type of discussion.
I think a workshop would be helpful. I think we're gonna have 1.8 million available, and from staff's perspective, the easiest would be just to continue further south. But again, there are talks of all of these other projects. So it would be good to get consensus from council on whether or not we're going to continue downtown phase 3 as far south as we can go within that sewer boundary, or are we going to reprioritize that funding?
Yeah, I like a lot of what you're talking about, and I think Gunnings Alley definitely should be discussed as a potential. Especially because we were just talking with the phase 3 consultants about doing stormwater projects as a part of their project. I think it's a good time to consider Gunnings Alley as a stormwater project as well. But yeah, I'm happy to workshop this later and not hold up the show.
Yeah.
I know everybody's ready for lunch.
Me too.
The last one I had, and this is probably gonna head to workshop as well. This is our, perhaps, I don't know. This is our SOAR North, so in your handout, the one that does not have the highlight, this also is expiring in 2029. Roughly, rough numbers, 5 million is what we are planning to have. We have been working on the Great Northern Project. So this would again largely support the number one pillar of the economic development plan. The purpose of us looking at Great Northern Road is number one, to provide for stormwater. Today, there's not a lot of stormwater management in that area. So we would provide an area for private development to put their stormwater where it's not today. So instead of having lakes and ponds in this area that's undevelopable or cost prohibitive from developing, we would have swales and stormwater infrastructure for that water to go and then convey. The other primary objective was to get our infrastructure, water and sewer updated along with the project. And then GN Road is just failing. It doesn't have an adequate base. Part of that's because we don't have good stormwater infrastructure. So we're constantly throwing money into the road reconstruction. That project is about $30 million. We applied for grant funding, I believe 2 grants actually, and were unsuccessful. So we're starting to pivot, recognizing the urgency of this 2029. So we pulled out a stormwater only concept, only within the stormwater boundary. Our engineers are estimated that would be $4 million. One of the reasons it's $4 million is we still have to do property acquisition. And then the other effort here would be road rehabilitation instead of reconstruction, but getting a good surface on that, or driving surface on that road. What those 2 efforts would not do is realign Great Northern out into our right of way. So a lot of our roadway is in BNSF right of way. It was one primary objective early on, was to get right of way acquisition and acquire that property so that GN was within right of way. If we did this stormwater and road rehab only, we would still not have all the property acquisition to fulfill that. In red here, the other project that I hear talked about pretty frequently is Boyer and Baldy intersection improvements. This is in our SURA boundary. This would be the phase 1 to our Baldy extension project. So we do have a plan in our multimodal transportation plan to extend Baldy actually out to 5th Avenue to the highway. That's about an $18-20 million project at least. That was $20. It's now 2026. But if we were to improve this intersection, which is failing, $2 million. So again, the purpose of me bringing this up is to say staff's plan is to spend, or the directive we've been given is to spend that $5 million on the Great Northern Road project. But if there were other ideas for it, this would be the time, again, with this expiring, to really explore that and make a decision.
And I'm sorry, what was the Boyer Baldy price? Does that say 2 million?
I have 2 million for that intersection. Typically, it's about $1 million for an intersection improvement, but with right of way property acquisition is very rough, high level.
I definitely would prefer the Boyer Baldy over Great Northern. I think it benefits everybody on Great Northern as well as tons of other property owners. It gets trucks off of Division. It gets trucks out of our Boyer and Larch intersection that's becoming a problem. I think it would be extremely smart for us to look down the road and start that project now so that it has a chance of completion before that intersection is a complete nightmare. So, I think I understand all of the reasons why we want to go after Great Northern. I think there's just only a small number of property owners that it actually really benefits. And I think it would be more appropriate as like a local improvement district. But this Boyer Baldy intersection is going to affect almost everybody in town. So I think it's a great use of these funds and we should prioritize that and stuff.
I would probably agree with that.
I live on the northern side and I ride my bike through there and it's a little dangerous. So that's my issues on that is it's a big dirty road that And a lot of people are starting to move in that area, so definitely don't want to lose traction of that too.
Do you think we could workshop both of them in the same setting or separate?
Can you talk a little bit about
I think so.
can you tell us a little bit about the decision-making authority of the SURA board versus council when it comes to allocating SURA funds?
Do you want to do that? Or I can.
So I guess my understanding is that, the city approves the projects, but the SURA board independently, allocates the funds.
Correct.
So we can't, I mean, we need to work in collaboration with the SURA board as far as how the funds get actually allocated, because you can't do one without the other. So,
And we can make an ask of Sura and they can say no.
sure.
So there's no.
I just
we don't
bring
get-
that up because this got discussed at yesterday's SURA board meeting, and the SURA board chair in particular reminded the rest of the board that SURA North was founded for Great Northern. It exists to do improvements to Great Northern Road. So the SURA board, if that's the, opinion, is who controls the purse strings on those funds, will champion and advocate stormwater and roadway improvements to Great Northern over anything else.
Agree. I mean, it sounds like
Good
that, but they
information.
do have the final decision-making authority on how to get there.
With acquiring right of way, is there any way BNSF could help pay for any of that improvement?
We've been reaching out and working with BNSF and they are a good partner in that they always show up to the conversation, and if they do have funding available, they would love to prioritize this project. They're having the same funding issues that we are, so they probably would not support the property purchase, but stormwater efforts, that's kind of where they would be more likely to engage. But to date, they've not been able to actually provide us with funding.
And it might be useful to get some direction from the SURA board as to what they're leaning towards so that we can operate within the scope of what they're likely to do anyways.
Yesterday, the SURA board asked Eric Bush to come back with preliminary numbers for a roadway improvement on Great Northern. That's the highest priority of the SURA board, is to improve that vehicle roadway.
And I've had experience with other cities where the city actually expended the funds and the time to expand an urban renewal boundary for the purpose of restoring intersections. And the urban renewal board decided not to spend the funds at all on the intersections. So it's really helpful to work collaboratively and get some direction and indication from them of what their priorities are. Okay, this is a good.
I was just gonna say, it goes back to 2003. That's how long.
So we'll do a 30-minute break. My force, it didn't understand what I was saying. Okay, we'll break until 1.
Good.
There we go. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you all got some sustainable energy for yourselves and some coffee. I did. To keep going for the next, and sunshine, we all stepped outside. So Holly is still on deck presenting. If we can get through this next section in a half an hour, we can be back on track. If we're not, we're bumping things down a little bit and go as far as we can still. I will turn it over to Holly. We have moved on to sustainable environment. Not sure if you love that title. Under the description, I pulled out the two that currently that are in your strategic plan and development to assure good stewardship of resources and responsible outcomes for the built and natural environments. And Polly's going to move on in that thing, talking about wastewater, stormwater, and transportation. So, Polly, take it away.
Thank you. Let me share. Get the screen ready to share. Okay, so Public Works know that in this discussion, we're always grounded in planning. These are all of our plans and that we operate off of in Public Works. I passed this out earlier. When we think about funding, often we're thinking about the dollar signs that we're spending, but also think about the resources to support them. So I have this org chart for the Public Works Department. That's in front of you too, but as you're planning and you're thinking about your strategic plan, don't just think about the signs, think about your staff resources also to support these. So to start with water, and this is gonna be really close to what we talked about just a couple weeks ago. So I think we can move through this pretty quickly, but stop me if you do have any questions. So in Sandpoint, we do serve outside of our city limits. We serve to Ponderay, Bonner County, Kootenai. We have 3 wholesale agreements. We do have 2 water treatment plants. We have the Lake Water Treatment Plant is our primary. We also have Sand Creek, which is over in our watershed. We have a watershed plan specifically to help protect that Sand Creek environment, to protect that water quality so that we can continue to serve from Sand Creek. We have about 100 miles of water mains, and these are the planning documents that we work off of. Every time we do a project, we are always pulling from these plans. We're not inventing plans. We should not invent plans. Our rates are also developed off of these plans. So after our big master planning effort, we updated our rate study, and our rates reflect all of these projects and updates. So the master plans provide your 20-year roadmap for planning. It's operation and maintenance cost, like updating your water meters. And then it's also larger projects like water main reconstruction. The big takeaway from our water master plan is that we do have fire flow deficiencies in our system. We have aging infrastructure. And the good news is that we do have water rights to support our future. But for our fire flows, the red circles are identifying areas where we do have challenges with fire flow demand. So under a fire flow scenario, our water service drops below an acceptable pressure of 20 PSI. So there's actually 2 areas. One is in our downtown, and then the other is outside of our city limits. And so we have projects to support and fix these. In the Northeast area, it's particularly challenging because we have a question of how do we serve outside of our city limits. We have $30 million of projects identified on the map in front of you. $8 million identified outside of city limits for a fire flow improvement project outside of city limits. And then you can see there's in Ponderay, Kootenai, and Bonner County, and can't see my mouse, I'm sorry, but in the Northeast area, there's about an additional $10 million of projects. So one big challenge that we have is how do we pay for capital projects outside of our city limits? So a map identifies water main improvements that need to be done for the utility, fire flow deficiencies that we need to work on fixing. We don't have agreements in place on how we actually support these projects. If we were a water utility, there wouldn't be an issue because we would not be a city. We are a city, we have city limits. So we're kind of in this in between this vague area as a, we're a city, we're not a water utility, we're not wholesaling to these outside areas. How are we operating?
And for clarity, a utility would have a separate board.
Separate board, it wouldn't be the city of Sandpoint, it would be a completely private entity.
And we'd have less control.
Oh, absolutely. So today, if we were to fund these issues, we would look at an LID or passing a bond. The challenge is having Sandpoint voters pass a bond for a project outside of the city. And we would be taking on debt for improvements outside of the city. So it's gray. And so we need to figure out where we kind of fall on this spectrum.
I think it's also a little bit less than ideal that we're making decisions for people who don't have the opportunity to vote for us or against us. So all of those water users, we're essentially acting as their water board members and they get no say in who sits on this council. So I think that's problematic. I think step one in all of this is we need to develop a policy for when and how we not just deal with questions like the one that's being asked right now, but approve new water users outside of our boundaries, outside of our city limits. I think it, you know, if I understand, Holly and I talked about this before, and if I understood correctly, it's basically if we have the capacity, we give them a will serve. Is that right?
So I'll pull up this map for clarity. Within Sandpoint city limits, if someone is going to develop, one of their first steps is actually to make sure that they have utilities. The city of Sandpoint provides a will serve letter, which commits to providing them water service. And then they can go on and plan their development. Maybe it's a subdivision. Within city limits, it's a really simple exercise because we do serve all of our full area. Outside of city limits, it does get complicated because while we do serve along that dark purple boundary, because we have fire flow issues, we don't actually know whether or not we have the capacity to serve them water. So we run a model. So the development provides their plan for what they're going to build. We insert it into our hydraulic model, which is a really high level assessment, but that gives us a good idea as to whether or not we have adequate fire flow for that area. If we do, we provide water. If we don't, it's really challenging because we've shown that we don't have the capacity, so we can't provide water, but then we're challenged with how we actually fund the improvement to be able to provide them water.
And I think in addition to all of that, there's also the question of should we be encouraging growth outside of our boundaries by providing water when we have no control over the zoning or the fire codes or anything like that? And my thoughts on that is it's something that we really need to take a look at and give staff a clear policy on when we will add new customers outside of our boundaries, beyond just do we have the physical infrastructure in place to serve those people? Is it advantageous to the city of Sandpoint to add new customers? Yeah. Because within our city limits, we can address that question through zoning. Outside of our city limits, we can't. So I think that's something that we need to develop a very clear policy on so that staff can move forward in a more strategic manner.
And Holly touched on it a bit, but you do have a policy that is developed on the premise that you would have intergovernmental agreements between you and the other jurisdictions where you're providing, and those intergovernmental agreements were never completed.
So that is in the line of the strategic
Yeah.
plan, and
It is.
I've always understood that that was making some progress, but then when I asked, there's not much going.
There was progress, and then it came to a screeching halt, and then it's been progress by proxy based on just applicants coming in. There's a lot of legal wrangling that needs to be done in this discussion and conversation of where are your risks that we won't do today. But I think with Holly's explanation and kind of Kyle adding in what staff needs is some understanding from council as to whether or not this is a high priority for you. I think anybody on staff that works in this area would tell you it should be a high priority.
I would like to see it, I would like to see it as a measurable goal on a yearly basis and to maybe be done with this process in 3 years.
Yes.
Um,
I can bet.
Sort of disengaging or just providing wholesale, not being responsible for other than, I guess we'd still have to be responsible for our main. Potentially, I mean, I don't know enough of the details about how wholesaling would work, but I've been through this conversation enough times because I was here during this and it was a big concern then. And it seems like it did get moving and then it, like you said, it fell off. But I think in the long run, the infrastructure that we have no control over is going to cost the city millions of dollars. And so if we don't spend money on the front end to figure out a solution, it's going to cost us much more money in the long run. And that's my say.
So can I ask a question? Holly, and for Fonda as well. What's wrong with the system we have now? Every new development in the Northeast area needs to do a pressure, what would we call it? A study, a pressure study.
Hydraulic model.
Hydraulic model. If it comes back saying that fire flow will not be achieved or the addition of this hookup will cause fire flow in the area to drop, we do not approve. We do not issue a will serve letter. We issue a won't serve letter. If that development goes forward, the cost of those improvements are now solely on the back of the developer. You want growth to pay for itself, make the development outside of city limits, pay for the infrastructure needed for that development to take place.
The real problem right now is the current deficiency. How to pay for the current deficiency. And the untangling of the fact that we've accepted enough fees outside of our jurisdictional boundaries, and where are those funds dedicated and how do they get utilized? And Holly also hit it on the head. The only tool you have for bonding to fix, because this is usually what you would do, is go out for a bond. The expense of that would be put on the backs of your Sandpoint city ratepayers and not outside of your boundary because you don't have the utility. So that's what I'm talking about, the legal complexities of the untangling. And without us being a utility and without us having these intergovernmental agreements.
So for new growth, that would be an acceptable solution. We don't serve where deficiency would be expanded unless those deficiencies are made up for by private dollars. But the problem is that $8 million deficiency that exists today or existed 4 years ago. Is that correct? Who pays for the $8 million deficiency that?
I think an additional, you're right, but the additional challenge is we're not the city of Ponderay or Kootenai who would work on those tools to develop an LID or to bond for that improvement. If this was happening in Sandpoint city limits, we have all of those options available to us, but because we are Sandpoint and we're looking at improvements in Ponderay, we just don't have the ability to have an LID outside of our city limits, I don't believe, or.
You also have two resolutions that were adopted by council in 2007 and 2011 that prescribe a very detailed process for applicants outside of city limits, and that process hasn't been followed. And so we
Which
have
contributed to the deficiencies
it
that
has
we have.
contributed to the deficiencies that we have, and you can't ignore the political tenderness of moving towards wholesale opportunity and the untangling that's going to require to get there. Because you have specifically two cities that we serve in that don't have the governmental infrastructure to take over, just for instance, just collecting monthly fees. So it's a big discussion. The action plan will be even bigger.
Can I ask a question about that map? Are any of those dark purple areas? So they're out of the city. They're not, we don't have area of city impact anymore there. Are they on a wastewater treatment or do they have septic?
I do think there's a separate sewer district up there.
How about on the west side?
Yeah, I think, my understanding, and I actually don't know this for sure, so don't quote me on this, but that there is a separate sewer district that
Does the east,
that serves Kootenai and Ponderay.
but what's on the west there?
Just on Woodland Road, you mean?
Yeah.
No, they're just on
Well, those are all in the same
individual
city.
septic system.
Their septic systems. I'm just saying that's,
They're in the city of Sandpoint.
Those are all Sandpoint.
they are the purple ones. Okay.
No,
Where the
They don't-
cursor is.
Edelweiss? I thought
They don't-
Edelweiss is on individual.
They don't look like they're in the city.
No, that purple one's not.
All those purple on the west side
this
or
one here,
and the west.
That's not city. This is city
Right.
limits and that's city.
Okay, so those others are not
Right, but there's no
And-
development on that property. That's just an empty field.
yet.
Correct.
And so they are areas that you were looking at possibly serving wholesale at some time.
We already do wholesale service, the one on the very top up there.
Idlewild.
Yep,
Mhm.
but they do not have our septic. The same with
They
the
don't
down,
have-
down below.
They
They-
don't
That's
have-
only in the city.
districts that we're serving. We're not serving outside of boundaries there. We're wholesaling to a
Correct.
water district.
Which is different,
That's.
serving to individual parcel owners outside of our boundaries.
Okay, that's, what is the difference between for my information, wholesaling and serving.
Wholesaling is, there's a geographic area, and with that, just for example purposes, one pipe goes in and it's a mass volume from us that they pay one bill to us, and then they bill their individual parcel owners.
Like Syringa.
Like
Correct.
Syringa,
Okay.
correct.
And wholesaling is,
So for instance, we don't wholesale to Ponderay.
That is wholesaling, what she just explained.
I just
that
described.
was wholesaling.
Yes.
So what's serving?
The slide in front of you will help too. So when we serve, we have a whole operator staff who is out and the crews are working on the water mains and working on your meters. We have a utility biller here at the city. We work on repairs and maintenance.
Okay,
We developed a rate structure. A wholesale, we're entirely removed from that.
Okay.
We're just providing the water.
and so we are serving out of city of Sandpoint.
Yes.
Yes, in Ponderay and Kootenai.
Those individual homeowners.
Those are
send
not
their-
wholesale.
Their water bill has our logo.
Okay,
They pay their water bill to the city hall.
and on the west, those purple areas, there's nothing there yet.
Same
We
thing. They-
wholesale.
That's wholesale.
Yeah.
So the same thing, they would be paying.
The license wholesale.
They just, those are multiple
Oh.
property owners in a geographic boundary that pay to an entity that then pays one bill to us. Unlike Ponderay, where all the individual property owners pay us their water bill.
That's quite a.
Now
quite a
you know
fracture.
why
So-
we had a goal.
Yeah.
And so one question, and the whole thing is brought up by John Monks, and I mentioned this the other night on council. If they're not on a wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, wastewater separate from water.
Yeah, I know, but
Okay.
if you're serving water, they're using water, it's going into a septic system or it's going into a wastewater treatment.
One or
plant,
the other.
right? He's saying if they are not wastewater treatment, that they are contributing environmentally to the blue-green algae issues. And I'm just wondering what our stand environmentally would be for serving somebody without a wastewater treatment plant to wash.
For
over.
instance, if I hear you correctly, just so we can kind of bridge the gap, is having somewhere in policy regarding serving outside of our boundaries, an element that would require they be on wastewater treatment.
Yes.
Okay.
That's, I know, that's where he was talking at the Sustainability Committee about directing the city or suggesting to the city that
So that is a great point, because that speaks to what Holly just mentioned about our inability to have any commentary or input
Right.
on the actual development of the parcel. So they're just coming to us saying, one of the boxes we have to check is whether or not water is available here. That's the only box we, as a city, outside of our boundaries for those parcels are looking at, is whether or not we will issue them a will serve letter. We don't have any ability to comment on the remaining development of the parcel to include whether or not they're on wastewater treatment.
so that's something we would want to have in writing or policy or.
I don't know if there's.
I'm not sure off the top of my head whether we have the authority.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the issue.
But if
That's one of those big issues.
we have authority to say, no, we will not serve.
Based on a business, like we operate it like a business, if we have we have a water service boundary, if we have the capacity to serve water, we do.
If they're in the water service boundary, so the question arises on whether someone's coming into the water service boundary, that's a slightly different one. But if they're in the water service boundary, then we have to serve them if we have capacity.
So, and for
But those purple
clarity,
we're not in.
They're not in the city limits, I think some of them are in the boundary.
This dark blue line is our boundary.
we have a water service boundary that exceeds our city limits that's
Okay, so-
identified and adopted without a utility.
And so there is a dark blue line around those purple.
Correct.
Okay, I cannot.
It's kind of hard to see.
So-
Have a mess.
Yeah, it's a total mess. That's why I wanted to get worked out. I wanted it to get worked out. I wanted it to get worked out as an edge. But so the other point I want to just comment on what you said, Fonda, is that in a way, I mean, utility ratepayers pay for the utility. But because the fact or the thought process is that these smaller cities could not pay for their own building people or whatever administrative structure, infrastructure they needed. In some way, we are subsidizing that.
Yep.
And so, although there can be the argument of your ratepayers are paying into the system, and so they're paying for what they need, but because of all these irregularities and not having a district, there's a lot of efficiencies and financials, I think, that are being lost because it's not a concrete piece that you can what's the word I'm looking for, Sarah? You can calculate. You can't do a spreadsheet on that because you don't know how that really works. So anyway, back to I'd like to see us done with this in a much better place in 3 years.
And yeah,
And measurable yearly goals about where we're gonna get to.
and yeah, again, with, we're not just subsidizing, but we're also encouraging developments that couldn't happen without our water service. And we've definitely seen the county kind of say, well, they checked all the boxes, so we're gonna allow that development to go through. And that only happened because we provided services outside of our city boundary. It used to be in our comp plan, I'm not sure if it made it into the most recent update, that we had a policy that we would not extend services outside our city boundaries for low density development. So I think that's a value of our community, and we need to pursue that.
And partner that with the conflict between that and the fact a previous council adopted a water service boundary and adopted resolutions for a process for applying for water outside of your jurisdiction. So
Absolutely.
I think that's a perfect example of how all of these work together, meaning you had a comp plan that said, we're not going to serve water to low density. You had a strategic plan that started to identify this as a problem, but then the work towards resolving the problem was stopped. So I think what you guys are highlighting is that work needs to be picked back up with a sense of urgency. If I said that correctly. Phones, kids, put your phones away. Making sure.
And I would, I guess I would like to point out that all of this information was not brought as a whole to council when changes were made, if I can make that clear.
And you've only heard bits and pieces of it.
Bits and pieces of it along the way until I finally realized, okay, you can, 3 out of 5 dentists, you can always present in such a way that it makes sense to do things. But if you don't have all of the information to make a full, complete decision about what you're doing, you don't always make the right choice. But we can change boundaries.
Boundaries,
To pursue that.
policy, resolutions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the policy changes by
We can revisit the 2007 and 2011
resolution.
resolutions.
Because I know, like I said, that came up to council since
Yeah.
I've been on previously.
Let's not make the problem any worse while we're trying to figure out how to fix the problem.
Media, start looking at those pieces.
So those would be the measurable yearly goal, is to affect that.
Well, that brings up the question again. The status quo where we deny water service if extension of water service enhances or worsens deficiencies. We're legally allowed to do that, right, Fonda? If a deficiency exists, sorry, city attorney.
If a deficiency, yeah.
If a deficiency exists and the extension of water service exacerbates that deficiency or creates a new deficiency, we can deny service.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the short
The
answer.
problem is we didn't do that for the last 15 years. Now we have lots of bad deficiencies that are $8 million at least, probably a lot more than $8 million of repairs needed.
Yes.
But if we redraw our blue line and say we're going to deny all new will serve requests within that area, keep in mind, there's a subsidy coming back to city ratepayers as well. By having ratepayers outside of the city limits, everybody else's rates are lower. We're all paying lower water rates, including myself, because I'm served by city water outside of city limits. because I'm part of a large pool of ratepayers. If we were to cut off half of our ratepayers, the average rate doubles for those remaining on the system.
And I think as part of your exploration, you would want to say, to look at how that.
That's getting into the details, but it's complicated. It's complicated.
Just keeping in mind, we have the capacity.
Yeah.
Right, we
We
have,
just don't, I mean, we have the lake, we
Yeah.
have the capacity and of a little Sand Creek
Doesn't
watershed.
mean we
as well.
have to.
What we don't have is the ability. And it's, that's the, and I'll let Holly speak to this, but that's the ability to pump with enough fire flow to certain areas in the system.
I would just add to that DEQ. So we operate our utilities following the Department of Environmental Quality of Idaho. They really encourage this regionalization. They do see that economy and scale, all of the efficiencies in having a district like water utility that serves outside of its boundaries. So this is encouraged, at least by DEQ, and it's just figuring out the agreements to get in place so that we can operate this utility outside of our city limits.
So the issue wasn't really the boundary as much as internal process of that looks like, and
it's having the boundary outside of your city limits without forming a utility.
Right.
And not putting the foundational intergovernmental agreements in place with the other jurisdictions as to how this was gonna operate.
had we done that, we may not be having this conversation.
So what
Or
is the,
going back, I mean, we put ourselves in the situation by approving hookups outside of city limits without requiring development to pay for the infrastructure needed to maintain fire flows outside city limits.
Yeah.
We will not do that anymore.
That was
That we were violating our own policy from 2007 in doing that. We created this problem
Right.
for ourselves because we weren't following a policy that we adopted
It's,
15 years ago.
it's kind of a frog boiling in water too, like it's a parcel here and a parcel there and it just keeps expanding.
Small development
Small-
here,
yeah.
small development there.
so we're intergovernmental contracts, like a partnership between City of Ponderay and us? And so where are we at with that, or have we started that, or what's the deal there?
Probably a conversation for executive session at some point. I will say. However, there were emergency intergovernmental agreements drafted in I worked on 2021-ish. That weren't pursued because of some political fallout at the time. So
We could use those contracts still, basically?
I presented them several times as a starting point in this conversation. Okay, one boiling frog checked off the list.
Boiling, do not boil
Frog's
frogs.
Day.
Yeah, we're not boiling.
Do not boil
Yeah.
any frogs. And they are back. Big grills. I love them.
Next
We're on
boiling
Ontario.
frog for wastewater. So this is our other enterprise or our utility wastewater. When we think about this utility, you can think of it in two parts. One is our wastewater treatment plant. We have one plant. We only serve within Sandpoint city limits, so we're one tiny exception. We only serve within Sandpoint. And again, we're working off of planning documents that have all been adopted by city council, and we're working closely with DEQ. So we can think of it, sorry, I lost my thought. Think of it as the wastewater treatment plant as one piece, and then the collection, all of your pipes and lift stations and manholes kind of as the other piece. This is your wastewater system. We do have challenges within the system. So we have I&I, this is inflow and infiltration. So we have groundwater and stormwater that makes its way into our sewer pipes. That then gets to our wastewater treatment plant, where we have to treat that water. So instead of just treating the flows that are flushed through toilets, we're treating groundwater and stormwater. So we are aggressively trying to reduce I&I, line our mains, replace our manholes, educate the public on not connecting their sump pumps to our sewer mains, all to reduce that. Our other challenge that we're looking at is just aging infrastructure. You'll see that theme throughout Sandpoint. We have a very old plant, old pipes, and we're also growing. Our wastewater CIP, our wastewater treatment plant, you'll have an update at council from our engineer next Wednesday, but we are planning for $130 million worth of improvements. That is full reconstruction, and I'll dive into that on the next slide. And then on your collection, we have about $46 million worth of improvements needed. Stepping back, that light gray area is the area of city impact, ACI. And you'll recall in the past year, council has really reduced that in response to state planning requirements that your ACI area of city impact should be where you're going to incorporate in the next 10 years, I believe. So we've 5 years. So we've really reduced that. So we do want to look at and revisit how we're going to grow. Should we no longer be planning for growth in this area? One question to just be thinking about, but all of our planning documents, our water system plan, our sewer collection plan, all thinks about serving these areas and growing in that direction. So.
But we said we were.
After we plan, so these master plans
Right.
were worked on in 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, before we reduced our ACI. So the question is should we go back and update our master plans if we truly are not going to grow that way?
Are those green, are they already infrastructure for that?
That was, if we were to grow into this ACI in the next, that looks 40 years out. In the next 40 years, if we're going to grow, those are main lines that we would have to build to support that growth.
But we said we were not growing.
In the next 5 years, but are we going to get there in 40? So it's just when you're on the next comp plan, we should really revisit how we're going to grow.
A quick question about that. The wastewater treatment plant that we're in the process of designing right now, does it envision servicing all those areas? Or are we building it to accommodate just the users and potential new users that could fit within our current city limits?
This wastewater treatment plant is projected at a 20-year growth. In 20 years, the gray hatching is a 40-year build out. So the answer to your question is both. So the wastewater treatment plant is looking at 20-year growth projections, which is not this full build out in the light gray, but it's a portion of it.
But outside of our city limits, are we building for capacity that would
It took our comp plan.
potentially be outside of our city limits?
Yeah, so it looked at our comp plan. So our current comp plan looked at building out into this area in some amount of time.
The comp plan was completed before the change in Idaho code regarding area of city impact.
Right.
And our wastewater treatment plant growth projections are off of the comp plan over 20 years. So the comp plan does not foresee that we would be built out in this full area in 20 years, but there's some growth.
But we're confusing growth and expansion here.
Yes.
Expansion
Thank
into the
you.
area of city impact is not necessary for growth to take place. The
That's
comp plan
what I'm asking.
forecasts a population of 16,000 by 2040.
Right.
That's 16, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're anticipating the population to be 16,000 in 2040. Those extra 6,000 people could be living within our current city limits, or they could be sprawled out on quarter-acre lots out in the county, or what's currently the county.
That's the question. Can they
Can they what?
all
That's based
fit
on the
within the city
policy.
limits?
They
Let's-
could be if they were annexed.
Physically
No, I'm
fit.
saying within our current city
Right.
limits, not annexing new property. Within our current city limits, can we fit all of those people that we're building a new water treatment plant for? Or if we kept the current situation where we do not serve outside of our city limits, can we actually fit that many people in this area, or are we building too big of a plant?
So to address that, we get this question really commonly. Our plant is not sized based on our growth projections, which is really uncommon. Our plant is sized based off of I&I.
And now, yes.
The reason we are, and I'll get to this in one of our slides. We are overbuilding a plant, but it's not because of growth. It's because we're getting groundwater and stormwater into our system, and we're seeing flows increase 10 times. So instead of building a 5 MGD plant, which would accommodate all of this growth in front of you and accommodate KPMG or Schweitzer and a lot of growth, we're looking at a 14 MGD plant, which is like a plant for the size of Coeur d'Alene, all because of inflow and infiltration. So it's not dialing in our growth projections is not a priority for our wastewater treatment plant reconstruction project.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great segue. Here's our wastewater treatment plant project. So we are working last meeting, council approved application for state revolving funding. We were invited to apply for $38 million, and this is a loan provided by the state of Idaho. We're anticipating that over 2 years, we would likely see 60 million in that funding. So while we were invited to apply for 38, we're really hoping that we'll get 60 over this year's funding source and next year's. So that provides for $130 million project, 70 million that we still need to identify that funding source for to rebuild this plant. So one of the efforts that is going to kick off once we start design is value engineering. This is when you really look at opportunities to rehab, reuse, I always call it scrappy. But where can we find costs in design efficiencies, or maybe contractors are really good at finding opportunities to save money. The other thing we're looking at is permit negotiations. So we do have the director of DEQ coming to visit in May, and we're going to discuss with them this idea about wet weather treatment train. So I described earlier that our flows increase 10 times because of I&I during rain events, particularly rain on snow events. And what our engineers have been working on and what we're going to propose is, instead of designing every single system of our wastewater treatment plant to accommodate that storm, that we would have a separate wet weather flow so that you would have 2 system trains. One would be your typical wastewater treatment plant process that's sized appropriately for a city of our size. And then under a rain event or rain on snow event, that I&I has a separate treatment train. It wouldn't go through every single process. It would have a separate process. But at the end of the train, the product or the effluent would be of a quality that meets our permit. So we're not proposing to have any additional pollutant metrics on our permit, but rather just talk about how we're treating that water. So that's one kind of value engineering or permit negotiation that we're trying to get the cost of that plant down below 130 million. And then there's other funding out there, USDA rural development, WIFIA, and then there's some grant opportunities as well that we'll pursue. The big effort here is, this project has been on the docks for probably 30 years that we've needed to really focus on this. And it's been, we've said it's prioritized, but we haven't put the staffing and the momentum behind it. And we're doing that now. So City Council has been so supportive of going after this bond, and we are successful in passing it. And all of the agreements to spend money have been passed. It's really now getting it to the finish line. And to me, the finish line is just getting it in the contractor's hands to actually start that construction, because then we'll be breaking ground and we'll be able to see that. But I really just want to encourage keeping this momentum that we have, and keeping our efforts and our resources dedicated to this wastewater treatment plant reconstruction, so that we don't shift priorities to another focus that puts us on the back burner. I think we had incredible staff for many years who were here and had the ability to work on this project, and it always had conflicting priorities, so they weren't able to allocate their workload to this really important project. I think that's all I wanted to touch on. Are there any questions on the wastewater treatment plant?
I'm sorry, when you talk about the wet weather treatment train, changing some of the is that changing some of the final?
No,
It
still
wouldn't.
saying it won't.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're still keeping the good.
Our quality, our effluent quality would be the same. That's our ask. Our ask is for DEQ to allow that we would have a different treatment process. And historically in Idaho, they have not allowed different treatment process. You have to treat every piece of influent the same. California, however, has separate treatment processes in their California DEQ or their EPA. So we're hopeful that we can split that up, but we'll see. And our engineer will come next week and give you a really
Okay.
solid update. But
Next one.
Holly, you kind of started your presentation and then you just touched on it a bit again. With being mindful of the staff resources that are needed to support certain priorities. Do you currently have a large percentage of your staff designated for wastewater treatment at the moment? And does that get affected if council starts giving direction to redirect other priorities?
so this is $130 million construction effort. If you were to, when we forecast and we plan, we think about, and this is high level, it changes, but roughly $8 million per project manager. So $130 million project, you would want to have over 10 project managers on that. That's not how we're going to operate this project. We can't hire 8 to 10 people just to manage the project. But we will absolutely lean on consultants. And we'll have to lean on consultants for this. One thing that's going to be really unique to this project that we don't do on other projects is get an owner's representative. That's going to be our first, we've got our first step is to get that state revolving fund. Once we have this funding, what we do with it is we build our team. This will be an alternative delivery method project, recognizing the urgency. So we'll bring a contractor and an engineer on board at the same time, which is unusual. Typically, you design the project, you bid, then you build it. So we'll bring the contractor and the engineer, and they'll build it and design it at the same time under a CMGC method, most likely, so that we can do this quickly. We did this method under the James E. Russell Center, so this council's familiar with that type of planning. But what we didn't do with the James E. Russell Center is have an owner's representative. So we'll have a third party in our court representing the city and filling that project manager, project engineer role so that we have a hired contractor in our court to work with the contractor and the engineer design firm, if that makes sense. So we'll contract a large firm to fill that 8 to 10 PM staffing need. If that answered the question. So we do hear often, why do we pay engineering services so much? Do we really have to spend this much money on this firm? For this project, the answer is absolutely yes.
Any questions?
Streets? Do you have still good on time?
Yeah, I knew a couple minutes, can we?
Yes.
And then we'll probably reorganize the agenda a bit and skip over arts and recreation and go right to public safety and then come back. When Jason and Bill are together again, start preservation. So what do you guys think?
We're not skipping the sustainable.
We're not gonna skip it, no, we're just gonna reorganize it to get public safety done.
Oh, you're back. I'm back.
Are we on?
You're correct.
We're going to streets right now. We're still, so. just
Are
so
we
you know
on-
how far behind we are?
Says transportation.
We're under, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
which was supposed to be from 1:10 to 1:30, so we're gonna do transportation.
Okay.
In 15 minutes.
Sewage is important.
It was.
So for our streets, we are operating off of our multimodal transportation master plan. This looks at growth, our aging infrastructure. The goals are in front of you on the screen, but I'm gonna keep things moving and talk about pavement condition. So each year, I spoke to this earlier, for streets typically, this is not in stone, but typically we budget $500,000 out of our general fund for streets. And we typically look at $500,000 from our resort city tax. Sarah mentioned that does fluctuate, so we have the hotel, it's gonna be maybe redeveloped, and so that would change. It also is expiring in 2035. To give you kind of an idea of what our streets look like, our overall pavement condition index shows that our streets overall are within our national standard. However, the backlog is double this national standard. So a backlog of streets that need to be reconstructed. They are beyond rehab. An example of a street that is beyond rehab would be Jefferson, or Olive would be Olive Jefferson. Streets that are really alligating and alligatoring. They're alligator holes. You see pockets of asphalt, sinkholes. So the cost to fix all of our streets is $108 million, and that's in 2026. If we were to budget that, spread that out over 10 years, it would be $18 million a year that we'd have to spend on our roads. If we were not going to fix all of our streets, but rather maintain, so don't rebuild any roads, but just put the funding to roads that are in good shape, maintain roads that are in good shape, $1.3 million per year, and this is in 2026 dollars. So on the right of your screen, you see this is a pavement. The top graph is just good pavement practice, best practices. What it's showing is it is most cost effective to keep your good streets in good condition. Spend money on good streets instead of reconstructing streets. What we hear from our residents is that's not acceptable. They don't want to see us spending money, for example, on we'll say 4th Avenue that we just overlaid to keep that project in, or that road in good condition. They'd rather see Jefferson repaved. Best pavement practices say let Jefferson continue to fail and look for grant money to rebuild that and keep your budget allocation to keeping your good roads in good shape. So I'm just sharing that's something that we try to balance between best practices and what we hear from the public. The bottom line here is even with the $500,000 from general fund and $500,000 from resort city tax, we're still not meeting the $1.3 million per year that we need to maintain our conditions. So you'll just continue to see.
No, we talked about later, but we're in a hurry. Go ahead.
No, we're not. Go ahead.
No. Zach. What, is there I can't remember if there's a state mandate of how much we can allocate towards roads. Let's say we wanted to, I mean, we can't take from the parks fund and give to the roads fund, but in the general fund, is there a max we can go towards roads? Like,
Not to my knowledge.
100% if you want.
if we wanted.
General budget towards it. You can't move money from pot to pot, but other than that.
So what was the thinking maybe behind over the past few years, the $1 million or the 500?
What do you mean the 1 million? The
The-
resort city tax was just
Yeah.
voters. The 500 is what basically we try to strive to. So instead of buying other things, we try to put it into the road. So if we say we need a police car, nope, we're gonna put it in the road. So we
the
try to
trade-off.
keep that 500. And still do everything else, if that makes sense. But you could take that 500 and do something else with it. You could.
Right.
Has the city consistently been spending roughly $1 million on streets each year that you know of?
I would say sometimes we roll that over. It just depends. And that, now mind you too, this is from the master of, once we did the multimodal, that was only in what, 21? So we're not talking very many years here that we've been doing the 500,000, because all that multimodal money went to the multimodal plan. So,
Yeah.
and before that, when I look back, it's 100,000.
It's
Yeah.
275 was the most.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
and I'm just thinking with inflation now, that 500 isn't even,
Correct.
it's basically the
Correct.
200, yeah.
Correct, yep.
So anyways,
The graph at the bottom of the screen just shows the pavement condition index. With the lack of funding, you'll just continue to see your roads continue to deteriorate and decline if we're not able to maintain them.
Horse and buggy.
Bicycles.
Keep riding your bike.
Get traffic out of town.
It's gonna be a bumpy bike ride.
Bumpy
We'll
bike.
alternate with Pam's and Kyle's walking bike, I like.
Yeah, I mean, bike trails are a lot cheaper than roads.
Yeah,
They're a
a
lot.
lot better
cheaper.
for
I
us.
guess Peachtree City, Georgia, they have golf
Healthcare.
carts, so.
I'm open to that.
Me too.
All right, Holly, keep going.
Our multimodal transportation plan does bring along a lot of planning documents with it. Our 2008 UATP, this is the Urban Area Transportation Plan, is one of those documents. This is where we get our engineering standards, our access management plan, our cross sections for what our road reconstruction might look like. We have a downtown design guide that's part of this, which looked at our downtown phase 3 improvement and informed that. There's a pavement condition and index assessment that's part of this. There's a traffic operations memo and highway 2 corridor that are all bundled and packaged into that multimodal transportation plan and the appendices.
Where is Complete Streets live?
This is also, it's a policy that was adopted. If you went to our multimodal transportation plan, it's one of the appendices.
Okay, so it's in the appendices of that.
I think it was a resolution, yeah.
These are the big efforts in the multimodal transportation plan. I just highlighted a couple of our large capital projects. The division corridors, the $10 million seeking to improve division from Highway 2 north to Baldy. Great Northern, which we touched on earlier. Into the road reconstruction project of the entirety of Great Northern on the northwest corner of our town. The Baldy extension is a new road that would realign or extend rather Baldy from Boyer all the way to the highway. And one of the goals of that project is to get trucks off of Division and Boyer. So Division and Boyer both operate as a truck route. If we were to do the Baldy extension project, we would be able to eliminate trucks off of Division and keep that corridor more multimodal. And then there's the couplet project, which we were in 2022, I believe. Mayor Shelby directed staff not to work on that project, but this is the concept to rebuild how Highway 2 operates through Sandpoint city limits.
That's happened twice, right? Where we were like on the verge
Yes.
the night of. Right,
So there was a roundabout at Highway 2 and Boyer, and then there was the couplet piece.
Right.
And
If-
so those are the two things that.
right, and, okay.
I have a quick question. So the couplet's still in the multimodal transportation plan. I would like to see that taken out as something to put on the strategic plan. But my question is it in the urban area transportation plan? Because I asked for it to be taken out and I'm not certain that it did.
Well, I think the concern is there could be a point where the state, correct me if I'm wrong, the state could say, we don't care what you have or don't have in that, we're just gonna do it. And we're already in bad light with them because of the past two situations. If I understand it correctly, where it might be advantageous for us to keep it in there. So we at least have some say and play with it, as opposed to we just take it out and we don't play ball with them. They'll just do whatever they want without our say, possibly.
No, I totally
Okay.
understand that strategy there, and I would definitely be supportive of putting in a different concept that the community supports. But as you pointed out, the community was definitely not supportive of the couplet. And
Twice.
so I think it's really important that we take it out. My question is it still in the urban area transportation plan?
You have the plan in front of you. You can look when we have three.
Okay,
All the plans are.
Took it off the implementation table.
when we voted
in the
on
comp
it,
It's
plan.
not in the urban area transportation plan. So the urban area transportation plan, we look to for engineering standards to think of it broadly. All of our capital improvements live in our multimodal transportation plan, not in the urban area transportation plan. So the urban area transportation plan points to our multimodal for our CIP list. We point to the urban area transportation plan for engineering standards. And one point of clarity is the curve project is different than the couplet. They are different. Both of them looked to improve Highway 2 within Sandpoint city limits. Very similar projects in that you were improving a highway in Sandpoint city limits, but they had different approaches. One was a large highway through the corridor and the other one split the traffic, calling that a couplet. So just
Both of which the community did not want.
And I think it'd be advantageous for us to go back to see why they didn't want it, right? Was it just a knee-jerk reaction to change, or was it legitimate concerns for the community? Is it, would have been more beneficial moving forward with it for the safety of the community? So I think as we can move forward, we look back on that. Why didn't the community like it? Because it almost seems like any big change, we have and I'm not saying they're not right. I'm just saying.
I could articulate a lot, but I won't.
Yeah,
No,
me
but
too.
yeah, we'll talk about it later. Yeah.
But can we put that in the strategic plan to revisit that?
Another
I made a note here.
Yeah, she put it
to
down.
Discussion regarding couplet, and it's with your.
Couplets
potential-
/ curve.
Yeah, I think that's valid. The other thing is, I think in the context of the broader conversation as you revisit this, is your relationship with ITD and maybe directing staff to have some more conversations with ITD to get some clearer direction from them on what are the options, because you're the messengers to the community and you're the liaisons from ITD to the community, and it may be worth knowing what options, what your only options are from them as staff can articulate. So just a thought in continuing to keep
Yeah.
them in the conversation, because
So we don't want to be
you
just
don't
for
want
them
to
to,
destroy the relationship, and you don't want to not have a voice
yeah.
at some point.
So I think we're probably pretty safe to say that ITD is not gonna do anything with this in the next 3 years. Would
And
that
it might be
relatively accurate? Okay, well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just say 3. I know it may be very much longer, but for the sake of strategic plan and measurable goals, we could have that as a 3-year goal to figure out what options we have, what's the best
And the
option
timing
that
of
Sandpoint
options.
residents want.
Yeah.
And then finally get rid of this very tense,
Emotional.
emotional, unpopular piece, but at some point, it doesn't matter how unpopular it is, something's going to happen to us. Not because we're creating it, but because it's a state highway, so.
It's gathering information and doing an educational campaign, both for yourselves and for your public.
Maybe we could find a better option.
Well, that's all part of
That's
the
all-
discussion, I
yeah.
would say, is what are our options from the state? And then is one of those better? So I would put that as like a 3-year type of, it seems reasonable, because it doesn't need to happen in 1 year, but I'm sure.
The danger, the dangers. Just got rear-ended there.
The state's position, I can just say a few months ago, a private property owner approached ITD about possibly purchasing part of the ITD right of way that would have made up the curve.
Mhm.
The response, according to the developer, was that is where we will be building the curve in the future. So it's not really up to the city whether that happens or not. The couplet was our attempt to put our own version forward that was better than the state's version. The state still has a master plan that shows the curve as envisioned in 2012 in that location. That's what they will do if we don't have a better option for them. So they're not entertaining purchase offers from private developers who would like to build in that right of way currently, because that is their master plan. We could either have our master plan or we have their master plan. Ours has to maintain the level of service that theirs doesn't one way or another.
Right, and so maybe it's more of an education campaign and
that's
seeing
why
if,
I added that down here, community education.
right, another one of those AI videos, Joel,
So we need their AI
Doing
video.
it. Let's do it.
to explain it's not what we want, but it's what we're gonna get, so the least of.
stormwater.
Yes,
Is that okay?
absolutely.
Stormwater, very briefly, our stormwater system is not really funded. We fund this largely out of our general fund. And with the 2030 census that's right around the corner, we will officially hit 10,000 population. That will put us into the MS4. Rachel McKinley came and spoke to you all just the last council about our preparations for this in developing a stormwater master plan. Something to be thinking about is whether or not we should be looking to develop a stormwater utility. So just like our water system is funded by our water rates, our sewer system is funded by our sewer rates. This is an opportunity for our stormwater to be funded by stormwater rates. The steps to that would be 1, develop your stormwater plan, identify the level of service, flooding issues, aging infrastructure, things we need to fix, taking an inventory. looking at your capital costs, not just your capital projects, but your like owning and operating that utility operations costs, and develop a rate structure, rate model after that. You have to establish legal authority, there's public outreach, and then of course there's council buy-in. But that's a big effort that we are starting to work towards. So any questions on stormwater?
We need a plan.
Master plan, we don't have a master plan.
Oh,
We don't, we have, so at the last council meeting, we provided an update on engaging an engineering firm to develop a stormwater master plan. At your next council meeting, that agreement will be before you for consideration to.
1 year ago.
You hit one. Or
Two, 1 year ago.
Can we jump back really quick? So as a part of that whole, the streets piece, I think what I'm hearing from a lot of the council is they do want to review the urban area transportation plan. And there's some concern about the complete streets police piece. I know that Kyle mentioned, and so maybe, and I will add to that, the concerns that we were kind of redesigning from the dais. And so I just want to make sure that as a part of the strategic plan, that whatever that is that needs to happen, and I'm going to allow you the space to come together to make that a goal in our strategic plan, so that we are we see the bigger picture when we're sitting up there on the dais, when we're saying, okay, yeah, do that street or don't do that street. And we're not slowing the process down by kicking it off the dais a lot when there's been a lot of staff time, and then it ends up costing more the next year because of inflation reasons and whatnot. So whether that's complete streets or the urban area transportation plan, and whether that involves some of the planning staff or just the street staff, and those engineering pieces and all that curb radii and things I don't even want to talk about. I want it already decided. So that would be a goal I'd like to see as part of that.
Engineering standards. So today we resort to our 2008 urban area transportation plan because Sandpoint does not have standalone engineering standards. So I'm hearing you're wanting for us to develop our road standards, our street sections for Sandpoint specifically.
I would ask you, is that what you feel like our stumbling block is sometimes when we're passing these streets projects? We run into these little, and so I'd like, then I guess if that's some sort of policy that brings it all together. I mean, I know you're strictly doing the engineering piece, but I think as a council, we think about all the other pieces. So if there's something that can be put together so that we have a better understanding and we're not being our own roadblock to managing the city's finances the best that we can.
I added it on the streets page.
Okay.
So can I ask, is the complete streets the same as the downtown streets?
No.
No.
So I don't see a complete streets plan.
It falls.
What's that?
It's a false. There's a resolution.
Resolution from.
I have a feeling we're going to circle back in great depth on stormwater at some point. So I'm gonna leave this relatively blank for now, and you'll fill it in when we circle back to stormwater at another time. Fair
Because
enough?
we're getting that in front of us pretty soon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and you're kind of hamstrung until that master planning effort is complete.
Oh, complete streets. Well, you know, I put that in the.
Okay, I was gonna let public safety go next, to lump all of your stuff together, and you're
Yeah.
welcome to take
Your
it.
name's
public.
first. Yeah, Bill.
I'm at your disposal.
Thanks, Harvey.
Picking you down the beach.
Sheets A and B, or big A and little A.
You guys can just go at the same time.
Well, he's got. Trying to give you a little. Everybody else had handouts, so I didn't want to feel left out.
Oh,
Like all these other guys.
Hey, yours has pictures.
Yeah, Renee came out nice too.
I walked back into.
You guys need to know your fire chief is very unhappy right now that the police chief has a color printer.
I mean, it's
No,
great
it's going
too.
to-
Is that where he went?
These are very clear pictures.
Go find your color.
Yeah, I'm really curious. It'd be fun to learn about that. I'm gonna change my goal number one for sure.
Yeah.
Cheryl, can we get that in the efficiency?
Yeah.
I'll have IT set you up for the,
Everything
top
that you
here.
take to print for him.
And when I told you that your director worked very hard to prepare for today, I also want you to know your police chief was the very first one to send me his PowerPoint. So he exceeded all expectations.
I summed up everything I know in 5 slides. Was, do you want me to go first?
Yeah, because I didn't finish my
You're
PowerPoint
still
this
waiting on
morning.
yours. Okay.
So she just got mine.
I didn't even see it.
I just got it.
I was just being chiefish. The goal for me today was really to give the council an opportunity to kind of get to know the police department just a little bit and maybe understand some of our priorities and try to quickly tie it into some of the strategic plans that the city adopted a few years ago. So just the first page that I gave you is really, Cheryl talked about the importance of like a mission statement, having your visions, having your values, having your stuff outlined. The police department historically has always been pretty good at those for our individual stuff. So that first page you see is our mission, our vision, our values. And I won't read them because we don't have the time. But they're there for you to look at. The next thing is, I think it's really critical to understand is our staffing levels. Not only where we're at today, but in the next 5 to 10 years. I appreciate that Sarah gave you that little presentation earlier because she talked about our staffing levels. So, and we've been at 26 for a lot of years. If you look at that 11, 12, 13, somewhere there, you've seen we lost 4 employees over the past 12 years. We've gained those 4 employees back and kind of rearranged. So we're back up to the 26. So we're there. So kind of a quick breakdown. When you look at it, I gave you our org chart too on that second page. There's 26 full-time employees in the police department. 21 of us are sworn. That includes myself all the way down to the patrol officer. We have 3 community resource officers. They do all of your parking enforcement, your code enforcement, the dogs that we get to deal with, and any of the other stuff that we put on them. And I say other stuff because they'll do business notifications for next door. So they may be handing out reminders for business renewals or alcohol licenses. Or maybe there's we just want businesses to have a heads up. They get tasked with going around and hand delivering stuff just to help keep hopefully the public in those areas in check. So they kind of do a little bit. Then we have an administrative assistant, and then we have the evidence / records clerk. So that's kind of us. When we talk about where we're at, where we're going, one of the things that we'll talk about as we go forward is some potential changes in the next 5 to 7 years in the police department. We're in a really unique position where our goal, my goal for the last couple of years is to make sure that when we have change, that we have people ready to take over for us. The police chief may be gone in the next 2 years. 2 lieutenants are probably gone in the next 5 to 7 years. Detective sergeant, he's probably gone in 5 to 7. Tanya and Angela, who are our front end staff, who to me is probably the most critical individuals within the police department. They're probably both gone in the next 7 years. So it's really critical that we understand that potential challenge. And for me to make sure that we're getting those trained and ready to replace. And so we have a smooth transition for the police department. So that's kind of the org chart. As part of that, when you look back at some of those goals that you have throughout the strategic plan was like, we talked about years ago, about improving efficiencies within the police department. So some of them were like putting up more cameras, putting locks on bathroom doors, and some of those things that we've accomplished and we're still accomplishing. Part of that conversations was how do we keep officers in the city of Sandpoint? We know every time we lose one and we have to rehire one, it's over $100,000 to get one of them trained, certified, and up to speed. And so we've worked really hard the last few years of trying to keep that number low. Last year was probably a hard point for us because I think we replaced 6 officers over the last year and a half. And it was because of retirement, Mike's passing, some guys that just chose to get out of law enforcement. But for the most part, overall, we've done a pretty good job of trying to stay steady. I'm hoping that hiccup's done and gone and we won't face that again. But we look at ways that we can improve that, and part of it was through our wage study. We've increased our wages within the police department. We do take-home cars. We have been doing them. We increased our mileage a little bit farther to try to encourage some of that retention where we're losing some just simply to Cooney County, Coeur d'Alene, or to the sheriff's department because of just a little thing like that. And so we've done a lot of things that I hope will keep some of that the retention there. Cheryl mentioned it a little bit earlier about when she's talking about doing some of the studies. She mentioned one officer per 1,000. I don't like that. She doesn't know that, but I don't like those numbers because they're skewed to different communities, right? So somebody mentioned, I can't remember who it was, Deb did, about really looking for things that fit your community. So if we look at Sandpoint and we say it's 1 per 1,000, we're at 10 officers. And is that 10 sworn plus admin? And then you get into this big debate of what that really means. And so I've always argued since I've been the chief is I don't like those numbers. I would rather us look at what are the expectations for your police officers in our community. And the next two kind of slides I gave you are two of the big things that we talk about, reactive and proactive. Reactive policing, and I won't go through all the slides. You guys can read them on your own time. But really the reactive is the things that we have to respond to, whether it's calls for service, whether it's an arrest, crashes, investigations, reports from citizens. Those are all things that we don't get a choice in. Somebody calls us and we respond. And so then you can look at that and you see how much time do we want officers to spend doing reactive work. And then you look at some of the proactive stuff. And I gave you kind of some list, some traffic stops, security checks, foot patrols, residential, crime preventions, community-oriented policing. And you can start to develop kind of a percentage of how much time do you want officers to be reactive? How much time do you want your officers to be proactive? And then I call it the other group, which is typing reports or meal breaks or something else. And you can kind of come up with this split. And we've kind of roughly done it for ourselves, but I won't say what those are because hopefully down the road, we'll be able to do our strategic plan and we can have council input on what it is. So I give you some of this just as a quick highlight of what it is. The last page that I gave you, if you read my budget narrative last year, we're pretty goal oriented in the police department. We like to have objectives. We like to have targets that we can aim for and look at. So every year we do our own personal group goals. Some of those are highlighted in our narrative and we'll recap those in our upcoming one. But as I was thinking really about today and like some short-term goals, one of the things that'd be nice knowing that we're going to have a change in potential leadership in the next 3 to 5 years of really coming up with a good master plan that's developed with council on some of those objectives of what the council thinks is the priority for the police department. Historically, I've had this conversation with several mayors now and multiple council members, and I always hear the same thing. You guys are doing a fantastic job now, just keep it up, which is great. But when I leave, what's the trajectory of the next chief who steps into those roles and what ideas is he going to have and what kind of game plan do we have so he can step in and kind of see what the city's objectives is, not mine or he or she can be able to step in and take those roles. So for us, I think it's really important over this next few years is for us to develop that master plan to help set those. And I put down 3 other ones because I think they're really important that we've talked about even throughout our prior one is officer wellness. Not only the physical fitness side of it, but the mental health side of it is something that we've always put off on the back burner. And here in the last couple of years, we've decided to take it more as a priority. And how do we improve those 2 things? Our succession planning, which I talked about a little bit already. And then our equipment is always an important thing because it seems like we're constantly fighting, not for money, but to keep good equipment, to keep people responding. The last several years, I've been pushing for hybrids. I appreciate the council that have been giving me the extra money for hybrids. You're going to see another big ask this year for hybrids to try to get our police fleet marked units down to hybrids, which it's been an amazing, some efficiencies for us with just our fuel costs that are happening with them. So there's some and I labeled them like 1 to 3 years because I think there's some opportunities for us to get those done quickly and they link back to our overall strategic plans. And then I put down a long-term one is because we've been looking at long-term, what are the needs of the police department? And in here, you're gonna see in our capital improvement, when we went through that, was to develop. We have a building location, but to have that facility where we can expand to for investigations. We don't really have a great place for long-term storage. We don't have a great place for processing vehicle if it's in a crime scene or for storing it. If we do grow and we have growth that we document in the next 5 to 10 years, how do we facilitate that? So the long term with a new facility, not a new facility, but a new facility for part of our needs is kind of built into that. So there's the very short version. Questions? Thoughts?
But how many police officers are on bicycles?
So in the summertime, we have about 6 that are certified. So as soon as the weather gets nice, they just get assigned. So in the summertime, there could be 1 to 4, depending on our staffing levels. Last year was really hard because we were so shorthanded. We didn't have it, but
Be nice to have.
this year we're excited. Yeah, because this year we'll be back up. We bought e-bikes
Right.
2 years ago. So we have 4 e-bikes,
Don't even have any.
which is, they're fantastic. And we had pedal bikes before, which were great. The problem we found is after you bike hard for a distance and you have to jump off and chase somebody, you're winded, maybe out of shape a little bit, so it's a lot safer now to be able to bike and e-bike safely to get locations. So, which they're
Just always
fantastic.
like seeing them on.
Yep, no,
pedal
and
bicycles.
the goal is you'll see more of them this year
Awesome.
because our staffing is 100% better than what it was last year.
Thanks.
So my question would be, so there's a need for equipment facility. It's not the first time I've heard it because I've been sitting here for a long time. So what is the yearly, I mean, that's the big end goal. What is the yearly movement that needs to happen so that we can get to that goal in 3 years or 5 years? It's like, I don't see the building blocks as to how we get there. So I need more of that because I know it's something that you want, but it seems like it always gets kicked to the wayside. And I see how as we expand, I would at least want to have the information to know. Does that make sense?
No,
I need more
absolutely. No,
details
absolutely.
To that. And
And I-
then the other goal that we can do this year is figuring out speed limits for the electric bikes and different things like that in the path. And I would like to see that as a measurable, get it done in a year goal as far as police stuff. And my third goal would be, I've heard, as long as that's okay with the council, would be, there's the section from Division to like, I guess Boyer, where it's still signed as 35 miles per hour. Do we ever get that changed? There's some inconsistency about that piece of highway
Division 2.
on Highway 2. Like, I think it's still signed as 35 miles an hour.
Highway 2 is 35. Division's not.
Well, but
No.
it's not 35 miles per hour at the other end where you're coming in near Larch. It's signed as 25 miles per hour.
Are you talking
Because-
about division?
Highway 2. No, I'm
No,
talking
saying
about
from
Highway 2.
Division.
I'm talking about
Avoid.
the cross street. It's inconsistent. Highway 2 is inconsistently signed for its speed. I think the section from Division to wherever should be signed 25 miles per hour because we have the flasher crossing and there's just a lot of commotion and driveways.
Depot?
Oh, you're talking the 35 all the way into Boyer.
Right, and I know it's a state highway,
Yep,
but
yep.
I don't know who else would take charge of that piece. And so, since you guys ticketed, I'm gonna kick the ball into your court.
And I would punt it to Holly.
Who drives that?
That's a
Yeah.
nuanced question. I know that this happened in a criminal case with the city of Hayden.
Yep.
Where there was a question on.
Oh, it's 35 all the way on both sides.
Units. And I'm not sure it's as simple as the city controls the speed limits. I think that when it's Idaho, the state highway, they might control the speed limits.
The city can make a request to lower the speed limit from 35, but you have to back it up with a study. So.
Okay, it just seems weird because we have 25 like over on the 5-lane.
So at some point, there was a request for that to be lower than 35 miles an hour. It was backed up with a study and it was approved. So if you want to lower any other areas on the highway, you have to have a study completed and provided to ITD, and then they issue a decision as to whether or not they'll approve the lowering of the speed.
So final piece of that is even if we have a general within city limits, it's 25 miles per hour.
For our city streets, correct.
So that's
Otherwise-
how it's written for our city streets, which then that's the loophole. It's a state highway, so they can go 55 if the state decided that was a good
And
idea.
then the other piece of that is to be, unless otherwise posted.
Right.
So it's not just 15 or 25. I mean.
Yeah.
it could
Right,
be-
unless otherwise posted. Okay, so.
Boyer is an example of
yeah.
that.
Yeah, because Boyer's 35.
So
Bypass.
Or its school zones are well.
that's been a kind of a big complaint. There are a lot of accidents right there, all of them.
Possible, so I can, I'm sorry for interrupting, but so I can understand what you say when you say it's inconsistent. Do you mean that like driving one direction is 25 and the
I
other?
mean, I believe you're meaning the rest of the city is 25 going off of it. The
Well, I
highway's
guess
30.
by inconsistency is you enter from, let's say you're coming from Ponderay, you're still on the highway. You come in and right there by Burger, whatever, there's a big 25-mile-an-hour sign. But then if you come in from the city, the other direction, and you're crossing into Sandpoint city limits, it's still signed 35 miles per hour, like right in front of Dairy Depot almost. And then we get to Boyer, where we know is a super unsafe intersection. And so that's what I'm saying is inconsistent. One end of entering city limit says 35, the other end of city limit entry is 25. And so,
35.
So just take a look at the inconsistent speed
And,
postings to the city.
and we keep hearing this. I don't know. what
yeah,
the
I know,
intention
it's
is, but
risen up from bike committee and I've heard it for a while, but it's been going on
we
for,
brought it to ITD and they've confirmed that it's signed appropriately and it's 35, but maybe
I
there's
think
like a
You're
specific.
gonna have to make a specific request back for the study to.
It's all
lower
part of
the speed limit.
Safeway.
I think we're trying to lower it to 25 is the thing. It's
So you
not-
guys will have to have an action item
Yeah.
come before you.
The
Okay.
request would be for a study.
Another study.
If
There's
we're,
study for Pam.
if we're gonna do a study on that corridor, I'd like to add the 5-lane section north of Cedar.
Okay, so.
Oh, we're at
So
it.
we're getting into, we're getting, trying to
You
get
don't
in the
have to
mud.
get to the nitty-gritty. Here, let me
Right.
fix that you.
Okay,
All you have to do
hold
is
that
say
thought.
you want
It's
a
a strategic plan.
study completed for the
Comprehensive.
entirety of Highway 2 through the city limits to determine whether or not lowering below 35 is justified.
Well, the reason I wanted to add north of Cedar was because you can also petition to have lanes reduced. And I don't think that having
You pivoted
4
from
blocks.
policing to transportation.
That actually was me.
It's
It's easy to do.
I'm just saying, if we're doing a study, add north of Cedar as well, please.
Yeah.
No, the study wouldn't be referencing that. The study would be is the reduction of the speed
On
Fine.
Highway 2,
for Highway 2.
yes.
Right. Well,
But it
that's-
would include traffic numbers, right?
No,
No.
No.
they would, no, not
That's
necessarily. no.
still-
Sorry, okay.
We'll go,
Should I
show you
gavel
that
myself?
Idaho.
Okay.
Give me the gap.
Very specific as to what you can do on the highway in your city limits.
Okay.
Okay, I hope that what you all heard from your police chief was that having Chief Kuhn as your police chief has given this council historically the leisure of not having to worry about your police department because it's been run efficiently. He's organized, he's done his own master planning internally. He's worked on the structure, he's operated within his budget. He's not made an over ask, he's looked forward into equipment and facilities, but he's leaving.
Yeah.
So
No, that's
I
not
hope what
I'd
you
clap
heard
otherwise,
is there
but
is
not
a
believing.
Yeah.
window of time that you're going to continue to have this luxury. And in order to be prepared for the point where you don't have the luxury of Chief Kuhn anymore, you are looking at master planning efforts. You have zero master planning in your public safety at all. And so you're gonna need master planning efforts in police and you're gonna hear it from fire. And that is what's gonna set you up. And again, short window, yes, sir,
Are we almost done with him?
almost.
Okay,
but not-
I have one more thing about the master plan. I just wanted to,
Yes.
clarify.
Just a second.
okay.
And then, now I lost my train of thought.
So that's a goal.
It's gonna have to be, but yes, I think you guys
Well,
have to talk
and I-
about the time frame of doing these master planning efforts. What I was gonna say is, because you have to be prepared to identify what your expectations are of your next police chief. Because he's let you have the,
Luxury.
luxury of you No,
Can we put-
police is gonna run on autopilot.
So my,
Raising retirement age?
Percy does that. Yes, sir.
okay, so thank you, Chief Coon. As far as the wellness thing, while you're here, maybe just to encourage maybe some measurables on that, like
Love it.
not just the physical, but the mental, to make sure that there's some standards to make sure that our officers are.
No, and I think that's fantastic. One of the things, just as last year we started, and I'm gonna use the word forcing, because nobody liked it, back in doing physical fitness tests.
Mm,
So the state of Idaho doesn't require, it's really silly if you want to know the honest truth. So when you get into law enforcement, it's to get certified, you have to pass a physical fitness test. It doesn't matter if you're a lateral or where you come from, you have to pass it. But once you pass it, then they leave it up to the individual cities to govern what that means. Over the past 30 years I've worked here, we went back and forth because we always have a group of guys that don't want to participate. And so it's always been a fight. So this last year, we took the stance and said, we're gonna make it mandatory. Everybody's gonna do it. We're gonna be happy doing it. And
Pick up the bricks, carry them.
we don't care if you don't, if by chance you don't pass it, we're gonna set a goal to improve next year. And our second one's coming up here shortly. I've been on the treadmill, training back in shape, so I can set the example. I'm gonna be out complaining and whining with the rest of them. But I really think it's part of that physical fitness does play into the mental health side of it, because the more we feel good about ourselves physically, it does help with the mental side of it. We've even done a better job of encouraging some of the mental health side of it by reaching out to some counseling and some treatment and some stuff. But it's definitely some are better. We're so much better today. When I first got in law enforcement, I was told just, suck it up, buttercup, you'll be fine. The cops don't cry. And we're changing that culture, which is good. But I do love the concept of having those measurable goals where we can achieve not only on the physical side, but even also on the mental health side. Some agencies require yearly check-ins with different counselors just to make it. And that's something, as we develop this plan, is that something that we want to include, the cost that we include with it, because I'm absolutely supportive of those avenues to make sure that we're both physically and mentally, which is more critical than anything else, healthy.
for sure. Cool.
So
Appreciate it.
follow-up question, do you think if we were better at doing that we would have less people leaving because they would feel like they're better cared for? Or does a lot of that have to do with multiple reasons?
There's a variety of reasons. Before we instituted the take-home call policy, we were leaving guys just go to the county for just a take-home call, just because of that, dollars and cents. When we're short $1 versus Coeur d'Alene, people were leaving just because of that. And so I don't think it's the major part of it, but I think if it's something where I do believe if we feel valued and we feel loved and we feel appreciated, it's harder for people to leave because we'll work for less money and in an environment where we feel loved and appreciated. So I do think there's a component, if we can fulfill that physical mental health concept, that we can, I do think it would improve our retention if done right.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I make a lot less money in Sandpoint
Yeah.
than somewhere else, but I also,
We love to be here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just briefly on that too. We don't celebrate our officers. Like I said, that with that protest, when they got that coal roller,
Mhm.
we were out there praising the police. We don't do that. We don't have a formalized, and this is the closest I've ever been to a police chief or policeman. As a counselor, life changes. But I think that would be something to look forward, to look to
Well,
let them know that we honor them and appreciate them.
I think part of that master plan is, as we develop those things, is how do we recognize, because my guys we hate to be recognized. And so you'll see every now and then I'll drag somebody in front of the council.
Right.
And I really do have to drag them.
Right.
And it's been we don't like, so having that stance from the chief of, that master plan of like, when are we gonna praise them? Like, I can tell you this, every time you guys send me a kudos, it goes to patrol guys, they
Okay.
get recognized, they know about it. But I do think, even from a chief's perspective, doing a better job with the council on how we can celebrate them, even in our meetings for a minute.
Yeah, I would like that.
And we're
Donut.
we got
I don't know.
3 or 4 guys that have just graduated Poston last year. They're all gonna come in. And get introduced really quick just to help celebrate those little things. I think is something that we could do better, with.
It's a thankless job.
Yeah.
And they need to be thanked.
So on that note, like, you know, maybe every time we have a meeting, all the other heads come up because they're talking about projects and stuff. But maybe you, every other week would have that one officer who you don't have to drag them in, but you could just kudos, so it became public. You know, and then it would get back to them that they got their kudos and the council really appreciate them for what that's worth. I mean, that might take you a minute or two to just, you know, bi-monthly, you know, you get.
No, and I
Something.
do think that's something that
Put
we can
something
improve
in
on.
there.
Talk
Okay.
about a strategic plan, right?
Yeah, we'll talk about a strategic plan.
Okay,
Okay,
moving on.
fire.
Well, a lot of what Chief Coon said, I'm gonna echo it. It really has to do with, you know, the bigger vision, right? So when we go back to this deal.
Raise
this
your hand.
plan. I don't have a color printer, Pam, I'm sorry.
We take black and
Yes, you
white.
did it on purpose. I know you did.
I did internet.
Well, we go back and the biggest thing that we had on our priority initiative was basically just continue to be a good member of the JPA and keep looking for, you know, economies of scale. Well, that ended in 24. So since then, we've been kind of working, you know, just to recreate our own identity. We had to, you know, we're kind of going through our policies, redoing that stuff, going through some of our operational guidelines. These things are all getting finished up, but the one, you know, and those were the biggest priorities. But we have another one was, well, what is our strategic plan? What are we going to be doing? And so we kind of started this a little bit before the mayor had brought this up, or the council had brought this up about going through the strategic planning process. So we kind of needed our vision for where the department was going to be going. What do we need to get done in the next, you know, 2, 3, 5 years, something like that. So we initiated this back in October, and we just kind of been working on it. We're almost completely finished with ours. We have a couple more steps in it. The biggest step, and one of the last biggest piece of the puzzle comes tomorrow when we get our ISO inspection. We've been working on that since December, but we've been working with it with Idaho, ISRB, Idaho State. I can't even know other acronyms. I call it ISO Insurance Service Offices. So, and that gives you your classification rating for when it comes to fire protection, and it affects insurance ratings and your insurance premiums. So we submitted everything to the state last week. He'd gotten back in touch with me on Friday, said he wants to do it Thursday. So tomorrow morning at 9:30, we're going to start our inspection, and hopefully we're done by noon. He said he only had a couple of clarification things, so I'm looking at that as good. So just to kind of run through the PowerPoint real quick. Yes, Fawn, I'll send this to you. The daily dollar short.
Police chief was first and the fire chief was last.
Bookends, right? So just a quick refresher on our vision, our mission. So our vision basically is just to create a safer Sandpoint. And the mission and the way that we're going to get that done is to protect and improve the quality of life in our service area. And then those are our principles on what we base the mission on. Next, our strategic planning approach, we went through community stakeholder input. We had meetings internally with our crews. We did review some of the operational data that we had, and then we wanted to align it with what we have identified, you know, future growth and future risk, because as you build it, they will come. So the more it grows, the more risk there's going to be involved. From our community feedback, these were the priorities and their expectations. The top priority was fire suppression and rescue. The key services that they wanted us to be involved with outside of that was EMS, prevention, and inspections. The expectations were rapid response, trained personnel, and adequate resources. And then we had also a request we have a community engagement arm for what we do, but they wanted to not only support that, they want us to enhance it. That's what we kind of got from them. So some of the key challenges and the risks that we face are population growth and seasonal demand. You know, we get that surge in the summertime for sure, just like police do. So staffing and depth limitations. Chief Coons talked about, succession planning, things like that, being able to turn over. We have something like that. We call it swing up. So everybody that is at one level is able to do the job above them. We're slowly working towards the fact that firefighters could actually fill in not only for engineers, but for captains, because you start getting that knowledge base, and you qualify, you get the qualification manual done. That means you've got the classes and you've gone through our internal validation. Funding awareness and constraints. It's budget is budget, right? Like Sarah said, we just have one bucket of money. So we're trying to just maintain fiscal responsibility, keep doing with what we have, and, try not to ask for too much, but as things get more expensive, sometimes you just kind of got to go that route. Increasing call volume. Our call volume has gone up year over year. I didn't have the exact numbers, but I'm hoping to have those by tomorrow, but it usually goes year over year. And then I send you guys the report through the mayor, so you can kind of see where we're trending in that. And then the need for leadership continuity, and that has to do with training and getting everybody ready to succeed. Some of our directions, we want to enhance our emergency response performance. We want to strengthen our workforce and succession planning and expand the community risk reduction and engagement. Community risk, and that has anything to do from inspections, making sure that people's alarm systems and suppression systems are in compliance with the NFPA. It also has to do with outreach for just fire prevention, escape plans, things like that. So we came up with the first 3 goals that we have for emergency response performance. We were trying to improve our response times, and we want them measurable. Before we wanted to approve them to a certain, like a time, but now we're wanting to start getting into the fractile. We want to get down to percentages. So we want to improve our response time, strengthen our deployment, apparatus readiness, and multi-agency coordination. We do train with the other agencies, but it's more kind of left to the captains of not only our department, but the other departments. So in speaking with the chief of some of the other departments, we were trying to formalize this right now to where there's guaranteed you're going to get at least 4 of these multi-agency drills a year. It's just good for continuity, and it just helps with safety on the fire ground. Staffing improves response and reliability. And then when you get to the workforce and succession, safe staffing, we've identified that probably moving to a minimum of a 3-person engine company daily is going to be better for what we do and for what we're asked to do. Succession planning, we were trying to strive for that 100% role coverage I was talking about before, everybody being able to operate in the position above them. Maintaining our training regimen, the minimum that every firefighter has to have is 193 hours a year. Drivers have to have an extra on top of that, captains an extra on top of that. And I think it's going to help with our retention if we have this in play.
Chief,
Yes.
do we currently have 3 people?
We have 3 people on duty, but our minimum staffing is 2. So if somebody's out sick or on vacation, we work down to 2 people.
And we don't have the numbers to get someone to fill that 3rd spot?
Well, so
How does that work?
It has to do with our operations and also the CBA. It's kind of like what we agreed on during negotiations, that we would only work down to 2. If there is a need, some of the things we surge like 4th of July, things like that, then we just go ahead and approve overtime to maintain that. But right now, when the paperwork that I just sent to the state, our average with people being on vacation and things like that is a little better than 2.5 people on shift every day.
How many total bodies do you have?
9, well, 10, including me.
Okay, so we don't ever really have, not ever, but more times than not, we have less than 3 people. Is that accurate?
We have a lot. We don't really use overtime, a lot of our overtime until the summer, because that's when we're trying to authorize it to up staff because of the surge. Our folks are really good about working shift trades and swaps with their.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. We're budgeted for 3.
Right.
let's say, but if somebody's sick, you gotta pay their sick time, plus you gotta put somebody in there, and if we don't have enough guys and he's already done a shift, then you're also paying overtime there. So
Yeah,
then that's where the cost problems.
it would,
problems,
well,
but that-
it'd be detrimental to budgetarily, that would be detrimental. But it's really a negative to our folks if we're forcing people to come in and fill that third, it's like maintaining a minimum staffing of 3. And
Right.
it's like they never would really get a day off, and it's, yeah, it would be crazy.
And
Okay,
don't
so-
forget, he mentioned briefly, your firefighters are entitled to be a part of a firefighters union. So there is a collective bargaining agreement with them. They get to bargain for some of these work conditions, pay benefits, things like that. And so you get restricted by that as well.
Right, well, I totally understand that, but to present and say, well, we have 3 people, but that's not what the true reality is, and I guess that's why I'm asking these detailed questions, because there's a lot of times when we only have 2 people because of bargaining and because of budget and because of all those other pieces, so thank you for just making it a little more clear.
Okay. We want to get our inspections. We started with the compliance engine, and that's helped a lot, but we're trying to retool it. We went to a new reporting platform. Last year, we've been adding the modules to it. So I think that adding the next year, our goal is to add the inspection module to that, and that's going to help kind of streamline our process and get that 100% reporting of the high risk. What we call the target hazards, being able to have all that stuff done annually. We don't want any of that stuff to slip through the cracks. Public education, we're gonna try to, we do probably three or 4 sizable ones a year, but we need to kind of increase that. We've heard that from the public. This is what they really want. So preparedness, getting our annual exercises in for emergency preparedness, not just for fire. And then our communication improvements. Communication improvements have to do not only with other departments and with the dispatch center, but it's also our internal communications. So we, just some of these things we're already starting to work on because they were just that important. Communication is one of the biggest things that I'm the world's worst about sitting down every week and trying to communicate out with everybody, because I talked to 2 or 3 people, and in my mind, I've already talked to everybody. So we're kind of going, we just kind of started a communications log, and that seems to be helping a lot, trying to get over some of the day-to-day stuff. So, and basically just trying to make sure that we're able to better our department. But I think that we get into a position to where, as it's brought up before, that we can do a master plan for public safety, a police and a fire. I think that's really going to help kind of bring all of our stuff together as far as our planning goes. And then it's also something that council has say so in as well, just like police. What is it that we see what we want? What does council see that they want out of their fire department?
One more comment. So there's grants a lot of times that you bring forward. Is there, I guess, some sort of system that you look at every year to figure out what grants you want to go for? Or are there things that you're working on right now or not working on? Or and is that a goal in this plan you have here?
I think it could be. I mean, we know, again, money's tight. I mean, we know that. So some of the things that we did put in for one earlier. It was, like a no match grant. We didn't make it because we didn't know Firehouse subs closed down in Coeur d'Alene. But we're looking, the one that we're looking at right now is the SAFER grant, and that is for adding people, adding 3 more positions, so we could have 4 and be able to work down to 3, which is a lot safer. Plus it would enable us to be able to utilize the 2 in, 2 out a lot more effectively. We are getting, I want to say that they change it all the time. So this year they've come back and they've changed it again. So I don't, I want to see what the ISO inspection says after tomorrow. My gut feeling is that I would like to bring that to council sometime in May so that it's there for the budget process. I don't know that it's going to be an effective time to do it, and maybe next year, or, we'll just have to see.
For clarity, the SAFER grant allows you to fund positions for a period of time, but, and I won't say the time because it changes,
Right.
as he indicated. And the ability to have it extend also changes year to year, and they make adjustments to it. But the council, in accepting a safer grant, is committing then to funding those positions when the safer grant ends. So it's a longer master planning effort to say, we're committed to adding these 3 positions 5 years from now. And in the interim, while we build up our budget, the safer grant pays for those positions. And I'm familiar with that because I represent Cody Fire, and we are coming to the end of a safer grant and looking at what are we gonna do with these 12 positions and how are we gonna fund them.
Yeah, it's subsidized for X amount of time, I think X amount of term of the years of the grant, and then that's when the city of Sandpoint would have to fully commit to hire those people on and continue on that way.
So I guess my comment would be is, just so we as council have, because this is very clear and concise, like my brain works like how you've listed these things. They're very objective. We know when they're done or not done. And so I guess I would suggest potentially another goal within your department that maybe says, 3 to 5 years, we're gonna look at safer or whatever other grants and equipment things so that, we know what's coming forward to us. And in that way, we also kind of know what the needs of the fire department are. So, anyway.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. So there's a couple more pieces that I needed to get together. I wanted to, again, find out what the outcome of our inspection was gonna be tomorrow, because the one thing they're gonna ding us on is staffing. I mean, I already know that. I've seen the matrix on how they grade. Staffing is the only one that didn't change. It's still the same amount, so I'm assuming that we'll get the same amount of points that we did last time this happened in 2018. So, but then after that, then I don't want to come to council without, I got to talk to Sarah, like, how much would this cost? Because it's not just the salaries, it's benefits, it's training, it's gear, it's everything. So it's just one I want to have. I'd like to have all the information before I bring it.
I guess maybe for me, the goal would be you're gonna look into that, and then maybe there's other grants that are more apparatus related or breather related or whatever, and we just kind of know what you're doing behind the scenes,
No,
for lack of a better way to put it.
Exploration and education.
Yeah.
And how about do you also do the mental health and the physical?
The physical, definitely.
I figured.
Mental, some of them mental. Yeah, some of them are mental.
You gotta.
No, I know it.
Fire.
Anytime that we have, and I'm sure the police does kind of the same thing. Anytime that we have a significant incident, especially when there's a death involved, we always reach out. First thing we do is we have a peer support. That's through the firefighters. Through the firefighters, they have their peer support, and then we also will bring in chaplains, and they kind of steer people if they think that they're going to need a little bit more and what have you. But we usually have somebody usually comes in once a year to kind of just touch base with them and see how everything's going. So
And you have, both of you have opportunities for fit for duty evaluations at any time.
yes.
What was that?
They have opportunities to require a fit for duty evaluation at any time if there's concern.
And they're also unsung heroes. I just want to say, be nice also to celebrate, and you have to get all dressed up.
Well,
We like them to wear their.
Those uniforms are cool.
some of us like to sing.
That's fine. Bring it on.
Okay, so I
have a
think,
question.
yeah,
So the JPA ended about, what, a year and a half ago?
Summer of 24.
Yeah, so, can we get an idea of how coverage has changed now in this new format, and how often our guys get pulled out of town and automatic aid and things like that?
Yeah, I usually put that on the monthly thing that comes to you guys from the mayor. Right now, I think our automatic aid, we're getting pulled out more than we're pulling them in for automatic aid, but that's just the theme right now. Most of the majority of the calls are outside of the city limits. Last year when I was going through doing the statistics for this state evaluation, we didn't have one structure fire in the city of Sandpoint last year. All 11 or 12 that we went to were outside the city limits. So I mean, that's awesome for us, but all of those.
yeah, medical calls though.
But our medical calls, they continue to go up. We reevaluate that all the time about what we're going to go to and what we're not going to go to. But our medical calls are probably in between 50 and 60% of what we run.
Okay.
More closer to 50. I mean, we get pulled to medical calls, probably about 70% of them. But we report what we find when we get there, not what we get called out to. So medical calls, sometimes we get canceled a lot because we're in like what I call the vortex of medical service with Bonner County EMS. So we really, we do get canceled a good bit. So yeah.
So under the JPA, we would get reimbursed when our guys got called out to support the other districts, but without the JPA, we don't.
Yeah, we did. It wasn't really set like that.
Okay.
Just in the original way that it was done, it was kind of like an all for one for all.
It was a first allocation, but there wasn't a reimbursement program.
Right. It's
Okay.
kind of the way, it's kind of the automatic aid also works kind of like.
Oh.
Oops.
Maybe what I'm
It
thinking
works.
of is our guys stubbing for.
Yeah.
for
That,
sick days.
yeah, like that, yes. Just the general calls and stuff, though, it didn't work like that. Like even in our MOU, just for mutual aid, it's kind of the same way. It's like we're responsible for our own costs as they are, so.
Okay.
Okay, oh, go ahead.
Just to piggyback on police too, just the mental wellness component within the strategic plan. I work with first responders in my other job, and I just know that is like a foundational thing, and it's really important to, I mean, you guys are like.
Yeah, it's huge. We didn't have a policy on that before. We're putting one in now, so.
Yeah, it would just be against my profession and everything not to say something about that and try to put that into this,
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I get
have
it.
that influencing here. So
I get it.
not a force thing, but an encouragement and, yeah, just to make sure that they're in good shape. I agree. That's it.
Just a quick comment, just like I said to police chief, maybe once a month you come up and, let us know about the things that we kind of heard real quickly in a 2 or 3 minutes, what you've been up to this month. Maybe you're looking at grants or something else to just keep us more engaged with what you have going on or what some great firemen did or any of that stuff. I know a lot of times you and Corey don't have a lot to say, but even if it's just 2 or 3 minutes, hey, all this week I've been working on such and such a grant, hope to bring it to you, or yeah, just a little bit more engagement.
I do want to say on that note, the more substantive information they give you, it's just for you to receive. As we discussed earlier about items being agendized, you do want to be careful not to engage in then a discussion with them about that because it's a non-agendized item. So in that context, yes, I think it's helpful. You give the report, but it is not a place for there to be a discussion about anything they talked about.
I talked to the mayor about that. I feel like that happens almost every single.
It doesn't. I've been jumping out of my seat.
I know. I guided the mayor, and I was hoping maybe we could talk about this where.
Yeah.
The staff actually does a report, whether it's an AI video or some video, and it's part of our staff report that we can see the updates on, where they
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to come up. And then it creates another hour within our meeting, and then it creates this dialogue, when if they could just do part of the staff report, the updates. And if we have questions, then we can engage personally.
Yes.
But just,
So I think at the end of today, if we have time, we're gonna kind of talk about the flow of the meeting and get some direction from council on pieces like that. Because I think you have a differing opinion here, because you want written reports only that maybe ask questions
Yeah.
on, and then I hear.
I don't need an extra hour when they could just do
Right.
that staff report.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll come at 6:30 instead of 5.
I like the personal touch, sorry.
So and then you have other council members want, so maybe we just talk about some guardrails. And some
That's what I'm-
structure around when they present, how they present, maybe half of them do it one meeting, the other half do it the other, they keep it to 2 to 3 minutes, and there's no discussion. You have a question?
Yeah, they get like the 2-minute thing.
Correct.
Yeah, you got it.
Now,
3 minutes.
break, let's take a break until 8:10. And then come back and.
You cannot buy 3 minutes from another.
I was gonna tell you, we get.
Okay, these days are always malleable and things adjust as conversation goes forward. We're gonna let Bill and Jason, again, go back to historic preservation, arts, rec, and then right into the livable environment section. And then however long it takes, It's important for you guys to have a robust conversation about this. I'm hoping what's kind of, whoops, let me spit on you. What's kind of bubbling to the surface as important to some council members is to get some better structure around the information coming to council, the timing of that information, and sort of the process of the council meetings and getting items on the agenda. So what we'll probably do is just place a robust discussion about commissions and committees today. I'd like to do both, but I don't know if we can get it all in. Save that for another day, and really pin down a good process that everybody's comfortable with today for getting agendas created, getting information to council in a timely manner, and giving council opportunity to get items on the agenda so that staff and council has a good plan that you all, doesn't feel clunky. Does that sound okay? Okay, so Bill and Jason.
All right.
Take it away.
Thanks, Fonda. So we're kind of going to start in the vibrant culture section of the strategic plan, the current strategic plan, which in which we look at the arts, culture, and historic preservation master plan, and the parks and recreation master plan. So I've got about 4 slides here on those 2 plans, and then we're going to transition and talk more about the comprehensive plan goals and objectives around planning and zoning, livability in terms of housing and land use. So I've got, just to remind council, I actually have it wrong. The Parks Master Plan was adopted in 2020, not 2021. The Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation Master Plan was adopted in 2021. I was teaching. You're a teacher now. You don't let your students have phones when you're teaching.
I was checking with the historical preservation that sent to me.
Okay.
So,
So some of the background from the time when these plans were adopted to now, we've actually reduced some of the staffing whose jobs are related to the implementation of these plans. You'll recall that we had a historic preservation officer, arts and historic preservation officer, and we had a parks planning and development manager, both of whose jobs were really about implementing these plans. Additionally, we had funding for parks in excess of our regular parks capital improvement revenues, which come from parks usage in the form of the last local option sales tax that we had. So the major parks project that funded was War Memorial Field, the turf, the dock improvements, the boat launch, the grandstands at War Memorial Field. So some decision points we'll be seeking guidance on today are the extent to which these plans remain high priorities for council, and deciding how the Community Planning Development Department, which has replaced the Parks and Recreation Department, or I should say enveloped the Parks and Recreation Division, should prioritize implementation of these. Historic preservation is a real highlight here as well, thanks to Bill. That's why Bill's here. Bill has really assumed the role of historic preservation champion at the city in his writing complete drafting of a historic preservation ordinance, which will be coming to you later this year. So we'll talk about that as well. So we're going to look into the historic preservation plan here first. The intent was to use arts preservation and placemaking to strengthen authenticity, public spaces, downtown experience, and local quality of life. That was kind of the mission statement of that 2021 plan. Themes included public art, placemaking, beautification, gateway improvements, and wayfinding signage. These are all things we've kind of discussed sometimes in the context of urban renewal and downtown revitalization, but they're not specific things we're doing and specific initiatives today. The plan specifically assigns signage, naming, gateway, and wayfinding programs to Arts and Historic Preservation Commission. I will say the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission is one of our outstanding citizen commissions. Thanks to, largely to its chairperson, who's been the chair of that for like 10 years now, Ellie Sussness. She literally does staff work completely free of charge when it comes to getting our downtown silver box project renewed every year, overseeing and supporting Cheryl and our team with, scopes of work for public art installations like the one at Second and Cedar that I think you're updated on recently, and ultimately probably informing the gateway concepts with downtown revitalization phase 3. So,
I do have something from her, actually.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I did talk to her. She said, the only thing that I would add is that we need to really focus on getting the commercial A zoning downtown historic preservation work completed this year. While we have momentum, we have
Oh, yeah.
been working on this for decades. Now's the time to get it done with the agreeable council and dynamic city planner Bill Dean.
Correct.
Thank you.
That brings us to our status updates. Some implementation of the goals and objectives from the 2021 plan are very much alive and well today, specifically around the code work being done with historic preservation and design standards for downtown. However, if you look in that plan, there are probably about 50 or 60 action items that there has been zero progress on. Okay, some of them are very specific things like, fostering artistic workspaces for local artists to gather and do their art. There's all these ideas and they are identified as strategic priorities. The city's not currently or has not ever really allocated resources towards making those feasible. So fortunately, we have a talented planner here who is doing the historic preservation work. So some questions about the historic preservation master plan. What is council's vision for arts and culture going forward? Downtown beautification, preservation, event support. Some of these goals and objectives are literally around like the city organizing art events or coordinating with local nonprofits to support local art events. Placemaking, or should we just be focusing on a narrower maintenance role? Is a citywide or downtown wayfinding program still a council priority? And then clarify that the focus of the next 2 years is aimed to amend Title IX to incorporate historic preservation ordinance and upskill the ACHP commission to act as a true historic preservation commission. And Bill can talk a little bit about what we mean by a historic preservation commission, because there's actually roles in state law that a historic preservation commission would play if or when we adopt a historic preservation ordinance that our ACHP has never played before. So Bill, do you want to talk a little bit about historic preservation ordinance and what you're doing in that area?
Well, thank you, Jason. First off, I mean, defer to council. I mean, you listed a number of questions up here. I want to make this meeting for you. There's a lot here that just even on these slides, be happy to explain a little bit about historic preservation to give you some bearings about what that's really all about. But I'll defer to if you're interested in just the Reader's Digest version of what historic preservation is. Would that be helpful? Just as a quick little reminder. So again, thank you for having me here, and I appreciate the work that you're doing to get these strategic plans organized. It's going to be just helpful for everybody. So historic preservation really is a national project. These are standards and ideas that are espoused by the National Park Service, the federal level. Each state is enabled through legislation from Congress to have an historic preservation function, and they funnel federal grants through those state agencies, SHPO, the state historic preservation organizations nationwide. And then locally, where historic preservation really the rubber meets the road is really twofold. If a project individual property owner is desiring to do work to preserve their structure and obtain federal grants, they do that through federal standards, and you have to adhere to these federal standards in order to get the grants and to go forward and do that on an individual basis. For historic preservation to have any teeth at the local level, on a district-wide area, for example, or an individual resource, for it to be locally controlled as opposed to the honorific or voluntary by that property owner, you have to have it in your zoning ordinance. Zoning is a big deal. Zoning are your rules that tell people what they can do with their private property. That's a big responsibility. And one piece of that is historic preservation. Should you decide to adopt a local preservation ordinance, that can range in size from just having things listed and having like Coeur d'Alene does, a limitation on demolition, or it can be the full-blown review. Everything that happens to these structures or things that are within a district have to go through a process where you apply to the Historic Preservation Commission to change the color of the paint or change the awning or change out a window to make sure that it's in keeping. The idea is to lock it in amber and then make sure that whatever's done to that building is going to contribute toward its continuance as a historic resource. I have written an ordinance that gives you the full thing. I've written an ordinance that gives you everything. It creates a district. It has individual landmarks that are outside of the district, although we can incorporate non-contiguous properties within the district, and writes all the rules that say this is what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. You're allowed to do a lot, you just have to go get a permit. And the permit would be a permit issued by, in some cases, city staff administratively. In other cases, it'd be issued by the ACHP, acting as their role as the Historic Preservation, Commission. Appealable to the city council. It's a big deal. Somebody wants to swap out a window, somebody wants to paint their building. You're not doing any of that without getting a permit through ACHP. You want to demo your building? Good luck. You're going to have to go through a lengthy process to even be able to get that demo permit. So there are some benefits and burdens to having rules in your zoning ordinance to do this. And you need to be aware of them. I've written this again so that you have the full complement of what the power of those zoning regulations can mean for a city to truly lock something in amber. And the standards that are used throughout cities, states across our country are the standards that the Secretary of Interior has established for the remodels and rehabilitation of historic structures. Many cities, Pocatello, Nampa, Caldwell, Boise, lots of Idaho cities adopt standalone guidelines that work in tandem and are very specific to their unique city. That work in tandem, that reside outside of your zoning ordinance, to be referenced by your zoning ordinance, to further articulate exactly what it is about a particular building or resource, so that permits can be more finely attuned to its preservation. It's a big deal. And one thing I have not done was second guess the work that was done partially funded through a federal grant in 2017-18 timeframe, where a district was created. You actually have on the books in your master plan an historic district, and there's 50 resources that are identified. 25 or so of those are what are called contributing resources. There's also 8 or more individually listed resources on the historic register. All of that would be dumped into a district. You have one. I wasn't going to second guess the boundaries. It was hard enough to write the ordinance, right? To figure out what made sense. And I borrowed a lot from Idaho cities in terms of how to structure this. And I've recently sent it off to the state for some feedback, but they've been a little tied up with other things. So that's the Reader's Digest version of what historic preservation does. It's different than the design standards that we have incorporated into our rework of the commercial standards for downtown. We have rewritten zoning rules for downtown, which we're going to explain in great detail. We've been working with your planning commission for a long time on this. And we've written those from the vantage point as if we don't have an historic preservation code. Because if that doesn't pass, or we take a shorter version of that, or a truncated version of that, we still have a backstop of some rules that provide a modicum of protection against losing these resources. So there's a measure there. It's much more robust than it is today in your commercial zoning. We've actually identified new areas. So it's distinct. When we talk about historic preservation, it is part of a national project. It's very specific. Is that making sense so far? Okay.
So you sent something to the state,
I sent them a draft of what I was doing, saying, hey, take a look. What do you think?
and so that has to be approved?
Nope, doesn't have to be approved by the
Just
state.
looking for help.
I was curious. They look at these across the state. I've talked with them a number of times. They have ones they like and don't like. And so I said, well, I kind of went for the full approach here. What do you think?
Okay.
And I have yet to hear back from them.
And then
So
when you hear back, we'll get it.
I can take it to you anytime.
Okay. All right.
I think that if I could take a quick step back, the assignment was, Bill, I wrote it down the very first day on my whiteboard. Jeremy came to my office and said, Bill, you got to fix commercial zoning. We need to deal with historic resources. Snap a smart salute. Got it. Now, where's the historic district? Day one, literally day one. And as I spent a year understanding this community, a number of things jumped out at me in the zoning ordinance that I think needed work. And I've been sharing a lot of that with the attorneys and obviously with Jason, some of it with your planning commission, a little bit with you. And the work on historic preservation is really, you can't really, I don't think, achieve the downtown revitalization goals without taking a more comprehensive look at your downtown. And that's what I've done. The whole of the downtown, not just the district. And that has led to a number of findings that I have about the zoning ordinance and a new way to craft some zoning districts to focus and accentuate downtown and create some ideas to help have a positive influence on its revitalization and additional vitality. A consequence of that is that the rest of your zoning ordinance and commercial needs to be looked at. We've carved up some things for downtown, have some ideas, and that just raises the natural question, which, by the way, I give credit to your planning commission for picking up on this, saying, hey, we need to look at the rest of this stuff. If we're doing this down here, what does that mean for the rest of the stuff? So we've been working on that. And the project has grown. We made a lot of progress in the last 2 weeks on some of the ideas for the balance of the commercial properties. And we're going to be sharing those with the planning commission in 2 weeks. It's a scramble. There's a lot. It's an enormous effort. In part because today you have kind of the everything bagel with your commercial zoning. It's a ton of it everywhere, and it's everything. And it's this everything bagel that you don't really understand what is in one district versus another district. So we're going lot by lot, literally block by block, lot by lot, and analyzing this to ask ourselves, how does it conform with the comp plan? What is the vision here? What are some ideas to help spur additional vitality for downtown, create some true retail nodes out there as opposed to everything being the same? And so that's a big effort. But that I would be remiss not to share that with you. I could just bring you a simple historic preservation ordinance tomorrow. It's written, but I just don't think that's enough. So that's the warm up to this conversation.
So bringing it back to the context of the historic preservation master plan, arts master plan, enormous progress on the historic preservation, development of a historic preservation ordinance to complement our historic district, which was established in 2017. Not much progress on a lot of the other stuff. So question for you, and I encourage you not to make a decision today, but to review the plan, say, what are the key priorities and initiatives from that plan that we want to elevate? A wayfinding plan might be an example of that. It's something I think most people would agree our town needs: pedestrian, bicycles, vehicles, entryways, gateways, better signage downtown. There's not effort on that right now. We need budget. We need direction from council on that. Downtown art, we do have $227,000 in the SURA budget that has to be spent on art. So I'm sure Welch Comer and GGLO will be integrating some gateway art and wayfinding into phase 3 revitalization. But as far as I should correct myself, the phase 3 is incorporating wayfinding. But if we talk about a citywide wayfinding plan, there's not funding or direction to work on that. But phase 3 is definitely incorporating wayfinding from Superior into City Beach. So any questions or thoughts, direction, or anything you'd like to share about the arts and culture before we move on to Parks and Rec?
Not if you want us to wait.
Is there anything outside of what's already in progress or outside of what's in your previous historic plan that's important to any of you to explore?
No, I mean, from our group, they're just happy with everything that the city's doing and working together. So really brought up.
I guess, oh, sorry, were you done? Sorry, I thought you pushed. Gateways are something that are somewhat important to me, especially as we maybe get lucky enough to get the funds for a roundabout at Superior. I went through the old streets design and the original phasing for phase 1, and there's a lot of good stuff in there, but it's one of those plans that's on the shelf. I mean, on the shelf to me, but maybe Holly and Eric are looking at that way more frequently than I realized, because only when it bubbles up to us. But that probably would just be maybe a 3 to 5 year priority for me, is to have a little bit more gateway type of stuff. If we're going to talk arts and we have money to spend in the arts, I think that might be a good place to spend it potentially. Well, SURA funds have to be in the boundaries though, correct? Yeah. So that limits half of an art project and half of a roundabout. Right. Only half.
Okay. Let's move on to Parks and Recreation. So the other master plan in this area is our Parks and Recreation Master Plan from 2020. What the plan was built to do. This, and as those of you who were involved back then, was an extremely ambitious plan. long-range framework for acquisition, development, funding, recommendations, and action plan prioritization for parks, and anticipated capital implementation through multiple funding sources, including tax and exaction-based tools. And the total implementation of that plan was estimated around $250 million. Okay, so big numbers there, $250 million across 4 park facilities. That was City Beach, the Sand Creek Waterfront, the sports complex out of Traverse, Great Northern Centennial, and War Memorial Field, Lakeview Park.
You're talking 50,000 views.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and you know, it like millions of dollars of reorienting to softball fields at Travis Park, for example. Current condition, local option sales tax that I think was that plan was implemented as a marketing tool for, failed at the ballot in 2021. 51% of the vote approximately needed 60. The lot language was just for the implementation of the Parks Master Plan, didn't identify specific projects. Some of the feedback I remember hearing at the time was the previous lot was specifically for a field, right? We're going to put a new field and grandstands and a new boat launch and docks at War Memorial Field. The $250 million parks project, we didn't narrow down enough last time around, asking voters to support. If we had perhaps if we had identified specific projects, we could have gotten the extra 9% of the vote. Without that revenue, implementation is largely shifted to maintenance and modest capital improvements. We anticipate around $300,000 of parks capital improvement dollars. That comes, as you know, primarily from mortgage, use of the RV park. We talked a lot about this a few months ago, why the RV park is an important asset for our parks division. And then revenues from War Memorial Field, from the sports complex, not James E. Russell Sports Center. That all goes into the recreation fund. We'll talk about that in a moment. And we currently have a balance of give or take $1 million in the Parks Development Impact Fee Fund. That can only be used for acquisition or expansion of parks facilities, new parks facilities, not maintenance or improvements to existing park facilities. So impact fees are a little bit different than our parks capital improvement dollars. I have to say, I'm very proud of how we've, in the last year or two, I guess this is the first year because last year we were still spending James E. Russell donation dollars. But this is the first year we've been, constrained, and we're doing a lot with that $300,000. We're about to have 4 brand new basketball courts around town. We're doing a concept for that Euclid right-of-way park. We can do a lot with $300,000 in parks capital improvement dollars. And we also have a very talented parks maintenance team that can implement projects without us having to go out to bid and find expensive contractors to do simple things like concrete work, asphalt work, landscaping work, things like that. We can do a lot of it ourselves.
In line?
New parks,
Yeah.
Euclid right of way. Yeah, we're going out to bid right now for a landscape architect to design that park. Yep. But that's land we already own, right? We're not buying land to do that. So some questions for council. Should the current master plan, with its $250 million of parks concepts, remain the guiding document, even if much of it is currently not implementable? Does council want an amended parks master plan based on realistic capital funding over the next 5 to 10 years? What are the priority projects that should anchor the next implementation phase? The other guiding document we have is our impact fee capital improvement plan. So just last summer, council approved the capital improvement plan for parks, which is part of our impact fee study. That was, at that time, we knew we weren't gonna have local option tax dollars. So the items that ended up in that improvement plan were inspired by the parks master plan, I should say. So we didn't put in, for example, a $60 million overhaul of City Beach. We put in improvements to the RV park. We put in, improvements to pathway around City Beach park. Small things that we could realistically achieve with $300,000 to maybe $600,000 a year when you take into account grants. So fortunately, the parks plan wasn't entirely written with the assumption that would be fully funded. So this is some language from the parks plan itself. The parks plan was envisioned as to allow for the prioritization and phasing based on realistic funding. So there has been, question in the Parks Commission, maybe we need to adopt a new parks master plan. That's a huge effort in itself. But rather, I like to say, if you kind of squint your eyes at the parks master plan that we have, you can say, oh, we can do a project over here. But when you look too close, you're like, well, that right there is a $4 million project. Maybe we can do a $400,000 version of that. So that's kind of the realm we're working in right now. It's like, how do we seek inspiration from our parks master plan while realizing the limitations we have with our funding available?
Jason?
Yeah.
Do we have any, maybe Sarah, parks impact fees that are at risk of needing to be returned if we don't spend them soon?
I think we're in year 6 or 7, so I would, we have identified a few things in there this last budget cycle that I think need to be talked about.
So we have 600,000 or 700,000 that has a real short. life.
So, 7 years, sorry, so I would say the next year or 2, yes, we
Okay.
will need, yes, we need to spend some money.
And that's an 8-year window that after a fee's collected before it has to
For
be spent.
clarity,
Yeah.
impact fees, parks and transportation impact fees have to be used on capital improvement projects within 8 years, or you have to give them back.
Is that for purchasing new property?
Could be.
So anything growth, impact fees can be used for anything growth related, not ongoing maintenance.
Not only purchasing property, you
No, yeah.
can, you can
Enlarge a
add
playground or
to
something.
an existing park if you're adding amenities that don't currently exist in that park. So the Farmers Landing property is one place where we envisioned using impact fee dollars. It's not, it's city-owned property. We don't need to buy it. But we could use impact fee dollars to improve it. So we've talked about using SURA dollars to improve Farmers Landing. We could also use impact fee dollars to improve Farmers Landing or some combination. There's also the Ballfield disc golf course property. We would have to buy that. We can't just spend
That's
$1
what
million
I'm
to improve that property because it's owned by the
Have it,
wastewater
right.
utility. So we could use it to buy that. There's also the Union Pacific right of way north of Large Street. That's another property that a year or two ago, we got an offer. They offered to sell it to us for $700,000. That would be a good use of impact fee dollars. We can't have it all, right? So it's up to council to prioritize. Do we want Baldfoot? Do we want Union Pacific right of way? Do we want to improve Farmers Landing? Do we want to improve some other park property?
Both
about
those
Hickory?
properties are in the 26 budget to purchase,
How
so
about Hickory Park?
Which ones?
If
the
we added
Ballfoot
something,
and the,
But
Okay.
rather just use impact- rather use capital improvement.
Oh, like
For that one? Okay.
large.
So-
We're already about this.
Okay.
Oh, you're putting one there.
Sorry.
I did not know that. Because parks up north, we don't have.
There's the potential to purchase a little property up north and put a little park up north too.
What?
I know the site.
They'll identify the site the
What
other day. and
little
I've already made
potential is
contact
that?
with the Realtor.
Can you share that or not?
Probably not yet.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Fine.
I guess that would be my input is, I think you guys have all heard me talk about the benefits of diffused parks rather than a few giant park facilities where parents have to drive their kids and then we need to provide parking, but also the fact that kids can walk from their home to the park, I think allows them to start building that independence and self-reliance that is great for their mental health. So, I would like to see a little bit more smaller, but more decentralized parks rather than putting $250 million into a couple big complexes. That then we also have to put in a couple $100,000 into parking lots. And I mean, when you're talking about Memorial Field, how much more traffic can that neighborhood absorb? You know, there's only so much room there. We're not really going to expand things. So that's my thought. And yeah, parks up north, parks, I think if we could buy not just the bike trail, but the whole abandoned rail right away there that's contiguous with some of the land that the city already owns, that could be a great addition to our parks. I do want to see something done with Farmers Landing, but I think it's a stormwater project, not necessarily a parks project, but maybe it could be a little bit of both.
I like Baldwin. I've said.
I also want to see
Many
Baldwin.
times
I
I've
don't want to
said.
see Baldwin get
Many
sold to
times
property.
Do them all, that's the hardest thing. Another thought, you probably already thought of this, Jason, but with impact fees for the northern area is, and I know we don't own the land, but we had an agreement with Bonner County is expansion of the little playground that we did put in, and maybe that's an appropriate spot to do something now that there's more growth happening on the backside of the fairgrounds, and kids could ride their bike through that area, except I think maybe they put up a fence, but lots of pieces on that.
I would love to see that.
And then just because you said we could expand with some of the funds, and so that might be one of those low hanging fruit that we could do something over there. And I don't know if this is the right place for this, but 3rd Street, I know that's maintenance project, but a lot of the stairs, they're falling apart now. I know we resurfaced that a while back, but you're probably more aware because you're the director. But that's heavily used. So I'd like to see something happen there. I do go down there often and I've witnessed some people that have disabilities and different things, and the stairs are not square anymore and they are struggling to use that facility now, and that kind of breaks my heart. So if we can kind of get that in the 3-year zone. And then something from way back, I know we, quite some time ago with James E. Russell, put like $20,000 aside as, I don't know if you call it an endowment or whatever, working towards 30 years from now when we have to do replacement. And I've not heard.
That's different, actually. We're putting how much aside each year right now?
So there's
25,000
three different
a year.
things we have. We have an endowment that's a totally separate thing.
Right.
And then we have 25,000 that we put every year, we're putting aside for redoing the walls and or that.
So we are taking care of that. Okay.
Yep, that's
So
budgeted every year.
Do with-
That's budgeted every year. So what's the benefit of the endowment? That's probably a Sarah question, as opposed to the part that's being put away. And is there any benefit to putting all of that into the endowment?
Well, the endowment was created and we'd have to look at the rules and stipulations behind that. That's a long-term thing. That is not something that we can take out, because the way it is, what we're doing every year is going to be replaced. That was created for people to make additional donations to eventually be able to use the interest off of that for something. So,
Towards the JER.
yes.
So it could be
Yep.
used to help replace the
No.
interest.
It's stuck. I mean, it's like that endowment stays there forever, that 25,000. So the interest off of that, the $10 a year that we make off of that can be used for ongoing operational costs. And there's a whole, we accepted something and
So
that part.
So that's outside of.
the theory of an endowment
Right.
was, if we had received a $7.5 million donation and the project had cost $5.5 million,
Yeah,
what would
just
have
to
made a
put
lot
it-
of sense was to put the 2 million
Yes.
balance into an endowment fund,
Yeah.
draw
The interest for.
55 to 60,000 a
Yes.
year in interest on that, so that we can provide, staffing and
Yep.
subsidize operations so that it can remain more affordable to the community, et cetera, et cetera. The problem was construction costs from 2021, when discussions started with the Russells, to 2023, when the project finished, was they more than doubled. I think the original intent of the gift was to build a building for 5 million and have 2.5 million in endowment. But the cost of building anything doubled during those years. So we ended up with no additional money for an endowment, except for the 25,000 the council set aside, which there has not been, an upswell of tennis and pickleball players in the community looking to give thousands of dollars to grow that endowment. Ultimately, people just want a cheap place to play pickleball, and they don't want to.
Can I circle us back around for
Sure.
a minute to the bigger question of,
All right.
and this is for you, Jason. Is the master plan in its current condition usable to realistically identify projects to spend the money so that council isn't going down the road of the expense of amending the master plan?
Can I give an example? So our master plan says the softball and baseball fields at Travis Park should be resurfaced and should be reoriented to make room for a new concessions facility and a new blah, 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 and this and that. When you look at the concept, it involves, probably $7 million of excavation work and infill and backfill and, reclaiming what used to be a dump. And then it's got $1 million of turf on the infields and grass outfields. So when you read the details, it's like, no, we're not going to be able to do that in our lifetime. But if I squint my eyes and I say, we need to improve the softball fields, I say, well, I've got $100,000 this year. We can do some pretty awesome renovations of softball fields with $100,000. So that's what I look at. We can't do a $12 million realignment of the entire park, but for $100,000, we could make those fields look like $1 million.
So yes or no?
So my point is, I don't think over the next 2 years, we should embark on a new master planning effort. But if with council's support, if you'll allow me to squint my eyes and choose projects from the existing master plan
And scale them back.
on a scaled back, we know we have these deficiencies around town. The master plan also calls for, adding park space in the north part of Sandpoint. That's what I would suggest, just because I know the redoing a master plan is a huge deal that we don't necessarily want to embark on right now. But you have a great parks commission that has representatives from all different user groups and recreation groups in town. Let them make recommendations for modest improvements to our existing parks. If we end up with an additional few $100,000 a year from a local option tax, we'll do some more improvements, but that's up to voters and up to you whether we give voters that option later
Does
this year.
that take the money for purchasing? Is that purchasing money that you'd be
Yeah,
using
that's
for all
No, I'm saying that of that 300,000 a year, we can do some pretty cool stuff, like brand new basketball courts all over town, like refreshing the softball fields, whatever the Parks Commission and council support, we can continue to do.
The bigger question is, can you use the current master plan in its existing condition to support decision-making that you need to make in how to spend this money? And I think what Jason's saying is, yes, he's got to kind of throw the pictures away and stick to the words, and he could bring projects forward to you with the support and recommendation of your commission that would spend the money and spend it well.
I would say, I don't think we need to go back to the master planning process for a lot of reasons. But maybe that's like a 10-year goal, because we kind of run out of things we can rejigger and we need a more realistic plan at that point. But that's just a single.
And one of the things we'll do, as we start tying all of this together, is have you as a group kind of prioritize which master plans are most urgent for you to see some updates to and which ones are lower. And so when we look at that list, this one, it sounds like might go farther to the bottom later in time for a revisit.
This one has future land acquisition and it does mention Bobby.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time, like you said, it would take forever to have everybody agree.
Yeah.
I would say that's the one thing, though, is we've been holding on to that property forever and the ratepayers are paying for that property. So we've been talking about this for 6 years or more, 8 years, probably since day one when Sarah got here.
Yes.
And it keeps coming back up for me. And it's like, oh, we're gonna do something, we're not gonna get rid of it. I really feel like that needs to be no
let's
more than a 3-year
bite the
goal
bullet.
to figure out we're either buying it or
Yeah.
we're not buying it. And that money goes back to rate players or it becomes a park. So I don't know what the rest of the council feels like, but I mean, that'll be well over 10 years. This has been getting bounced
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
If we're making a decision in 3
I
years, it'll be at least 11 years. And I don't know which direction the council's gonna go, with that, but. I
It
really-
also came up at Park and Rec. Joel said, right? Didn't you mention
Yeah,
that
we've
was
been-
one of the goals they tossed around?
What to do with that, because everybody, you have different groups that have different ideas. for it.
Sure.
So it's not just buying the property, it's who's it gonna benefit the most, and that can get, that's a whole, that's a whole nother discussion.
It can't benefit anybody unless it's bought by the city.
Yeah.
I'd love that to bubble up from Parks and Rec Commission to an actionable item
Right.
at some point, in 2 years or so.
I would,
So we can just move on from that piece.
I support that.
this isn't an action item.
Either.
Well, we're not
moving
making
toward.
a decision here. We're just saying we need to make a
We need
decision.
to.
Okay, we need to move on.
Okay.
Send it
Okay.
forward.
Move
Can I
on.
just
The
make
last- yeah.
one amendment to that you just wrote up there with preference or giving preference to decentralized parks rather than.
You're gonna come
large
back to your priority over what to do with.
Okay,
This is just, you're gonna
Just
use the
keep that in
existing
mind.
plan. For my notes and for you going
Okay.
forward, this isn't a plan. We're gonna look at amending, you support Jason using what we currently have
Taking out
to
of
bring
it.
things forward, which would include ideas
Right.
like decentralized,
okay.
okay?
So moving on, our last topic in vibrant culture, I think. Recreation. So I'm gonna keep this simple. I view it as we have 3 options for how we approach recreation in the next 5 years. Option A is what we've been doing for the last year, facility first. We've prioritized getting the James Russell Sports Center to perform in terms of usership, membership, revenues. I am so excited that since November, we've exceeded our average monthly operations cost. In some cases by $9,000. Our highest revenue is $26,000 last month. The average cost of operations is around 17. Think about right around $200,000 a year, give or take, is what the cost of operating the sports center is. in the year from November to November, we should cover that. Which you could say that's making our recreation fund whole again. For most of its first year of operation, for the first, 7 or 8 months of operation, the facility was receiving a subsidy, not from the general fund, but from the recreation fund. 4.55% of our property tax revenues goes to a dedicated recreation fund as established by ordinance in 1982, 1983, after a failed vote to create a recreation district that included Bonner County. That vote failed by around 90%. It was like 92% voted no and 10% voted yes. So the city at that time established a recreation fund. So if county taxpayers aren't going to pitch in to help maintain our recreation facilities, we need some way to do it locally. So they passed an ordinance that allocated 4.5% of property taxes to recreation. And for, most of the last 50 years, it supported programs. It supported the lifeguard program. It supported tennis, and it supported summer camps, and it supported swim lessons, and it supported everything you can imagine. We've had adult leagues, youth leagues, basketball, volleyball, every sport at some point we've offered as a city. For the last year, we've offered none of them except for sailing and tennis. Those are the 2 programs we've had over the last year. Am I missing any? But we've also expanded our partnerships with local providers of sports. The North Idaho Volleyball Club. My daughter did a great beach volleyball program last summer, put on by them at our facility. Right? We've got the Sailing Association is another example of that. Unfortunately, a lot of the programs that we offered and historically have fallen by the wayside. That was necessary because we had to get to James Russell Sports Center to perform. As of yesterday, we have a part-time recreation coordinator. Josh Embry started yesterday. Just met him, been passing. We have our first meeting tomorrow. We're meeting with the Sailing Association, and then we're going to partner them up with the softball people because they can't wait to get softball going again. So I'd say right now we are in a hybrid rebuild phase. Option B is kind of where we are. Light. Josh is less than 19.5 hours a month, a week. So he's very part-time, no benefits. He's at grade 1, step 1. He's not a recreation professional, so to say. We're going to make him one, but we don't have a recreation superintendent. He's going to be our recreation coordinator for now. So option B is to maintain JER as a core facility while restoring a modest portfolio of adult and youth programs. Over the next year, we'll see if we can continue to do that with a part-time rec coordinator, or if we need to bring back a full-time rec coordinator or rec professional of some sort. Option C is to get back to where we were several years ago, which is a broader service model. That would require hiring a full-time recreation professional, bringing back lifeguards, bringing back summer camps, bringing back all the things that we used to do. That's not the trajectory that we're currently on. But I just want to provide these 3 options. Do we want to focus on our core, facility first model like we did for the last year? It's been very successful. But on the other hand, we've got a lot of user groups who haven't had sports, adults, and youth programs for the last year and a half.
Right.
Do we want to, well, for now, I think we're at option B. We're going to try the hybrid approach for the next year or so. But just to get your temperature, where do you guys see recreation going in the next 5 years? That's what we're trying to discuss here as a 5-year strategic plan.
I would think the community wants the adult sports back.
Well, I mean, a perfect world C, right? In a perfect world.
Yeah, sure.
But that's not what you're asking.
Perfect world.
If that's the direction you want to go, that's the direction.
I'm just giving my opinion. I think B is the safest option at the moment, with C being a goal.
How about a B plus,
You
C
know.
minus? A B/C.
Yeah, it's.
I
we
agree
don't
with
we don't
that.
know what the next politically and what's going to happen the next few years, their economy and everything, so.
Do you feel like as you move towards more programming, if you're gonna continue to add on at a slow pace, that it's adult programming? Do you feel like that's what the community's asking for, or you program?
I'd say both.
Well, you can't do both. You gotta pick one. You can't say, Jason, go do it all right now. You don't have the money. And you
Come
don't.
on, Jason.
Soccer's handled by the strikers. We got volleyball still.
Lacrosse is,
Lacrosse has got, I mean, they've all got, the youth
Lacrosse
have
is
got their own
covered.
functions, I feel like. So the adults, I would say, probably.
The goal for the next year was to bring back 4 or 5 programs. Softball is a big one. We
Yes.
have a lot of softball users. Volleyball is another big one. Indoor volleyball. Those are 2 big programs that are going to pretty much fold from one into the other. And our rec coordinator is going to be working probably 10 to 12 hours a week just supervising those programs. The other 10 hours a week, they'll be coordinating them, right? So there's like 2 programs right there going to consume most of our rec coordinators 19 hours a week.
those is a,
Adults.
are the fees
Adults.
paid for those programs? Do they sustain the programs?
Yeah, they should, yeah. In
Yeah,
fact, they
we
should
paid a
also
lot of
pay
money
the
for our
coordinator's
volleyball.
salary.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
Those two,
those two programs, yeah.
but the other ones do not.
Yeah, a lot of the camp, after school programs did historically really cover their costs, but you're really at that point. You're offering like a subsidized, because it's subsidized, we collect tax dollars to subsidize these programs, you know. Alternative to like daycare, childcare, after school care, the kind of things that parents might otherwise be stuck without or have to pay for. So is that the role of government in a local community like this? It's an important question.
Can we throw potential lifeguards back into B? The hybrid?
It's a big one, around $80,000 to $100,000 a year.
And I can't speak to softball, but I can say this for the volleyball group. You could easily have a volunteerism group where we created our own volleyball group this year and had our own tournament privately. And we all chipped in. You could have what we do at the fairgrounds, and for A, B, C, and D level, or 1, 2, 3, 4, you could have individuals that will volunteer to run that with the timer and everything. Like, we could have done it without Katie there, and then we're thankful for them. It's one less thing we had to think about, but there's a lot of volunteerism opportunity you can have to keep it.
I attempted to get Chris Bessler and a couple other volunteers to run the rec league basketball program this year. The school district wouldn't partner without the city because of liability insurance, because of the maintenance
That was my next,
responsibility. So I handled that myself. I basically acted as coordinator for the open gym basketball that ran for 6 weeks. I coordinated it myself because it was barely, a couple hours of work on my part really, but there are obstacles to private groups without the formation of a 501c3 or an LLC,
Okay.
and the liability insurance. And that's why softball didn't get organized this year. That's why adult volleyball was limited this year.
I feel
But I
comfortable
do-
with B,
I do hear
maybe
you
exploring.
as you move from B to C, or I call them 1, 2, 3. It's adult programming first, and then I heard a voice for the lifeguard program, but I didn't hear anybody.
Because I believe everybody sitting here now at the last election supported lifeguards. I heard that.
Because I think for Jason, just adding, two
I heard it.
focus ideas for moving from B to C if possible within budget is really where you're at today.
Proceed with B with a goal of C.
I would suggest let's give B a chance for the next year. A part-time rec coordinator is not going to be able to run a lifeguard program unless they don't run any other programs really. So for next summer, I don't think it's a good idea to try to get a lifeguard program off the ground. But if we see
That's it.
option B going by, when I say next summer, I mean like 2027.
We can say 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, 3 to 5 years lifeguard program. Let's see how we go at B, and yeah.
It's measurable.
I don't know how that works.
Timelines, love timelines.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you guys. Can we move on?
Yes, sir, please do.
Now we're back to the other stuff. So we're now in strategic pillar 5, livable community, housing diversity and growth. So we're gonna look at our comp plan, zoning amendments around housing diversity. There's a little bit of commercial and industrial over the next few slides. So first slide here, what are we talking about? Council alignment on zoning code amendments driven by the 2024 comp plan. You've already seen a few. You've seen some limited residential amendments. We did our off-street parking code was a completely rewritten last year. Title 9, Chapter 4, residential zoning, fairly substantial rewrite. We're heads up. There's some tweaking to that coming back to you. Of course, when you do a rewrite that comprehensive, you miss some things. We missed some things. They've come up lately. We're going to have that back to you in the next few months. Then you've got the commercial downtown and outside of downtown, and not even on our radar yet, but ultimately our zoning work's going to take us into the industrial IBP, ITP, IG, all the industrial zones in town. We're going to look at their location. We're going to look at the standards. We're going to look at the land uses that are allowed and that's going to align very well with the economic development strategic plan as well, since that's where the job creation is going to take place in our industrial zones.
Can I pause for just a second?
Yep.
Jason's saying a lot of words,
Mhm.
a lot of big words, and a lot of
Acronyms.
big concepts that I want to make sure you're understanding and digesting. So please slow him down or stop him and ask questions if he's moving too fast and too deep. And I'm not saying you are, that stuff all resonates with me, but I want to make sure that they're not glossing over. It's late in the day, people are tired, so. This, and this unfortunately is a section you really need to focus on. So.
Everybody stand up, jiggle
Yeah.
around for a
Wiggle.
second. That's required standing.
Motion. I watched.
Joe gets three
Where's the
jumping
ball?
jacks.
I watched him telling you to stand up.
We need a ball, we
Down
can-
at 5.
These are gonna last.
So one question is why now?
Right, we can
Yeah,
do this
the-
power standing.
The 2009 comprehensive plan was replaced 5 years late in 2024. Right? It was supposed to be 2019, but COVID happened. We lost our consultant for 2 years. The world shut down. We resumed it. So we adopted our new comp plan 5 years behind schedule. So really the work we're doing now was supposed to have taken place 5 years ago. But we're doing it now because we have a new comprehensive plan. That's why now. The new comprehensive plan has goals and objectives around everything: livability, affordability, downtown vitality, commercial and industrial lands, all the things. So that's really why now. There's also a lot happening at the state. I don't know if you followed the housing bills this year, but the state is beginning to preempt a lot of local zoning ordinances because they don't think cities are moving fast enough. We almost got preempted this year, and at the beginning of this meeting, Zach and I had to debate whether we were, because a bill was passed, 2 bills were passed around housing affecting cities of either 5,000 or more or 10,000 or more. Zach's going to confirm. So we're either going to be forced this year to amend our residential zoning, or we're gonna, based on your guidance, be proactive and start working on it, because in a few years we will be forced to do it around lot sizes, around density, around 80. So, you can see that kind of the core policy framework here. Downtown vitality is a big one. That's where commercial and historic preservation and downtown core and outer core come in. Housing diversity, industrial land preservation. Code should reflect where Sandpoint wants growth and what it wants to protect. And implementation needs to occur district by district with predictable next steps for council. So starting with commercial, that's what we're doing right now. Bill, you want to talk a little bit about what we're doing with commercial?
Yes, but first I'm going to give you just a little heads up on, in terms of a strategic planning outcome, when I think of the zoning work we're doing, I want to leave you with an idea that the downtown stuff and the commercial zoning, that's all achievable this year, right? That's an achievable thing. We can get that to you this year. I don't know if I can get the industrial stuff to you this year. I really want to get this right with the commercial stuff, and we're working really hard with your planning and zoning commission. So just, if you want to have an idea of, that's an achievable goal for this year to get the historic preservation stuff done, if you want to do that, and also a complete rewrite of the commercial zones. Okay. So I want to ask what your questions are about this, what we've been up to. I mean, you have a sense of where this is headed? I've given you a little bit. Do you have questions that come up first before I just talk about it? What comes to mind when you think about this project? Well, what do you want it to achieve most? If you could just share that a little bit with me, I'll just let you know kind of where we're headed with this. Because this is hundreds and hundreds of acres of property. You have any ideas as you think about this? It just pop up really quickly before
Heights are my thing.
Okay, building heights. We established a table. We spent a lot of time with the planning commission. We've got downtown 40 feet, just around downtown 55 feet. Everywhere else it's going to be between 35, 40, and 45. So we've gotten rid of the 65-foot tall, and we landed on a 55-foot tall for the area right around your core downtown. Right in the main core of downtown first, and up a little bit of Cedar, a little bit second, you're at 40 feet.
You still have C at 65 feet.
Well, you haven't seen the latest version.
Huh?
You haven't seen the latest version.
I have not, you're right.
You haven't. So I just told you. You got the late breaking news. What else you want to know?
Preview, there won't be a seat.
There's no C anymore. We got rid of A, B, and C, but that
Okay.
you haven't seen that yet either.
No, I haven't. I'm waiting.
You haven't seen any of that stuff yet. But that's what we're doing. Basically, you've got this precious core of your downtown, and it was overwhelming that the heights should be what they are. 40 feet. Some of those are single story, but you got about 37, 38 feet. We're calling it 40. Right around that is this idea of the downtown outer core, where this is the engine where you want to put as many people as you can to help support the vitality of your downtown. And those heights go up to 55 feet. That's 10 feet taller than the buildings that you see going up on Church. It's 10 feet shorter than the buildings across the street at the Umpqua Bank in that building right there. So 55 feet is where we landed with the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is gonna be council's decision. It's one table. You can change the numbers. But we've had the discussion as a community and we're all over the place. But we came back to it. We came back to it again. We came back to it again. And that's where we are today. It's a really important concept. You know, to get right. It's more than just height of a building. It's really the structure of what things look like. We're getting rid of the idea that you can do 65 feet all along, you know, Fifth and all the way out. That's gone.
55 is close.
One point here.
Can I just say why? It's the view shed.
No, it wasn't.
When you're,
I actually wrote.
to me it is. To me it is. When I come into town, those buildings on this side, the outside, they are blocking. The tall buildings are blocking view shed. That's just my thing.
So
What it's saying.
And I'm glad you're bringing it up because when we're talking about there's big picture things and you get quickly down in the minutia. They all tie together. There are a handful of standards that are incorporated to regulate how a building is situated on a lot, what the building has to look like, depending on where you're located. If you're downtown, it stands to reason we should have a different set of standards than if you're sitting there next to Safeway. So that's exactly what we've done. Because today the rules are all the same. So we've done that. One of the things to help in these conversations is you need a lighthouse. What is our lighthouse on building heights? What is it? So I stopped the planning commission conversation, said, okay, this is not going the way it needs to go. Disappeared for a couple of weeks and came back with a purpose statement on building heights. I'm like, here you go. The purpose of building heights is to preserve our views. And I wrote up this nice thing. And unanimously, they said, absolutely not. No, that is not what this is about. I said, okay, tell me what this is about. This is not about preserving views. And I asked them again and again and again. I said, no, that's not what this is about. We're interested in preserving what we understand today of the built environment. That's what we see what we have today. We kind of enjoy that. We enjoy what we see today. I said, okay, so we're going to try to protect the existing built environment and that scale of development. We're not interested in taller scale. We don't understand that. We think we want that. But it's really not about protecting the views here, there, there. And I was really specific and I wrote it up and it's still actually, you know, it's something I brought to them just last night. I showed them the little blue line and crossed it all off and said, this has all been crossed off based on our feedback. So we've had a really robust discussion around that because I was like, what am I protecting? What am I writing this rule for? You have to tell me, I'm the scribe. What is the value expression here? That's all it is. And it wasn't views. And I was really surprised by that. It was good to know. Now I know.
Do you think it was because we do have a decent set amount of views and with the opportunity with some buildings being tall, big enough to create what you guys are trying to do?
I think that was part of it. I think there was a lot of interest in densifying this area right around downtown to see opportunity for more housing. I think that had something to do with it. I think a lot of the conversation was, hey, if you're walking down a sidewalk in front of a single story building, your views are blocked. So what views were we really protecting? In any given location, you could have or have not a view.
Yeah.
And so that was part of the conversation. In certain corridors looking down roads, you actually do get some views that it won't be obstructed. But it was a good conversation, and that's where your planning commission is now, their ordinance now. That's what they're going to be suggesting comes forward. Unless they come back to it. But that's where we were.
Another point to observe here, our current zoning prohibits residential development on the ground floor over several hundred acres of city property. The proposed zoning would prohibit residential development on the ground floor across about 13 acres of city property.
The way the zoning works today, the big picture concept here is there's really not a lot of difference between A, B, and C, aside from the colors on the map. There's really not. There's a couple subtleties, but the vast majority of your commercial property, and one way to look at zoning is this is the closest you get to a real estate investment strategy because you don't own it. Somebody else does, but you can tell what the rules are. So this is a strategy. Your zoning is an investment strategy. And right now that investment strategy says you got to have retail everywhere. And that just attenuates the energy that retail commercial development brings. You can't support it with this population. You couldn't support it with 10 of these populations. There's too much, right? And your own study says that. So the effort is to try to reinforce downtown as the main area, and then ask where on the entrances to these cities can we have these nodes of activity, right, that are accessible to communities, easy to get to. And then everything else, we should loosen up the rules to not require the ground floor retail. Establish, if you're right next to a neighborhood, maybe we have a smaller scale allowance for some of the, smaller scale office things that we see today. So we're taking some of the existing development pattern that we see right here on Lake Street, right across the street over there on, little pieces on Ella between Michigan and Erie, for example. There's little pockets of office development here and there, and we're creating a zone district that reflects that, what you see, as opposed to the way it's worded today, where it's your highest and absolute highest intensity use, retail, is required to be there on the ground floor. That's more traffic in. You take a look at your multimodal plan, and it calls for closing off Lawrence. It calls for reconfiguring Ontario, all these road improvements are going to limit more access on the highway. Why are we driving that retail development further into the neighborhoods? That's exactly what the zoning does today. It's driving retail development into your neighborhoods. I'm trying to say, no, let's create some nodes and then allow smaller scale professional office and services to be in these areas that kind of feather into the neighborhoods a little bit. And be really careful with that and allow housing everywhere, right? Except for the one or two areas in, at the barbell ends that you want to really make sure you concentrate these nodes of commercial activity. When we do this, we can have neighborhoods perform better, right? If you're living across the street from someplace that's zoned for heavy duty retail, and that might not be the best use for there, and we actually want to, encourage that retail downtown, why are we requiring the investment in this property with this huge burden of retail development on the ground floor? There's been a lot of, I would probably say, missed investment opportunities because people don't want to build that. They go elsewhere. So I'm really concerned about it, to be honest with you. There's just too much requirement. So the big idea I'm going to be bringing you is to rethink that and make some adjustments so some of these neighborhoods can form a little bit better, and we can concentrate the retail activity where we want to concentrate it and really make downtown your strong focus. Okay, not only there's a couple areas down by Division and Highway 2. Great opportunity right there. There's one or two vacant sites left, and that can be a really good example of a more intense area. But the stuff around it, between there and Dubs, for example, lots of opportunity to invite a different pattern of development that reflects some of the access challenges that are there, and doesn't spread that retail intensity into these neighborhoods on north and south. Instead of a strip, let's have some nodes. And the strip can be filled in with some from appropriately scaled housing and smaller scale professional offices and things like that. Is that making sense so far? That's where my thinking is leading us right now. And I'm about ready to test some of that stuff with your Planning and Zoning Commission 2 weeks from yesterday. So it's a huge rewrite. And by the way, when we're rewriting the code, there's an entire nomenclature in scaffolding that we're stuck with because it's there. So even though we've brought parking to you, we've brought some residential stuff to you, we're bringing commercial stuff to you. When this is all said and done at the very end, I'm going to come back and we're going to really not change those standards again, but change a lot of the way it's organized. So it's more readable. There's more tables, there's more illustrations. It's just an easier code, a more contemporary way of organizing ourselves. And it's really hard. Because you make one little tweak here and it affects this thing over here. Make a little tweak here, affects this thing over here. So the commercial, I'm basically rewriting the entire commercial code right now, soup to nuts. But even after that, there's still tweaks that need to be done if you want to have it read as one code when we're all done with this. The only other way for me to do that is to disappear like Ted Kaczynski and hide out in a cabin for a couple months and come back with a new code and say, here you go. And that's not the way we're going.
You gonna send us your drafts by mail?
Jason will be there with me.
Yeah. A little bit of powder in the envelope.
Jason will be there with me. He's been a great partner on this the whole way through.
Any questions about our commercial zoning work?
Yeah, I think not really questions, observations, like as to earlier, like anything, like clearly Sandpoint's not the same Sandpoint as it was prior to COVID. And I think that's been part of the shock of moving forward with progress and growth and trying to find these ideas. How do we navigate allowing more housing and doing it, I guess, the right way or this is the best way to.
It's a new way now.
Yeah, a new way. And so how do you navigating this with the public, just so this doesn't become a time suck, if you will, when,
Yep.
being very careful as we present this.
That's what keeps you up at night.
Yeah,
And so here's my initial thought on that. So number one, what we're doing is implementing your comp plan. And you've got I think a great handle to grab onto. Okay, there's lots of different ways you can implement a comp plan through your zoning ordinance. This is one way, but you have a lot you can hand on right there. You've done a great community outreach over many, many years. And like all great comp plan updates, it was actually adopted with very little fanfare. That should say something. You didn't have crowds in here. I was here that night. I'm the any speakers, maybe one or two. That's a good sign. That you did your public participation. People participated when the workshops were there, and they appreciated what you adopted. So what we're doing right now is we're just bringing your planning and zoning commission through a very rigorous review. In some cases, writing it in during the meeting like we were last night, and inviting in user groups, architects, code users, developers, meeting with downtown business owners, for example, for this stuff, talking with the ACHP and trying to get the word out. Zoning is not something that surveys very well because you're talking about code. It's difficult to write a survey around which line of this code is better worded. That just doesn't lend itself. So I think the best way we can do that is just remind people how many times we've used the commission structure punctuated by a couple community events with specific user groups and business owners to arrive at this. And for me, this started when you started your comp plan. This is just the key implementation piece. You have got an enormous history of trying to get your land resource management system correct. You have a lot of work on this. I'm just here at the tail end of that, right? So that's the message I'm going to be providing to your commissions and to you in front of the public as this moves forward, because not everybody understands that history, but you can hang your hat on not just one or two meetings, but dozens of meetings and touch points to get this stuff worded right.
that's great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other comments about commercial for downtown?
As we need to get it out there, more AI videos if people get confused.
Yeah. I will say just one other thing. I think a little example of how zoning can be so effective is you take a look at that site and ineffective. Take a look at that site north of Super One. That is a compelling property. What really makes me excited about that is the idea that you could connect that site immediately to the properties to the east of it that are locked off today. So you've got a burger joint, you have, if you can call it a hotel, as an interesting owner to that property now, and you've got a used car repair place type thing and another sort of shop, right? Great businesses in your community. Well, let's give them some customers by creating a direct connection through that between them and this property north of Super One with appropriate, roadways, pathways. I think purchasing the property is a huge piece of this, right? If you get the railway spur, enables us to do some things there, and then put as many houses as we can on that property. And now you've created a customer base for appropriately scaled retail right there. Not the kind of retail that the map says today has to compete with your downtown. Why are we doing that? I mean, I ask, why are we competing with their downtown right there? With requiring it to be ground floor retail. You go through Milltown and half of those apartments, there's vacant floors are empty. I went through there on my bike the other day. I was like, man, somebody could be living here. But nope, we have a rule that says you can't. Let's get rid of that rule.
Should any of those be retrofitted if they're rules?
Once we cheat, yes.
Change the rules.
Well, I mean.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
Or maybe if there's several hundred new residents living in that neighborhood, there would be enough demand to support ground floor commercial in that space.
Right.
Which is what's required.
So a big question council is going to be confronted here, and we're going to test this with your planning and zoning commission. And we're internally still arriving at what we think the right recommendation might be, is what zone district should we apply to that property? I'm leaning toward just a strict residential zone, like residential multifamily for various reasons. I'm very skeptical of just retail development everywhere. The other concept would be have some kind of more of a mixed use type zone applied to that, where you could have the opportunity to stick a coffee shop or something in. But I think if we do it right, the coffee shop and stuff is already there. It's just right next door. We just need to connect to it. And Super One is right there. And that site's not entirely fully developed. So that's my current thoughts on that right now, but just a little flavor of how powerful zoning is. It goes one way or it goes the other. Right now, it's doing nothing. So let's put it to work. Let's have that neighborhood function and let's see if we can't get some attainable housing there.
So you feel like with these new changes that this is gonna entice folks to want to do more business with our city?
I absolutely do think so. I think if you can have a clear outcomes that, this is really should be outcome oriented. Tell us, as a council, you tell us what outcomes you're looking for. I want to have clear standards, predictable processes, and it's grease lightning. Process process in land development it's basically the more process you have in a land development scenario is typically because you really don't know what you're after. And in the process is a proxy for getting it right. Just because you have a hearing on something at a commission level or more process of staff, is that really going to affect the outcome? If you're zoning where it says this is the outcome and that's what we want, well, then let's get the process out of the way so you can get it. And developers will listen to that. That is absolutely how markets move, how investment decisions are made, what cities are serious about delivering this stuff. But let's get these things out of the way and test that and see how it works. But yeah, you have to have a clear statement of what you want. If it's Lucy, everything bagel today, it's kind of hard. It's hard to even have that conversation. Someone asks, well, what's allowed on this property? Well, kind of everything.
So they could literally look at it and go, oh, we can do it right here, and it makes it easier.
It makes it easier.
Bill, I'll say something to that. I think the reason, maybe one of the reasons that is because Sandpoint as a community, as an identity, we don't know what we want. One side of our mouth is we want our small town back.
Right.
Don't want a lot of growth. We want the tourists gone. But at the same side of the mouth, it's like, hey, we need to do stuff to keep the tourists here and keep the business here and keep things moving. That's how we get money. So it depends on the controversy. This mouth is speaking or this mouth is speaking. So we really don't know what we really want. Hey, we want high buildings so we can get more retail, more money. We want short buildings so we can keep our shed. And I'm not saying either or right or wrong, but I think we don't know who we are right now after all this growth. And it's not just Sandpoint. I think it's a lot of cities similar to ours where all this growth is happening in other states as well after COVID.
Yeah.
And I think part of it, and this is just my opinion, I can't speak for the council members, but I don't know if we know who we are right now.
So I think that's absolutely correct. And this is something that happens all the time in cities. This is gonna be ongoing forever, right? I mean, there's always gonna be different ideas about what our built environment should be and what kind of goals we're trying to have. When we go through this exercise together, looking at downtown, outer core, the redesign your commercial, we can look at any given spot, any given space. We're proposing to change the zoning from one thing to the other. We can ask ourselves that question. That's exactly what I did all day yesterday. Lot by lot by lot. I spent the whole day basically from division to dubs. Lot by lot. Do it again. What's making sense here? Why would we do this? Why wouldn't we do this? Why would we do this? Why wouldn't we do this? Lots of different ideas are coming into our heads as we analyze this lot by lot by lot. And I think if we do this correctly as a commission and with the council and put a little effort into just workshopping a little bit before we have a hearing on it, I think you'll begin to see a picture, a little bit of a picture come to mind with some of the stuff. And that's going to help answer that question.
Okay.
It may not fully, but I think it'll help.
So this slide just goes through kind of the target outcomes of this effort. More housing allowed in commercial areas outside the downtown core. Additional residents close to services creates more disposable income near downtown, allowing downtown businesses to survive year round, not only in visitor periods. Code implementation advances both land use and economic development goals at the same time. Establishing special design standards for downtown. Earlier, we talked about historic preservation. Even if we don't end up with a historic preservation ordinance at the city, there's 7 new pages of design standards for the downtown core and downtown outer core that are meant to enhance the historic character of downtown. So that's important to distinguish between historic design standards and historic preservation standards. let's talk about residential. We've got,
Hold on one
recent,
sec. I had one comment before,
okay,
go back one more slide.
okay.
So, I really like pretty much everything that you're saying. It makes a lot of sense, and happy to hear that the building heights are getting addressed. That was one of the number one things I heard from the public. I like the idea of removing the requirement for, ground floor retail without, removing the ability for it. If down the road we decide, actually, that does make sense now that a bunch of people live here. I see neighborhood business, it says small offices, restaurants, professional service, that all makes sense. The one thing that I think we might consider there is like small corner store kind of retail. I know we don't want to have like a whole nother downtown where there's clothing shops and art studios and things like that, but I think a lot of the people that live around like Winter Ridge, for example, appreciate having a small little grocery store that they can walk to, not Super One, not Safeway, but just like small corner store size. And so is there a way to allow that kind of retail without opening the door for all of the problems that you're just describing?
Good question. I'm gonna be a tough person to convince on this. Winter Ridge is about 12 to 14,000 square feet. It's on a lot that's about 3 times that size. You have a handful of lots along Division that are about that size, not many more. The larger one are occupied by a church, a bowling alley. There's a funeral place on Pine and Division that's got a large parking lot right there. Very few sites that are going to have able to fit a 15,000 square foot small corner grocery store, or even 10,000 square foot grocery store, if you account for the parking demand and things like that. And then you ask yourself, what have you just done? Let's pick any place next to the Division. Maybe it's up there by the library or something. Maybe somebody buys 2 lots that are residential today and does something. First of all, you have very few lots that are deep enough to accommodate something like that. And if you're going to try to strip it out in a lengthy fashion, that's kind of an inefficient building. Not a lot of properties are going to support that corner store of that size, if you want to call Winter Ridge a corner store. But that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern is how we cannibalize ourselves. That's my concern. You have a population that's less than 10,000. You service kind of like 30 in some respects at any given time, with people coming and going and whatnot. And I worry about us cannibalizing ourselves with retail development. I like and appreciate the convenience of being able to walk someplace like Winter Ridge if you're lucky enough to live close to it, right? I just don't know if you have to be careful what you ask for when you color that map red to allow a corner store to go in, because that could be liquor store. That could be something that maybe you're not interested in seeing, a vape store.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
And so it's gonna be really hard to zone it for one retail establishment, but not say, you can't have the other. And given the size of these parcels that are along your corridors, because you wouldn't put it in the middle of the neighborhood unless you want us to explore that, which I don't think any grocer would want to do. They're chasing average daily trips on roads. There's a formula to retail that is tried and true across our country. That's why you see a Chipotle, a Panera Bread, a Panda Express, and a Starbucks on just about every arterial roadway in every city in this country. There's a formula. They pick the architecture, they pick the size, they pick the menu, they pick everything, and either accept it or you don't get it. This place, you have a bunch of hardworking retailers that are making a different, more difficult choice to go to your downtown. And that's a hard thing for them to do. The capital markets are going to be more constrained for them. The risks are greater. The buildings are older. It's a bit of a risk that just in the hopes that people will get there. So to enable retail of this other fashion to occur, you're actually putting at a disadvantage considerably the folks who have made that incredible investment to try to go in a location that it's harder to build in. And I'm really nervous about that by having that much red on the map. When I see the map today, I see this long stripe of red all the way up Division, and I'm thinking, oh, how lovely, but how ineffective if you're after downtown revitalization, because I don't think the city's big enough to have both. I think we can get away with a node at Division in the highway. I think we can get away with a node kind of up there by Larch, but I don't think we can have a larger one down at Division and Pine, for example. Maybe a smaller scale eatery, coffee shop type thing. I just think if you're gonna introduce a grocer there, that's gonna be that much more difficult for the 4 or 5 grocers you have in town. And I'm really nervous about that cannibalization. We can do it, we can paint it red and let the market work itself out. But going into that, I know how hard it is for those businesses to choose to make the downtown location. And we're at the same time saying, we've got to promote downtown, do everything we can to make it vital. So that's where my mind goes, is there's a real reality to the space that's needed to make something like that work. And access to the credit and the financing to do that. And they're going to want more around them. They're going to be a voice to be reckoned with about, driving more customers there. And you have to ask yourself, in a city this size, what is that doing? So I understand the coffee shop idea and maybe a flower shop type thing or a smaller scale professional office. It's the larger scale grocery corner store thing that's not really a thing anymore. And it's really hard for them to decide to operate and open. I just get nervous about it.
I can understand that. Yeah, I guess I'm not, obviously we're not going to force anybody to open something like that. And maybe there's nothing that we can do to encourage that just by the logistics of it. I don't necessarily think it would be competing with downtown because none of our grocery stores are in downtown, not the core that you're.
But the retail in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's sort of in the same vein as the parks, that rite of passage of your kid walking down to the store for the first time on their own. And
right.
And I think a lot over the last 50 or 70 years, a lot of our zoning has said this has to be nothing but residential, end of story. And it's like, well, I think there is some opportunity for some small scale commercial within our neighborhoods that won't ruin the character of that neighborhood. And we're not forcing anybody to build it, but just giving them the
We have a zone district that can achieve that. We have one today. It's called mixed use residential. And you'll see it spread out. I just haven't seen anybody take advantage of it. The parcels that I've developed with MUR zoning are Third and Lake with the condos. They could do retail there, right? The retail is limited to less than 3,000 square feet. So there's some real limiters in there. No one's taking advantage of it. Where's that business since it's been in place for the last 20 years? I think it's a good zone. Don't get me wrong. And it's a great zone. It's just that a corner store is not going to go in 3,000 square feet. And I think if you suggest that it might, I think we have to be willing to accept what comes with that, with a vape shop and a tattoo parlor and the other things that might not be as what you had in mind. Maybe they are. I mean, those are also services for the community, but we all think in terms of these idyllic ideas, but your zoning has to be done carefully so that you're not in a situation where you're getting too granular with picking winners and losers on that kind of thing. There's some limitations that this is the conversation we're going to have. We're about ready to have it. We still have a lot of commercial in the town and it's spread out. We haven't, our draft maps haven't changed the ability to do a commercial enterprise in a lot of the city. It's just being a little more selective with that retail piece.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one. And then adding more ability for residential so we can get away from sort of a strip concept along the freeway.
Yeah, I have a mechanic across from my house. And his cars are parked. And it's private. I mean, it's public, right? He can park all the cars he's working on in front of my house. I don't have a choice in that. So I wouldn't want that for somebody else. Say they wanted to open up a mechanic shop there and then all the cars he's working on is right in front of your house, this house. I mean, it could create, in theory, a big problem.
It's block by block. You have an interesting situation going on when you're coming southbound on Division and you hit Pine Street. Things all of a sudden change. Just a little bit north of there, things all of a sudden change. That's a very curious location to me in terms of how we think about that. Another one's really curious to me is right over here on Lake Street. And while we have zoning that just brings retail development all the way up to City Hall, I'm just thinking, why? I don't understand that. I also fully well know 100%, because I lived through it for so long, that sometimes zoning gets put in place for interesting reasons. It could be a very influential property owner that's just, there's all kinds of things that can happen in terms of how this stuff goes. But I encourage us, just like Councilmember Spiro said, when I bring this to you, I want to be challenged. I want us all to be challenged. It's worth it. to think about this block by block and lot by lot. If we're gonna do this and we're gonna have it put on a map, which is a law, then let's
We're running out of microphones is what's happening.
let's make sure we're careful with it. You have my commitment to go there and investigate this with you, but my initial reaction is I'm a little concerned about the corner store concept.
I guess the difference for me between a mechanic shop and a tattoo shop, even a flower shop, as something that you suggested would be fitting, is we talk a lot about livable communities and how our community really values walkability. And so it's more about things that you do on the everyday.
Yeah.
You go to the store every day. You probably don't go get a tattoo every day. So a tattoo shop would be more appropriate downtown because that's when you're going for something other than your everyday necessities, right? Even just like a restaurant, most people don't eat at every day. Maybe they go to a coffee shop every day. So that might be appropriate in a neighborhood. But
that's what I'm getting at. That kind of thing is just, let's work with each other to try to find that right collection of land uses that make sense in our neighborhoods. And that's what zoning is. That's what zoning is. I want to share with you my experience with over retailed environments.
I think you're on the right path. I really appreciate all the work you've done so far.
So I want this to be a unanimous thing when we're done. And if it's not, we're going to stop until it is. It's too important. Well, except for one.
Hey, we've had some unanimous votes.
We have.
Yes.
We're getting down, so.
Yeah,
are
we're
we
getting down. I
wrapping,
think
or are
these
we
guys
doing
still have
another-
residential. What do you have left?
Well, yeah, two, 3 more slides. So residential, we've already done we've taken a first, dip in the residential zoning earlier this year. There's probably more to come. As we said, there's some cleanup from the recent amendments to our single family and multifamily. There's some potential state implications of the recent bills that were passed, but the direction, as you'll recall, recently was around lot coverage, lot size, density, almost entirely in the multifamily districts. We reduced the minimum lot size to 3,500 square feet. Why does this matter? Residential land is around $1 million an acre in Sandpoint. So if you talk about making a meaningful decrease in the cost of development of residential property in Sandpoint, it means allowing residential to be done on smaller pieces of land. So larger required lots reduce the feasibility of entry level housing, period. That's known. Dimensional standards can either enable attainable forms or prohibit them. So the path we've been on that we intend to continue on with council's direction is reducing local regulation that makes attainable housing types difficult and expensive to produce. This is obviously a hot topic: workforce housing, attainable housing, affordable housing, anything you want to call it. It's not the only thing that cities can do, but it's one of the few local policy levers that can be implemented. At the state level, I'm going to give you a little preview of the 2 state bills that were signed by the governor this week, I believe. Start of home subdivision bill preempts any local zoning in any residential district that prohibits lot sizes any smaller than 1,500 square feet. Our zoning only allows lots to be created down to 3,500 square feet. Statewide, any new subdivisions on lands of 4 acres or more, the developer by right can go down to 1,500 square feet. Okay, that's not unreal. Keep in mind, we have a PUD in this town right now that's coming to you later this year that has lots of 1,000 square feet. So that the state law is going to require cities statewide of either 5,000 or 10,000 population to allow new subdivisions to create lots of 1,500 square feet.
You're right. His slide says 10,000, but
We're gonna get clarification on that.
Yeah, we're gonna do a clarification because the AIC sent out a different version.
The other bill that was signed by the governor will be very soon prohibits max ADUs smaller than 10,000. Sorry, I should say that's a large ADU.
It's a big ADU.
No, that's 1,000 square feet or 75% of the primary dwelling. Prohibits off-street parking requirements for ADUs. We currently require 1 off-street parking space for an ADU. Prohibits height limits lower than the height of the existing single-family dwelling. And it eliminates bedroom maximums. We currently only allow 1 bedroom in an ADU, and will require modest amendments to Sandpoint's ADU code. So again, Zach's going to look into whether that applies to us now or whether we just have to prepare for that when our population tips 10,000 in a couple of years. So just to give you an idea, like these housing bills,
square foot ADU?
We know
First,
it's
you have to
supposed to be
allow
1,000
it.
at the.
It prohibits you from having a code that says the maximum size of the ADU could be 1,000 square feet.
Okay,
Okay, tell me again. Oh,
It prohibits you from having a code that says the maximum size of the ADU can be
Less than
any
1,000
less
square
than
feet.
1,000.
So our current code allows ADUs to 900. We would have to amend our code to allow ADUs up to 1,000 square. feet. Yeah.
so they can be.
that's an easier way to,
Or 75% of the size
We
of the
can't tell them
primary.
they can't be larger than 1,000. So these are 2 of 4 housing bills that made it very far in the House and Senate this year. There were others that are going to come back next year as well. So there are very enthusiastic state senators and representatives who are basically pushing bills each year now to deregulate local housing markets and land use rules. So just to give you an idea there, that's kind of what's happening in the residential zone.
Lisa, what statute is that?
Senate Bill 1354 and Senate Bill 1352.
1554.
Right here, 1352 and 1354.
I have copies of them.
Yeah.
So that's right.
Do
you have a copy? Yeah, I just I was gonna look it up.
So we're gonna, depending on the outcome of the research on whether or not it applies to cities of 5,000 or 10,000, we're gonna have to come back with some changes, to effectuate that. And that's what the state has told us. We have till, February of 27 to do that, so it's not right away, so we'll fold it into the work program.
okay.
Okay, questions, housing, residential zoning.
You know what I want to talk about?
Yeah.
It's next.
The industrial zoning work is not begun yet. We haven't even looked at the gray parts of our map yet. We've got IG, we've got industrial technical park, we've got industrial business park, industrial general. That's down the road. Probably 2027, we'll get to industrial. Right now, we're looking at that commercial and residential. We've basically got 3 categories of zoning, right? Residential, commercial, industrial. That's how our entire map is drawn. So industrial is important. There's a lot of economic development implications there. SURA has a lot to do with that because we've got to figure out what to do with the money in the north. How does that affect potential industrial development around the airport in the future? So that's it for our zoning stuff. We do have on our agenda a section on workforce
You have
housing.
10 minutes left on that one microphone that's remaining charged.
So we
Cut to the chase.
finish up with the fun, work with the hard.
Do we
10
want to
minute
start then?
deadline.
Do we need to wrap?
Yeah, is there a wrap up?
The other thing we could do is push workforce housing to the next conversation and do a wrap up today.
Yeah,
That's a big-
that way we
Fine
can,
with that.
Yeah.
that way we don't have.
That-
to.
I feel like that Kyle's gonna want
Okay.
more than that.
I think it deserves more time.
Yeah.
Process wise, I'm gonna take all of what we've done today and I'm gonna start building the framework of your new strategic plan. So it'll have input, some of the stuff you've provided today. It will take out the stuff in the existing plan that's already done. And I'll give you a new framework of your strategic plan with blanks in it where you still have work to do. And we'll come back for another day. We'll pick up with workforce housing and then we're gonna circle back around for measurable, achievable goals.
We still have sustainable environment.
Yeah, we're not, yeah, from workforce housing all the way down, we still have that. So, again, this is gonna take another day. What I really want you guys to talk about right now, because it's been such a disconnect and it's been so confusing, is getting items on an agenda and having an agenda at council meetings that makes sense to everyone. So part of what has happened is that you have the ability to request agenda items. However, when you come in at the last minute, right before posting and you request items be placed on the agenda, they're not accompanied by a staff report and the supporting documentation, and there isn't enough time to get that in. So I think what staff would like to see is let's back that time frame up for your deadline to get agenda item request forms. So we're gonna try to be posting, maybe this is correct, on Thursday nights, since we're closed on Fridays. We're gonna try to be posting on Thursday nights, so you need to realistically try to get your request forms in a week ahead of time.
The Thursday.
So, yeah, the Thursday before that. So that if you have to create a staff report, or if staff has to create a staff report, or if documents need to be attached to that, or other material needs to be pulled from past meetings, there is time to put that whole request together. So it's going to post the Thursday before the meeting. You need to have those request forms in a week ahead of that.
So 2 weeks before.
Yep, in theory, it's actually less than 2 weeks because you're meeting on Wednesday, but yes, almost 2 weeks before each meeting. The other thing that I think staff is gonna try to start working on is we used to have, when there was a city administrator, things that were coming to council were like on an agenda 3 months in advance. You could see what was coming kind of in the pipeline. And so I think staff is gonna start working on a structure so that everybody can see what's in the pipeline and get things put in a timely fashion and ahead of time. Like Bill knows, right? I looked at his whiteboard today. Sorry, I was cheating while I'm making coffee. Like he knows things that are gonna come to you in August. His whiteboard's mapping out. This is coming in.
I have a
June,
90-day
this is coming-
calendar.
Yeah.
That we produce with every planning and zoning city council workshop and every staff, and we bring up the 90-day calendar. It's rolling. So we know exactly when the hearing notice is due, when it's due to admin for formatting, when it's gotta come to me, for my review, it's there. It's like, you miss a deadline, see you next time. It's just, that's how we manage it.
Yeah, I've been asking. for that
90-day
for 2 years.
calendar.
Okay, so we're gonna start working on that. I think there's a little disconnect in what was said today regarding department heads doing monthly reports that go to the mayor, and that information I thought was coming to you. It sounds like it might not be. And not all department heads are doing a complete overview. They're just coming to the podium and giving you a verbal report. So let's talk a little bit about what you guys want to see from department heads, both in written form and I think Deb articulated earlier, at least once a month, some sort of high level overview of what's in written form, but keep it like to 2 to 3 minutes if possible.
Yeah, I think we like the personalization of department heads and also hearing. That's sarcastic.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start my comment because I already had something in mind.
But let me
So-
make let me make a comment for hey,
Quiet, please.
so for anybody in the public who's watching this, we lost our remote microphones. The batteries died because we've been here all day. So council has switched to their chairs. I've switched to this microphone so that we can finish the last 10 minutes of this meeting.
Okay, thank you. So my comment would be, I kind of like the idea of something that is rolling, that comes from staff, so we know what they're working on and we have a lot of time to process that. And then like Joel suggested, more that, maybe every other meeting or for the directors it's important for each meeting, we have that 2 or 3 quick synopsis to make sure everybody's on top of it. And so that we can all stay better informed. And if it's big issues like housing or buildings or zoning things, that we have a lot of opportunity to meet with staff and get the information we feel like we need to make better decisions for the residents of Sandpoint.
So is the staff reports designed for us to interact with staff and talk and
Yes.
but not direct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, staff reports that are attached to action items or discussion items on the agenda are designed to give you an overview from the staff's perspective as to why this is coming before you, what the purpose is, how it affects your budget. You have the ability to interact with the staff member or other who's bringing it forward ahead of the meeting to make sure you have the information that you need. That's different from what we're talking about as far as a monthly report from each director giving you an update on what they've been doing for the previous month and anything that's in the works in their department. So I think what I heard you saying is you'd like to have monthly written reports. And then when they come to the dais during the meetings 2 times a month, they could just give a high level 2 to 3 minute overview of whatever was in that detailed written report.
No, that's what I meant. Is that so loud? Is that the reason? I mean, is that when we're supposed to talk to staff, right? Because those 3 minutes and then we ask a bunch of questions,
So
even though we got a staff report.
Yes, so you
that
want.
seems redundant to me.
It is redundant, and you want to be careful when you're having dialogue with staff during that reporting period that you're not entering into a non-agendized discussion. So really, when the staff is giving you their high-level overview verbal report at the meeting, that is not intended for a discussion. It's not agendized.
So it seems like the reports may not be the issue. It's us being educated on what we're allowed and not allowed to do.
Correct. Yes.
Written reports are fine. However, agenda packets that are 400 pages long and we still get a written report from staff is a lot. And to retain all that and to be able to speak about it reasonably, when the staff does come and mention something that might not have been picked up in a plus 400 page agenda packet, I don't see any reason why we can't ask a pointed, quick question. I usually visit staff on big things. I was with Eric Bush for an hour and a half the other day. Still, I had one thing that I forgot or that I thought perhaps public would have liked to have heard an answer to or a comment on.
A singular pointed question could be appropriate. What it can't evolve into is a discussion. So it's not an agendized item for discussion. The better approach would be to say, I'd like to see a future or put a future agenda item on for a discussion on that topic amongst council. So your question might be simple, innocent, but then it prompts Kyle to have a question, which prompts Deb to have a question, which prompts Joel to have a question. And now we have a discussion and we have a non-agendized discussion, which is problematic.
So I guess what I'm looking at is kind of the best way, Bill actually explained it, is to me, this monthly update would be what's eventually going to be coming in front of us on the agenda. It's not what is on the agenda. It's not part of the packet, but it would be something that comes to us monthly so that we know how hard the staff is working behind the scenes to bring, let's say, for instance, when is that ADU thing coming? Because maybe we had questions about it, or maybe staff got direction 6 months ago, and then we feel like crickets, even though they're working on it behind the scenes, but because we don't know that, we feel less informed. So I guess my request is more to keep us informed as to what will be coming in front of us. And if we are very passionate about something that maybe 2 months down the road on the agenda, that we can interact with staff at that point. So that's totally separate from the packets that we're getting to decide on that evening's or that next week's agenda items that are action items or staff update items. So it's just a different way for us as counselors to stay informed, because we're only here every other week on the dais. I mean, we do spend time behind the scenes, but just a more organized way to be knowing what's happening behind the scenes, and at that point maybe feel like, oh, I need to agendize this because I don't feel like that direction happened potentially, or it's something that comes from the public to you, and you have more information to know, oh, that's going to come forward in a month anyway, because I'm I'm more aware of what's going on behind the scenes. Does that make sense? Without us having to spend an extra hour, like Joel said, in our meetings, getting different updates and stuff. But if maybe there's something that is really critical to staff and the department heads, that they do have that 2 or 3 minutes where they're like, oh, I wanted to tell you how great JER is doing. And I wanted the public to know that. So I'd like to speak that.
And that might prompt a question.
But
Could be
I think
asked right there.
I think that's a great point. The monthly updates, staff can organize a time frame to get those to you that are not part of a packet.
Right.
Maybe they're in your off week.
And the agenda item, that was an agenda item that I was talking
Yeah.
about with Eric, and that was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I think Deb nailed it right there. And
Just give it to you. And so what the staff would do is just send their written report to your clerk so that your clerk could send it out to all of you. And then you'll have it, and it can be in an off week when you're not studying a 400-page packet. And then you're all clear in mapping out your agenda item requests and having those in a week before the posting day. I think that'll help take the pressure off of everybody.
Easier to just remember 2 weeks before the meeting.
That works too.
2 weeks before the meeting. I guess the only other thing I would point out is that because of state code doesn't preclude council from putting something on the agenda, and maybe it's more of an emergency item, shall we say?
As long as it doesn't require
Sure.
any, the issue
Right.
is it cannot require any staff work to get it prepared for a meaningful discussion or action.
Mhm. And I agree, we should give staff as much time as they absolutely need, but there is, the other piece of that is there is code. And so we up here as a council may understand how important it is to give staff time, but new counselors may not. And there's always somebody who could be more rogue. You're not looking at me.
Find a microphone.
Sure. It's a little bit awkward for staff when the counselors make an agenda request form that does require staff action when it's an individual counselor or just, like your typical agenda request form. So the best way to do it is probably to make an agenda request form with a second, as we do, but then have the only action be to direct staff to do whatever it is that you want to see accomplished, because then there can be formal action on part of council, and then staff has council action, council direction, where then they come back with the staff report. So a lot of times the agenda request forms have sort of an expectation that staff do something, and that puts staff in an awkward position because it's just one or two counselors asking staff to do that.
If it's just like to share a presentation, that's not staff, doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, yes, correct.
So is that still a 2 week ahead of time?
Yeah.
Right. It's okay.
Well,
We're good.
so the other thing you need to realize is your staff is building these agendas, as we just indicated, 3 months ahead of time. So they need to be able to interact with you to say, this agenda is already too packed.
Right. Gotcha. Okay.
So just to clarify, I thought I was understanding what Zach was saying. If the only action out of an agenda item is we're going to discuss amongst ourselves whether we want to direct staff to go and actually research this and bring back a presentation, do we still need 2 weeks?
Yes.
2 weeks,
Because of the way that-
just for us to have a discussion amongst ourselves.
Absent an emergency, yes, because you really need to be evaluating the length of those agendas that are already in existence. Your staff needs to be able to have input back to you of, it's not going to work for this meeting because your agenda is already too packed. You don't want to add another half-hour discussion. Or if it's something super simple or the agenda isn't that long, then they can say, yeah, that'll work. That's great. There's no work to be done. But you need to give them those 2 weeks lead time.
Okay. I mean, I feel like that's up to us. If the agenda is too long, we can just postpone it. If staff doesn't have to do anything to prepare.
You are underestimating the amount of work that goes into creating an agenda
Fair enough.
Okay.
and the fact that you're not involved. And so we're trying to give you more opportunity to be meaningfully involved with the agenda. But in order to balance your desire to be meaningfully involved with getting things on the agenda, we have to balance that with what we already know the staff load is to get that agenda and that packet ready.
And the amount of time they
Right.
have to stay at that meeting as it goes.
Correct.
longer.
And the amount of time then they stay at that meeting.
Okay.
If it's an emergency, we'll evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. This isn't policy. It's just out of respect for trying to make these as meaningful as possible and honoring everybody's time, including staff. If we can have that 2-week lead time, it'd be super helpful.
It's 5:01.
It's 5:01.
Yep.
I've been cut off.
Thank you.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 5:01.